last week we had the entire squad in both to make Deviant feel better and in celebration of killing Kamul go out to the beach house. Before they left, there was a run-in with Zap being off his meds and an incident that involved a table connecting with the back of his head. And they found out that Dr. Morgan, the doctor who's with the UIR and may be able to help bring Blaze back, is on his location is known, and that if they do not, if the squad does not go in and get him by in-game Tuesday, there will be a tactical strike, an orbital strike on the city he's in. They had a really nice time at the beach house over the weekend, including Julius defeating Greta Thunberg, and the interesting arrival of Sandra the Alley Walker. Lorelai's anger was quelled by a shirtless Julius pop, and I believe that covers the big bases from last week, right?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yep, I would say so. So Julius and Ash are up here in Ash's room. Ash is helping Julius write field reports from the Headhunter's days. Lorelai has tasked Julius with filing field reports for every mission he ever went on during his Headhunter's days because he didn't want to, and Ash had to do it for him. Pequod's relaxing on the bed, drinking a smoothie. Saris is relaxing on the bed, drinking a smoothie. Down here, Hunk drinking a smoothie, watching TV with Davine, Banksky, and Icy, and they got all of Julius's kids because Julius and Pequod are busy being lazy and working, respectively. Go.
Julius, you're really telling me you didn't write anything down?
Oh, well, I'm sorry, Ash. When I was being shot at, I didn't really think about, oh, hey, let me pull up my wrist computer and type down a couple notes. I'm sorry.
Or after, on the quiet shuttle rides back?
I was celebrating not dying.
You were staring at the back of her head, more like it.
That is also true.
Well, we've got a long way to go, it looks like. What little you've written. Are we really all the way back at the Space Hunt? Oh my gods.
Pequod, oh wow, sucking down on some of the smoothie from her straw. Yeah, that's early.
Yeah, that's year one. That's year one.
You never wrote a single field report?
No, Ash, I think you would know that.
For some reason, I may have deluded myself, possibly, but I thought you'd at least have written one, or at least an outline of one down.
Sarah's with what time? The free time on the base, you know what they were doing. She looks over at Pequod.
Touche. Touche.
And let me tell you, it's a lot more fun than writing these reports.
Yes, and how did that turn out for you? Oh, look, you get to write 7 years' worth of field reports in the next month.
I get it, Ash.
Pequod, why are you doing that? Again, I don't remember.
Lorelai told me to,
Oh.
make up for being a piece of shit for 7 years.
She looks at you with a smile. Oh, just go down into her office, drop the goods, and
I would. That's the nuclear option. Let's call it. If we really mess up, that's the nuclear option.
she nods with a smile.
You really do want to save that for a really bad occurrence.
Sarah, speaking of nuclear options, we gotta go Berchtesgaden sometime today.
Yes,
It's
do.
early still, only 8 a.m., but yeah.
Yes, we do. We need to be quick about it. Shouldn't be too bad. I mean, they're just UIR, right?
Pequod and the man on fire guy.
Eh,
I'm sure with, like, everyone around us, icy, hunk, man on fire won't be much of an issue.
You really think it's the lightning count? Sarah speaks up, drinking her blood smoothly.
Well, you know, magic is a weird thing, even for someone who's just a lightning adept. Plus, we don't really know much about the UIR and what they got going on a lot of the time, so maybe they got some weird crap that kept them alive. If not that, then it definitely is the lightning count and title.
Pequod nods her head.
and to me, it really doesn't matter if it is or if it isn't. If it is, Julius has already beaten him one-on-one, so there's really not too much to worry about. I mean, Julius is a different beast now compared to then. And if it isn't, then we've got a usurper who doesn't live up to the name. Either way, we'll be fine.
Pequod snaps her fingers and points at Julius. Make sure you make me look heroic in that field report with the Space Hunter. Don't include the fact he laughed at me.
But Lorelai can read my mind and read Ash's report.
That's fine. But other people might see that report who don't know it actually laughed at me and or can read mine.
Julius looks over to Ash.
Actually, you should do this, Julius. She comes over and starts typing on the computer on the keyboard, and she's typing out how the Space Hunter surrendered to her.
You're the one who can try to lift his shirt up to get out of trouble with her. I'm not stepping in there.
And the Space Hunter groveled in fear of General Rico's daughter. Thank God Pequod was there to save my life. Done.
Thank you, darling.
She laughs and goes, sits back down on the bed.
He sort of chuckles to himself, tries to hide the screen. Don't want to falsify a report. Lorelai will be mad at me. He starts deleting it and starts typing out what actually happened.
Sarah's shaking her head. All things considered, I didn't have it too bad. Saris puts her finger up. I didn't go on that many missions in the long run. I was training with Lasley. But Lorelai did the same to me. I had to refile field reports when I got my full ranger ranking. Not 7 years worth, but yeah.
Makes sense.
And then there's some of us who are smart, and he nudges Ash a bit, who don't have to do it at all.
Pequod, I didn't have to do it. Still
Again, some of us who are smart.
She shrugs. Thank God I chose to be a pilot.
That is true, although, in all honesty, you may as well not have been half the time with how often you were rushing into battle, despite promising not to.
She sharply glares at Ash, drinking her. Saris laughs at.
Remember that one mission we had with Sasha, where I had to take her Makarov from her so she wouldn't come with us, and then she tried to sneak it?
Saris, what mission was that?
Oh man. So the UIR, they had taken over this colony, right? And we were tasked, along with Sasha, to basically stage a rebellion or blow up a communications tower, something like that.
Yep, blow up the communications array, disrupt all their communication, cut the head off the snake.
Pequod sighs heavily.
So we went down, we took out a bunch of UIR goons, we blew up the communications array. That's where we got the box, actually.
Yes, the box.
Pequod, what box?
The box... During the mission, I had to sneak and get a flash grenade into a specific area of a compound filled with BB Corp, and I was inside of a cardboard box, shuffling along, and it worked. And he later did as well. I'll die on this hill, that thing is magic. I don't care if Icy says it isn't, it is.
Pequod, just a plain old box?
We still have it.
Well, if it's that good, you should use it. Pequod speaks up.
I mean, if we ever go on another sneaking mission, yeah, you should, Ash.
Ceres, yeah, I'm sure xenomorphs wouldn't be able to see right through that box.
Probably. But I'll probably end up using the damn thing again. And to be fair, it is a rather good thing in some ways that you weren't on that mission with us, just because our headhunter missions with Sasha were not Pequod's bread and butter, luck-wise.
Pequod, yeah. Raptor bait.
Raptor bait.
That was your first kiss, wasn't it, Julius? Your two's?
Yeah, it was.
Pequod nods. Yep. It was. It's a good one. Even though I thought I was going to be dead 30 seconds later.
Yeah, so did I. That's why I did it.
Do you remember that old guy? Pequod speaks up. We saw in the small village that gave us that rinkety old boat.
Oh yeah, like Master Yen, but human and more sleepy.
Pequod, I remember he. It appears I've missed something important, and I screamed over the megaphone.
Yes, I do. Wonder if he ever got a new boat.
Sarah, she didn't take his boat back to the guy.
We got capsized.
Yeah,
Oh.
kinda wasn't a boat to bring back.
Sarah's glad I missed that one. Not a fan of dinosaurs.
Ooh, not a fan either. They,
What ended up happening to the island?
If my recollection is correct, it got nuked.
Oh, Sarah's eyes wide. Sounds like Ranger.
Yeah, a bunch of rangers saved us.
one of the...
Pequod nods.
I think that was the first time I'd ever actually seen Rangers in action.
Pequod,
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing them until I got back to the ship. I lost a lot of blood.
Yeah, well, how bad that bite was, I was surprised they didn't take half your leg off with it.
Pequod lowers her shirt over her shoulder. Still have the scars. Julius would know, but yeah.
Yeah. I like the scars. They make us match, and he'll do the same, lowers his shirt.
She nods her head with a smile. Everybody needs some battle scars. Besides, I remember when my dad first saw this scar, I told him the story, and I think he was actually proud of me. Except I told him I killed the raptor and carried Julius, who I didn't name at the time, out of the facility.
Oh, wow.
She starts cackling. Carried you with one arm.
What's the over-under on him having read the official report?
Pequod, probably not that high. And even if he has, maybe somebody doctored your official report.
You did not.
Ha!
Ah,
Ceres, did you carry Ash out in the other arm? Pequod, oh, no, I left Ash's heroic antics in. It was quite heroic what he actually did. But Julius I carried out with one arm.
Yes, my hero.
yeah. Although, with what I did, there was a thin line between heroic and stupid.
Ceres, big raptors, little raptors, Pequod, they were all pretty big.
Pretty big, and then right before the Rangers got there, big, raptors were coming in.
Ceres shakes her head. Glad I missed that one. My mission to become a ranger was pretty simple. Sasha and I just had to blow some guy's head off. UIR general?
Well, fair enough.
Not bad.
Yeah, a bit easier than, well, some of the other ones I've heard. Sasha's, Julius's, to an extent mine.
Saris, well, Julius's was to beat up Pinhead Larry.
Yeah.
In hindsight, he's probably happy he did.
Very happy I did. I shouldn't have let him yield.
And Pequod, oh, my dad said old Pinhead Larry is down at a place called Groom Lake, hiding away, doing paperwork, watching karate movies.
It's probably for the best because he's gonna lean towards the door and peek out. I think she'd kill him the next time she saw him.
Zaris, has anybody told Davine he was hooking up with other women? Pequod, oh.
Oh. Not to my knowledge.
And for the best that we don't, because I think she'd track him down.
Pequod, please. I like the fact she's showering.
I do too.
Down here. How's Davine doing as TV? There's whatever they were watching, a commercial break has started.
She is. Both Carter and Soul are holding one of her fingers, and she's just like moving their arms up and down, while sadly smiling at the two of them.
Hunk. Having fun over there, Davine?
Oh, yes. They seem to be enjoying this.
Oh, that's good. Grandma's spending time with her grandkid. Though you don't look like a grandma.
Thank you, Ricardo. Oh, sorry, Mark.
Don't call me that.
What? You don't like to be called Mark?
I see Mark? Banksy Mark? And they both look at Davy.
She looks at Hunk, squints her eyes. A little nickname for him that I came up while we were training together. She looks at it.
Why Mark?
Oh, I couldn't remember his name, so I just called him the first thing that came to my mind.
Wouldn't that have been Cyrus?
No, I don't think I would have called you Cyrus. You're a good man.
That's true. We both know it wouldn't have been Snarf, right? Oh! Sorry.
She looks down at the kid. No, that's okay. Hunk.
I see punch him. Banksy hesitantly raises his fist to Hug. Mark is my middle name. I still don't know how she figured out. I see. I never knew that. Wow. Ricardo Mark Leslie. Yeah. Mark.
Yes, Mark. Motherfucker.
Sorry. I forgot. You've been doing well since the beach trip.
It was therapeutic, I suppose. I had a good conversation with Soletta, and that helped out a lot, I guess.
You can go again anytime you like. Mi casa, su casa. My place is yours, Davey.
Thank you, Hunk.
Just we should probably tell General Lorelei we're going in the future.
Probably a good idea. I don't know how many times Julie's taking off his shirt can persuade her not to be angry.
I see there's always his pants.
I would rather not see that.
We'll make sure you're not in the room. It should never come to that, though. Hopefully.
Hopefully.
You know, these kids are going to be very powerful. Look at them.
She looks at all three of them. Are they now?
Yes, very. You don't have to be a magic adept to tell. Just look in their eyes. Carter and Soul specifically.
She looks into Soul's eyes. I did notice that when they were first born. They had strange colored eyes, like she pats Leslie, and to an extent Julius when everything was said and done. I did notice that.
Rainfall blood, Icy props Carter up in her arm. Rico blood. Good mix.
Yes, I would have to say so, for both looks and power. Though I suspect most of the looks come from the Rico side.
I don't know about that, as Icy says that, and an ad for Lazy Eyes Louisiana Kitchen starts playing on TV. Go ahead, Nick.
Lazy Eyes Louisiana Kitchen. Come one, come all, and have a taste of our wonderful Cajun food. Made and designed by Chef Lazy Eyes himself 700 years ago.
Icy, blinking at the TV. Is that Ash?
Chef Lazy Eyes.
That's Ash, isn't it, Mom? Fucking looking right at the TV.
That's Ash.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Chef Lazy Eye. What the fuck? He had a restaurant?
He had multiple.
I see multiple?
Yes, multiple. Fast food restaurants.
Banksy, any good food? Ma'am?
We weren't allowed to eat there.
Oh. Why the hell would he open a fast food restaurant?
That one I don't really know, because the usual reason of he was trying to impress me doesn't really fit on that one. Maybe it was just to get more money to fuel his antics or something.
His stupid movies, MWF or whatever it's called.
Yes, exactly. Perhaps it was that.
Hunk, click, and changes the channel. What I wouldn't give to get my hands on milk.
Oh, you and me both. You and me both.
Banksy, so Chef Lazy Eye, that was Lieutenant Lasley or Ash. Were all the restaurants named after Ash to make fun of him?
No. That was one of the only ones, actually. Most of them were things like McDonald's, Colonel Hut.
It's their drink out water. Not on Davy.
Colonel Hut, or
Stop! She starts coughing up her water.
Davian starts patting on her back.
McDonald's? Banksy, look.
McDonald's, yes.
Wow. Okay. McDonald's. Okay, let me guess. Fucking, he just copied all the quintessential restaurants because people out on the frontier don't have those places and probably made a lot of money.
At first I thought he was coming up with them himself too, but then once I actually got into EarthGov space, I realized he was copying them, yes.
Icy finished coughing, collecting herself as Banksy. Well, if they're running commercials on EarthGov broadcasted channels, that means Lazy Eyes Louisiana Kitchens will be popping up here in the Milky Way, probably.
Oh my. I wonder how the food tastes.
Hunt probably like shit. And then Icy, oh, poor Ash, he'll have to see his Lazy Eye or around Gateway. Speaking of which, we should probably put in a official request to get those recruitment posters taken down. I think Ash would appreciate it.
Oh, I think that would get denied.
By who?
Lorelai. She seems very... She never has posters like that up around the Rangers section. She has that one up.
Yeah, she's not a fan of the Malcolm movies. Unless, of course, Julius is naked in the movie.
It's honestly worrying a little that.
I think it's actually a decent trump card, believe it or not.
Yes, I believe I've heard Julius talking to Pequod about a nuclear option, something like that.
Oh, Lorelai does a lot for us. Besides making you feel terrible, Davine, we should consider getting her like a Julius Fireman's calendar or something for Christmas.
Perhaps I'll have Pequod ask him to make one.
I see, with the amount of pictures she has of his body, she could make... Well, if she wasn't rich, she'd have enough pictures to be rich.
Oh. That's a lot of pictures.
I have even seen the Julius dick pic.
Was it forced upon you, or did you willingly see it?
I see. It popped up on my wrist computer one afternoon years ago while we were in a meeting with the Arcane Council. Pequod sent it to me. I was standing in front of Hunk. It popped up, and everybody saw it. Except the council. Maybe. Master Yen had already seen it at this point, Mum.
Who? God, a lot of people have seen this boy stick.
Yes, Pequod liked to keep sending the picture to remind us. She's infatuated with him, which isn't a bad thing.
I suppose it isn't. But oh my. And she just rubs one of her cheeks. Oh my.
As another TV show starts coming on from commercial break, up here, Sarah's. Now I will snatch every motherfucker birthday. Pequod lowering the smoothie from her mouth. Did you forget how to speak the English language there, Sarah? Staring at her as Sarah inquisitively stares at her wrist.
Darling, what's wrong?
Now I will snatch every motherfucker birthday. And she pulls the picture up on her wrist.
Oh.
Pequod, what the fuck is that horse shit?
Ah, that's Malk Seagal. He had a Malk Seagal face.
Yes, and that is...
Pequod, that's not even English.
That's
I-
pretty fair. It wasn't English half the time he spoke.
Yeah. He was trying his best to impersonate Steven Seagal, and then I think he had a stroke right here, honestly.
Pequod starts laughing. Sarah's having a stroke at his age, I guess, isn't out of the realm of possibility, but he wasn't that old, right?
He was younger than me.
Sarah starts laughing. Pequod starts laughing. By how much?
I think it's like 2 or 3 years.
Yikes. Pequod shakes her head looking at you.
That's what happens when you go and raid a fucking Civil War general's tomb and put on his cursed clothing.
Sarah's, let me type. She takes the picture down. I want to find out what movie that's actually from. I'd like to see that. Pequod, now I will snatch every motherfucker birthday. Comes up behind Julius and kisses the back of his neck.
Oh, God. Oh, I don't know about that one, babe. He turns around and gives her a kiss and then goes back to his paperwork. I really don't know about that one.
Sarah's, about how long did Malk Seagal really last? Because there's a lot of Malk Seagal movies. Did he film these in like a day?
I think it only lasted about 2 months. But a month to 2 months, in that range. But he was basically constantly filming 1 or at times 2 or even 3 of them at the same time.
Pequod's gonna finish her smoothie, throw it away, and put her arms around Julius, watching him type. Colonel Force? What was the what? Colonel down below?
Yeah, the most panned Malcolm movie.
Sarah's because of the title.
And
Oh.
the quality.
Yeah.
What got him into Malk Seagal? Sarah stands up, comes over here, watching Julius type that.
He saw a Steven Seagal film on some shitty, some shitty regional channel on the frontier. And in it, Seagal was in a strip club and had women fawning over him. So of course, that means if Malcolm became Seagal, Davine would fawn over him.
Pequod, wait a minute. Looking at the Malk Seagal filmography. My dad really likes the movie Under Siege, which to my understanding is the only really good Steven Seagal movie. And Malcolm chose not to remake the only good. I'm not seeing Under Siege here.
No,
Yeah, we never remade that one. Isn't it because, Steven Seagal isn't really the main character in that one? Doesn't he, like, die or something?
no, you're thinking of, I believe it was Executive Decision.
Ah, Sarah's Colonel decision.
Yes, which he did make Colonel decision, which makes the fact that he didn't remake Under Siege even more questionable.
Pequod Attack Force? Sifu Colonel? What the hell does Sifu mean?
Master.
A good colonel?
Saris, damn it, Ash, you took the words right out of my goddamn mouth, honey. As she starts typing on her wrist computer. I think that's what that is from. That motherfucker birthday is from.
Be surprised. I believe there was another one called A Good Day for a Promotion.
Here it is, right there. A good Colonel.
God.
Pequod, what in the fuck?
Oh, yeah. Malk Seagal sunglasses phase.
Down here, an ad for A Good Colonel starts playing. As the show cuts to commercial break, I see dumbfounded look on her face holding Carter, as it's just the quintessential trailer voice saying, "Coming this spring, A Good Colonel," starring Malcolm Seagal. Banksy propping Leslie up in his arms, covering her eyes, and Hunk, what the fuck?
Davian has turned Soul to her and, like, put her head on her shoulders so she can't look at the TV. Oh. Do we have to go see that one?
I see. No. I mean, the others can. We'll go do something else, I think, that day. Malcolm Seagal?
It was a phase. He saw this movie where this overweight gentleman was in a strip bar with multiple women fawning over him. And he saw that and thought he was the coolest man in the world. And that I would be those women fawning over him if he became just like him.
Hunk, he's more out of shape than I was when we first met, Davey.
Which is impressive.
What the hell? A good colonel. Did Ash play the bad guy in this one, Davey?
Ash played the bad guy every time.
Yeah, I figured as much. I figured as much.
Yes. If there was ever a chance that Malcolm would get to kill Ash, he would have taken it.
Thanks, Ski. Yeah, I heard Colonel Force is a pretty rare movie. You didn't actually end up starring in it, ma'am.
Colonel Force. I don't think I did. I don't remember filming any movie by that name.
I see. Apparently, Malcolm's drunk the entire time.
Oh my.
Sure, Ash and Julius would know more.
So, who played the love interest then?
Probably that fucking cross-eyed fucking whack job girl, whatever her name was.
Oh, Denaria.
Yeah, that's her name.
Oh, well, that's probably what she wanted in the long run.
Oh, yeah, probably. You do know Malcolm killed her mother, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I do.
Good, yeah, good. And then he met you, and I think he replaced her with you, Dave.
By God, I wish he didn't.
Hug awkwardly laughs as up here. Pequod, can you take a break?
Sure, why? What's up?
Because we don't have all day to sit here and write reports. We gotta get the show on the road. Sarah's, Lorelai said we have till Tuesday. It's Tuesday. She'll probably orbital strike Birch's Garden at the stroke of midnight, gateway time. So the clock is technically ticking.
You're right, we should probably head out right about now.
Sarah stops at gateway, all that kind of stuff, arm up. UIR, she takes her blood smoothie, not to be taken lightly, and starts walking out this way.
No, they are not, as he's gonna follow her.
Pequod's gonna kiss Julius on the cheek. Come on.
Yes, ma'am.
There'll be time to write this stuff another time. I can type it for you if you want.
No, I'm supposed to. I can do it.
When are you gonna take me down to see the mobile suit? Zap keeps offering to take me down, and then Scar keeps dragging him away.
I don't know. We can't today, because, Dr. Morgan. But, I'll definitely try and figure out a time. Yeah.
You guys come down the stairs. Hunk, look who it is. The little field report writer himself.
Oh, you're talking about Ash, right?
From my understanding, both of you now.
Mhm.
How's he coming along up there, eh?
Oh, if he keeps this up, he'll make a wonderful secretary for the soon-to-be leader of EarthGov, and he's gonna pat her Pequod on the shoulder.
She gives a thumbs up. Having fun? Comes up to Davine and so.
Davine looks up from Soul. Yes, I am. Do you want to hold her?
No, I think she looks good on you. And Pequod smiles at her.
She smiles back. Thank you. She'll start playing with Soul a bit more.
Pequod, besides, I am getting pretty good at changing diapers. It's only been 3 days, but I've changed my fair share. These kids shit so much. As she finishes her smoothie, Saris finishes her blood smoothie.
That they do. That they do.
I see. Yep, try waking up at 4 a.m. to a crying Glaz Jr. Pequod, I woke up some nights and then went back to bed.
Oh.
Oh,
I was
Really?
depressed.
that's
Ju-
fair.
Julius is gonna walk over, pat Icy on the shoulder, and then walk up and hug Pequod.
Icy gives you a thumbs up. Pequod, I was depressed. Kind of like Zap was depressed until he got on his bed. He's doing well.
Yeah, has he been treating you well, Mom? Oh, yes, he's been treating me quite well. Well, he hasn't tried to burn any of my belongings as of late. Oh, that's good. Marked improvement.
Hunk nods. Yep. Scar's pretty good at pilling the old man.
Yes, he is. It's actually quite impressive to see him do it.
Scar was in such a piss poor mood at the beach.
Yeah, he was. He really looked like he was ready to powerbomb poor Zap off the boat at a few points.
That's a lot to deal with, but Scar is the ultimate wingman. Got that sex fish. Icy sex fish. Pequod sex fish. Saris sex fish. Hug.
Then, sex fish, Dad? You having a stroke over there? Don't you mean sword fish?
Oh! Grabs the base of his neck. Yeah, I am. Woo! Oh, I think cholesterol catching up to me.
Huh, right.
Banksy awkwardly coughs, holding Laz Jr.
Well, we do have a mission coming up soon, right?
Icy shakes her head. Sex fish? That glowy fish? Pequod, the bioluminescent one? Nobody says anything.
That bioluminescent fish may have some qualities that hop up estrogen.
Banksy may. Rubbing the back of his neck. I thought I was gonna die. Saris looks at Ash. Aha! All you have to do is ask, Julius. Pequod looks at you. I've never said no. It was great, actually, though. I mean, that was probably the best. She looks at the kids. She goes to say, sex I ever had.
See, there are good reasons that we did it.
Yes, there are.
Saris, yeah, it was fun. Definitely a nice start to the weekend. She's trying to catch her breath. Icy, yeah, it was really fun, actually. It's a family secret. We'll pass it on to the kids here. Don't worry. At least the boys.
Rubbing Saris's back, trying to get her to calm down.
It was great. Sarah's sweating, visibly icy, starting to sweat.
It was. What happened?
They're, Ash, they're remembering it.
Okay.
Hunk, all the girls currently with someone anyway were walking around like they had the sticks up their ass all weekend.
It's one of the only times where I'm thankful I wasn't with someone.
Hunk, yeah. And even if you would have been with somebody at the time, it would have been Pinhead Larry, and old Pinhead was hooking up with other women.
Oh.
Oh, thanks here.
I'm sorry?
Hug,
You're on your own.
Ash will tell you.
No, you're on your own there, Dad.
Commander Pinhead was hooking up with other women while he was fucking not coming to see you. At least so we found out.
She sticks her tongue to one side of her cheek and then stops and looks at Soul. Oh, I see.
Yeah. Online chat rooms that he was going off Gateway, taking Ranger drop ships. I talked a little bit to Lorelei about it. She didn't really know what was going on, but he did take the drop ships to go get his fix, so to speak.
I see.
On the bright side, it adds even more of a good reason for you to have beat the shit out of him that day.
Icy, we could kill him anytime you want, Mom.
Yeah, don't you worry about that. We can find him.
I know where he is. Icy puts her finger up. Uh-oh. Another conga line down to fucking Jiren's office.
No, conga line would be too obvious. I think it would just be us two. Unless people get in our way.
Hunk, no, it's as I always said. I was never a big fan of old Pinhead finishing his smoothie.
Well, your gut does tend to at least some of the time, be right about people, Dad.
Sometime, not all the time, but so you had to know something was up. Old Pinhead wasn't coming around at all.
Yeah, I just thought he was being an asshole at the time, but, well, it turns out he really was being an asshole.
That he was.
He was in someone's asshole. Thanks.
Oh.
Coughing loudly, holding last juice.
Right.
Aha. Aha. Right, Dad. And he looks over at Davine, who is sort of mopingly looking at her hands now.
I see. We'll go pay him a visit when everything's all said and done, Mom.
Yes. Please do.
All it proves is that you made the right choice and that he very much did not deserve you.
Pequod
Yes.
nod.
Yes, Ash is correct. He did not. Yes, he didn't.
I see. Julius beat him in a sparring match once. Julius can request another sparring match and just, maybe a stray fireball or two will get thrown at him. Rubbing her bottom lip. Not Julius.
Somebody might unlock the Mushin form for him.
I see shrugs, picks up Carter,
I
and
mean,
walks here.
Nobody would do that. I'm sure it would be a complete coincidence.
I'm sure. I mean, hell, at this point, even if the Mushin form is unlocked for me, it is somewhat unpredictable still. Maybe I just lose a bit more control than usual.
Blast him through 2-3 mountains, Sarah speaks.
I'm thinking 4, 5.
Break some kneecaps, Pequod speaks.
I mean, I would love to see how fast those teeth really grow back.
Hunk looks over at Ash. As I told Ash about you, he points at Banksy. Most guys aren't like you guys. As I told Ash, when referring to you, Banksy, which I'm glad I've been proven wrong. But still, most guys aren't like you guys. Loyal. And trust me.
No, they aren't. Well, just remember not to kill him in your sparring match. He is technically EarthGov property.
No, I mean, mistakes happen. Am I right, Icy?
Deaths and training exercises happen all the time. It's quite unfortunate. As Pequod takes Last Junior from Banksy and goes to walk down the stairs with Icy.
Right.
Come on, ma'am, I'll make you an egg sandwich. Banksy speaks up looking at Davy.
Thank you. She stands up and offers a hand out to him.
He takes it, they stand up. Icy, let's go downstairs and make sure Zap is copacetic. Air quotes with her one free finger as Hunt gets up, free hand. And then we gotta get the show on the road, I think.
Agreed. Speaking of that, I might have to ask you for help with something, Icy.
I'm all ears.
You know how you said you could make more bullets for the Void shotgun?
Yes.
Do you think you could make me a few shells?
Get me the 12 gauges from the Ranger or whatever gauge you want, and I'll do it before we leave for Birch's Guard.
Perfect. Thank you.
Pequod Julius turns looking right at Julius.
Yes, ma'am.
I have to go see my mom. She hands Julius baby Leslie. My mom and dad want to see me, check up on me. I think mostly it's to make sure I'm not pregnant again.
Oh, okay, of course. Give them my best wishes.
Can somebody call me before we leave, since I'm the only one that can fly the Nova?
Yeah, we'll make sure to give you a call.
Alright, give me a buzz. Tell me where to meet you, JSOC, or wherever we have to go. And Ash, Pequod turns around. Don't forget, you have to go to Lorelei and get yourself off the hook with that Denaria Vega scandal as she kisses Julius on the cheek and goes downstairs.
Yes, I do.
I see. Oh, yeah, you definitely want to tell her that. And Saris grabbing Ash's shoulder. If you'd be so kind to tell Lorelei about the hate crime and have her wrap that case up, honey.
Will do as well.
Thank you. She kisses your cheek as you all walk down. Pequod is not here. She has left first. She's going to see her parents.
Well, at least we're going to be wrapping up that mystery. In a lot of ways, now that she knows who they're associated with, she might be able to find the two assholes.
Saris, Miss Martin. I
Miss
never would have thought it would have been linked back to you guys. She's looking back and forth between Julius and I.
Miss Denaria Martin.
It all goes back to that accursed ship one way or another.
Icy leads Davine into the gym. You guys can go wherever you want as Banksy goes to run and make a quick egg sandwich. And Hunk is just staring in the door looking at Zap. Ugh.
You know, Saris, real quick, I gotta ask. You didn't by chance ever keep the cross, did you?
Oh, I still have it.
Okay. Maybe that'll help Lorelei find him, if she wants to.
It's in one of the evidence lockers down in Ranger side of Fleet. Since they attacked our Ranger, yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's probably something that really frustrates the General that she, didn't catch them.
Well, just think how happy she's gonna be when you come in and say it was involving Malcolm and Denaria and you and you're wanted for wire fraud.
I probably should bring the magic weapon with me for that.
The shirtless wonder.
Yes.
Don't worry, honey. One day you're gonna walk into her office and you're gonna see her staring at a picture of shirtless you. She kisses your cheek at her.
Yes, I'm very sure.
Hunk is looking in the gym door, amazed, as Zap is holding his son, being quite productive.
Davine will look at Zap. How are you, Zap?
Baby girl! He turns around. Suletta turns around with memory and Sasha spotting for Jennifer bench pressing about 60 pounds. Hunk waves everybody over. He's actually normal. Look.
He is. Oh my god.
Darius leaning in over Hunk's shoulder. Zap, I'm doing wonderful, baby girl. Just wonderful. How you doing this fine morning of the Lord?
I've been better, I've been worse.
Did you enjoy watching TV with your daughter and grandkid?
It's always fun to spend time with them.
Very good. We in here today watching Jennifer learn how to bench press from Sasha.
Oh, very good. I'm proud of her.
Jennifer struggling with the 60 pounds of weight, but Sasha not going to let anything happen to her. Zap, and don't forget, we have a raid tonight, Davey. We're going to try the 6-man EV.
Right, of course.
We need baby girl's DPS.
Of course, and my DPS you shall have.
Very good. Now I'm going to go feed baby Julie. Oh, hi, y'all, as he comes out here.
Hello.
How y'all doing?
Pretty good.
I smell something cooking in the kitchen.
Yeah, I think Bingsky's making my mom an egg sandwich.
I see his slack-jawed, holding Carter looking at Zach. Oh, I could use one. No Julius cooking this morning, I see.
Yeah, we have to head down to Gateway to get some things done before an important mission.
Well, that's a crying shame, because I do enjoy your cooking, Julius. Ceres, he remembers his name.
Thank you, Zap.
He's speaking in complete sentences.
By the way, Ash, at some point you really got to sit down and read this. Then he hands you a very old, beat-up manual of armaments for mobile suit. You got to sit down and read that and figure out what you want.
Will do. Thank you.
Be very careful with that, Ash. That thing is very old. And that's putting it lightly.
No problem at all.
Older looking than you.
I'll take that as a compliment.
I see still slack-jawed staring right at Zach. Well, I'm going to go get me an egg sandwich, and then Scar and I are going to head down to the mobile suit bay and start working on your mobile suit. But funny thing, I haven't seen Scar all morning since he gave me my meds. So don't know where he's been.
I'm not sure.
Well, if you could round him up, find him for me. I need his assistance down there. Jennifer and I can't operate the load lifter.
No.
Yeah, we can try to find him for you.
Thank you kindly, Julius. What a beautiful daughter you have. And he goes into the kitchen and sits down and asks for an egg sandwich from Banks.
He didn't call you Calic.
He didn't call you Cody or speak in incomplete sentences about bloodline.
Ceres is gonna push her way into the gym. You can follow if you choose.
What was that?
Suletta, that was his meds taking effect.
Powerful
quite
meds.
helpful. Yes, and he's quite helpful when he's on those meds.
It would seem so.
Quite useful, quite kind. Always thinking of baby girl.
Yes, he is. A very kind man. We should always make sure he isn't running out of those.
I see. Yeah, we will make sure he never runs out of those. And when he builds up a natural tolerance, we will get him higher dosages. He's tolerable.
I'd say pretty nice to have around, even.
She
A
nods her head.
very respectable older gentleman.
Whose main concern, Sasha speaks up, lifting the bar for Jennifer, is baby girl. Suletta, baby girl.
Baby girl.
All I can talk about, baby girl, Suletta looking right at Davine, is how good of a DPS you are.
I just hit my buttons. That's all I do, though.
Sasha, oh, baby girl is the greatest of DPS.
It must be a compliment coming from him. He must have played the game for what, 500 years or something like that?
Icy nods. Oh, we have a raid tonight.
It'll be fine. She pats her back. We'll be there together, Miss Strum.
Yes. Hon, what's a raid?
It's this thing in old MMO games. You get like this big group of people together and you go fight these big mobs or monsters with a ton of health, and you have to do special mechanics for the fight so you don't die. It's end game content.
Saris, Ash and I have characters.
We do.
We could fill in 7 and 8 roles so you don't have to 6-man whatever Eevee is.
If you need us to, yes.
I see. If Zap wants you to, ask him. Saris, I'll go right now. That starts.
Have God bless her.
I see. Sucks to suck, Ash. Welcome to the club.
Hey, I'm just the fill-in guy. You're trapped there forever.
Well, Banksy's trapped with me, so it's fine.
Who are we gonna get for the last 2 slots?
Suletta
Yeah.
walking over here with memory and go.
It's a mystery to be sure.
Suletta, how are you doing, Davey?
I'm doing fine, thank you, Letty.
She smiles at Davine. Have you all heard my sister now has an office on Ring 8?
Oh, that's wonderful.
Right next to Dr. Contra.
Oh, okay, so they finally filled that office up.
Yes, she's miserable.
We should go down and surprise her with something. Maybe I'll cook her like a lunch she can eat during her lunch break or something like that.
Very thoughtful of you, hooligan.
Thank you, Auntie.
She laughs as Jennifer, alright, I am done. Comes over here, gets off the bench, all sweaty. I don't know how you guys do that.
It's hard at first, but it gets easier as you go.
Well, now
Yeah.
I have more free time to do it, that I don't have to keep an eye on Zap.
Yes, it requires a lot of training to get used to that, and eventually the 60 pounds will seem very light to you.
Did you guys ever work out with my sister on the Majestic?
No.
No, never. Never really had a chance.
Sasha, he airlocked all the gym equipment from what I understand, right?
Yes, he did. The closest thing that I ever got to gym equipment was a soup can. And then he ate that.
I still don't know how you managed to hide that pull-up bar, Julius.
I really don't think he cared at that point. It was during that point where he was trying to be my dad.
Icy starts.
Fair.
Jennifer Malcolm tried to be your dad, Julie?
Yeah, I have to show your mother my fatherly skills, old sport.
Sasha, and then he gave Julius gave Malcolm IBS, right?
Yeah, just the sight of me gave him IBS.
Sasha shakes her head. So are we going to Birch's Garden, or are we letting it get...
We're going.
Yeah, we're going. Me and Ash just have to take care of some things, get some ammo, maybe a stealth generator from SIS if I can get it.
What do you need a stealth generator for, hooligan? Suletta looking at you.
Escalade.
Ah, good thinking. Excellent thinking. You might want to... Yeah, that's a good idea. She's quite adamant about getting down there and seeing that mobile suit.
Yes, and the moment that a Rico sets their mind to something, it's happening.
That it
Or-
is.
Poor Rolly had to distract her from going down the elevator quite early this morning.
Oh, thank God for Rolly.
Yes, speaking of which, I haven't seen Mr. Freetooth all morning either, as Zap was saying. Strange, he's usually out and about around the apartment at this hour. As of late, he's been guarding baby girl's bedroom door.
Perhaps he's still in the armory room. Sleeping, perhaps? It is a lot to deal with Zap.
Jennifer, he might be sleeping. Anyway, I'm gonna go get some SWOTOR time in before we go down to work on the mobile suit. She makes her way up this.
Well... Hmm. Do we have time to try and find Scar for Zap, do you think, Julius?
I mean, like, yeah. A sweep of the apartment shouldn't take more than 10 minutes.
Alright, let's go quick. We need to do that and then get down to Gateway. We're running low on time.
Yeah, yeah.
I see egg sandwiches guiding Davine this way and Suletta follow.
He's a very good cook. You picked a good one.
Not as good as Julius, but he's good.
Alright, you want to check the armory first?
Maybe we should split up. One of us checks south, one of us checks north.
I can go north.
Sasha's
Alright,
gonna clap her hands together, gimme her. Pointing at Leslie Jude.
She hands her over. There you go.
Mine. And she walks away with her into the kitchen.
Alright, let's go find him and then let's skedaddle down to Gateway.
Yep.
Gonna head out.
Hunk goes with Ash. You see Rolly painting miniatures for Pequod. Hunk, you think he's in Davine's room?
I don't think he is, but it's worth a shot at checking, right?
Yeah, we'll check up here. Julius, go down to the armory.
Yes, sir. And he's gonna gently pat Rolly's shoulder. Thank you for distracting my wife this morning.
He nods. You can get me some more Coca-Cola.
Yeah, I'm going to SIS. I'll try and swing you some.
Hell yeah! I heard your wife wants to buy the Coca-Cola brand.
That does not surprise me.
He starts chuckling as he is. He's a very good miniature painter, given his small hand.
Looks good. You gonna have those on a catalog, bud?
I believe so. That's why she's having me paint them. She's gonna have pictures taken and have a catalog on the website for people to buy.
Nice.
I'm getting paid even more money. You married the right woman, Julia.
Oh, don't I know it.
Oh, yeah, he lucked the fuck out, pushing Julius along this way.
Alright, let's go check up there.
You first.
Alright. Just gonna go in.
Broly, don't forget to touch the bloodline sign on your way in.
Make sure to touch it.
Hunk, what? Why do we have to touch it?
I'm not sure, but it makes them happy.
Is that Snarf's face on the sign?
Yes.
Oh. He lightly touches Snarf's face. Oh, and groans at Jesus. Look at.
Yeah.
You get the depressing sight of his goddamn face, and then Lorelai's butt cheek. Hi, Zanzibar. He comes over here.
Hey, Zanzibar. Sunny? Little ones?
She turns. Hi, Ash. Good morning. Playing SWOTOR. Zanzibar lets out a light growl and moves out of the way.
Thank you, bud. Any of you seen, Scar?
Sonny, no. I haven't seen him since this morning when he gave Zap his med.
We're looking for him. Zap asked us to find him.
Sonny, he might be sleeping.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
He has to get up early to make sure Zap gets his meds at 4 a.m.
That's fair. Well, I'll check the room here.
Hunk's gonna go in with you. Look at all this crap. I mean, not crap. He comes over, starts petting Rocco. Not crap, but just... This is depressing.
It's a bit of a shrine, isn't it? And looks over in the corner. Some areas are more uncomfortable than others.
He's purposely not looking up here. Yeah, you could say that again.
there's going to come a day where she walks into this room.
Yeah, I know. And when that day comes, we throw Zap and Scar under the bus.
When that day comes, we might have to have Julius take his pants off.
When that day comes, we will conveniently be out with Mr. Wiseau.
A training exercise with the Spartans, even. We can make it official. That
Yeah,
way she won't get mad.
Banksy's team, they need us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Petting Rocco, looking at the picture drawn for Davine. Oh.
Yeah.
I wish he had just confided in somebody.
I do too. He'd probably be here now if he had.
Yeah. Maybe it wouldn't have fixed all the problems, but the silver-tongued devil could have did his thing.
Well, I sure as fuck wouldn't have aided in her getting with fucking Pinhead Larry.
You gotta be a pretty stupid guy to cheat on a woman like Davine.
Oh gods, you gotta be a pretty stupid guy to cheat on any woman, but... I mean, it'd be like me actually cheating on Ceres, you know?
Yeah, you'd have to be... Well, like I said, he was never that smart, and I never liked him that much. He's inspecting the tea-growing kid. And then there was Snarf, on the other hand, who would have treated this woman like a queen.
Yeah. To put it this way, Malcolm was smart enough that he would be he said he'd be monogamous if Davine actually gave herself to him. Malcolm!
Hug starts cracking the fuck up. Jesus Christ.
So I think that tells you all you need to know about Jiren, doesn't it? If Malcolm, in any small way, was a more morally sound person.
Oh god, he keeps laughing, looking at all the rooms, as down here, what's Julius?
Julius is walking up, and he's gonna try and open it up with his retinal skin.
Door opens for you. Go ahead in. You come across an interesting sight. You see a topless Commander Integra taking it balls deep from Scar. What the fuck, Julius? Scar staring right at you. Commander Integra, covering her chest.
Oh, Jesus, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He runs out of the room.
Do I walk in on you when Pequod and you are doing your thing? You little piece of shit.
I didn't know. I'm sorry. And he's trying to hastily close the door.
Take care of your damn mother while you're screwing your wife.
Zap wanted you down at the mobile bay. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm busy right now. This Commander Integra is cackling.
I can see that.
Go again, Scar. Go again. It's been too long.
Oh. And he finally manages to shut the door, and he steps back, and he just sort of shakes his entire body. Ah!
Up here, Hunk. Come on, he ain't here. Let's go see if Julius found.
Yeah, let's go.
Go down this way. Hunk seeing Julius. You find him? Don't tell me he left because Davine was a bitch to him too. No offense.
No.
No about finding him, or no
No,
about...
I found him.
Good. What's wrong?
He's busy.
Busy with what? He's got a mobile suit to be working on.
Busy with Integra. Busy with Integra.
Ah. So how does it feel to be on the other side of what happened with her in the Headhunters, Julius?
Not great.
Scar and Integra? Hunk speaks.
Yeah.
Huh. You know, he did take a couple fillets of the Maui Maui. He had them, they're frozen in the fridge. Really? Hunk starts coming down to try and look in the window. Holy shit!
Yep.
Yeah, I thought I was done with seeing shirtless Integra.
He's like, Jesus Christ!
Yeah, probably should respect the privacy.
They're going all night long in there. He's gonna be your new daddy-in-law there at.
Yes, he is. No.
Hunt goes into the kitchen, and you hear him, "Guess who's banging in the armory?"
Let's get out of here quick. I'd rather not hear about that.
Then
I-
you hear him say Scar and Commander Integra, and everybody, there's some gasps. You hear the sound of a plate fall and break. Davine, what she did?
Davine starts cackling.
They're going balls deep in the armory. Balls deep. Might have to cancel the mission. We can't because we want to get Blaze back. But Jesus Christ, some Julius Pequod shit going on there.
Okay, I'm going down a gateway.
Yeah, me too.
As you're leaving, Rolly, they've been doing this for a while.
Mm.
They have?
Yeah, a couple weeks.
Oh, okay for them.
Nothing
just-
new.
Yeah, I just wish I didn't see it.
He laughs at you as in here, most people are laughing. Sasha, remind me to store my sniper rifle in another room. And you can go to Gateway if you so.
Yeah, let's go.
There you are. The recruitment poster's still up.
Alright. You want to go ask SIS about those little goodies? I'll go talk with the Rangers for a little while and get some ammo, and then we meet up and talk to the General together.
Yeah, sounds good. And remember, we need to give Mom some lunch.
Do you think the little, Tortolans there sell her, Japanese soda?
Last time I checked for Pequot, they didn't, but I can always check again.
Check, because I think that'd be a good little treat for her.
I think you're right.
Alright. See you then.
See ya.
We will start with Julius. Make your way wherever you'd like.
Julius is gonna knock on the door of SIS.
Door opens, Lanaya winks at Julius coming in. Hey, Juno, what can I do for you?
How are you two doing today?
Another day, another dollar, I suppose. You guys planning to go to Berchtesgaden, or are we gonna sit on our hands and go to the beach again?
We're planning on going, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, you've got, the clock is ticking. Lorelai's quite a punctual woman, if you haven't noticed.
Trust me, I have.
Yeah. So what do you need? Intel? I don't got any intel on. You can expect, UIR elite air quote lightning count troops. That's about it.
Well, any info is good info to have, I suppose, but this is more of a personal ask.
Yeah.
For one, this one's pretty easy. Do you guys have any more stock of Coca-Cola?
Oh, tons of it. Tons of it.
Do you think I could have a couple more six-packs for Rolly? He really likes it.
Didn't your mother and Suletta steal a 12-pack out of my office like less than 5 days ago? We drink it all in 5 days.
I suppose so.
All right. I believe in deals, making deals. You want to help me with something, and I will supply you with as much as you want. We have a lot of lizard folk in SIS. That's why we have basically an unlimited supply from Malcolm's accursed Melca-Cola factory. Perks of being in SIS. You help me with something, I'll send 2 6-packs a week up there. 12 packs, given how much this little kid seems to like it.
Alright, yeah.
Okay, good. Lanaya, pull it up. Currently, we are investigating some things. Now, there's a restaurant chain opening up. There's going to be one here on Gateway called Lazy Eyes Louisiana Kitchen. Apparently, Malcolm had more than just Lazy Eyes Louisiana Kitchen. We've turned up Kentucky Fried Colonel the Hut, or Colonel Hut. And the dumbest of them all, Glob King.
Right, yes.
And do you care to explain what the hell was going on and why he was making these fast food restaurants?
I think with everything, it was partially because he was trying to impress my mother. You know, owning a restaurant chain is pretty good, pretty big, gets you a lot of money, that kind of thing. It makes you an important person in some circles. So he was probably trying to impress my mother with that. That and it's good revenue, as far as I knew.
And of Lazy Eyes, Colonel Fried Chicken, Colonel Hut, and Globber King, what other ones are out there that we currently don't know about?
Well, I'm sure you'll find out about McDonald's, the Golden Arches of the Colonel, soon. There's also Chanceway, Subway.
Oh, joy.
Oh. Colonel Stop, Wingstop.
Colonel Stop, huh? Be still my beating heart.
Yeah, yeah. And then you also have Jersey Chances, Jersey Mike's.
Jersey Chances.
Yeah. You also have El Davin Loco, El Pollo Loco.
Linnaeus speaks up. The Globber?
Oh, the Globber. The most marketable sandwich of Globber King.
You know, people actually ate at these places. Agent points down to some of the pictures.
Huh. Any of them get poisoned?
I don't know, but he had it. Don't know where. The point is, we're trying to figure out where he was sending the money he got from these places. But apparently, Globber King was his number one earner, as far as we know for now. McDonald's probably. What was the signature sandwich at McDonald's?
The Big Milk.
Oh, wow. What a surprise. The Big Milk. Wow. A double Colonel Pounder.
That also existed. There was also the 2 Colonel Burger meal.
Colonel Nuggets.
Yeah, the 40-piece Colonel Nugget meal was also a thing.
Davine Apple Pie.
I did not know about that one.
I mean, it looks like he established these kind of early on post getting cursed, so that's not surprising. The surprising part is the amount of them. You can find on most registered frontier colonies, you'll find at least 2 or 3 of these shitty fast food chains.
Oh, I'm sure you would be able to. There's probably even ones that I don't know about.
Were you aware of Melky's World Tour? Ladias speaks.
Malky's World Tour?
Agent O, we don't have a lot of details yet, but apparently Malcolm, in all his infinite wisdom, created an YouTube channel to review his own restaurants while trying to claim he wasn't the owner. And he would eat the food and say how good it was. And you can see him visibly gagging and vomiting more than half the time.
Oh, God.
Yeah. And since he was eating a lot of this food, he had put on some weight, though I believe Ash has attested to Malcolm having severe weight shifts during the journey from the curse, we can assume. So he's quite heavy set in many of these. As Lenaya starts laughing, videos.
Oh, God. I was not aware of this, sir. But it's a very funny thought to think about.
Lenaya, from detailed accounts we have, thanks to Towns doing interviews on certain colonies, most of the time it would appear Malcolm just would get into some random colonist's car and do his review. he got beat up quite a few times on camera for. Imagine you park your car to go to work, come out, and you see a random large man eating food, reviewing in your vehicle.
I would be quite angry too. I would have beaten him up.
Agent O, all right. If you remember any more restaurants Malcolm came up with, just send me a message, or as Malcolm would say, a fax. Send me a fax, and keep me informed. And if you do that, I'll supply your Millipidian with Malcocol.
Of course, I'll ask Ash to help me compile a list. I'm sure there's some he remembers and some I do.
Given your stature as a world-class chef, at least purported by Mr. Wiseau, you weren't involved in the recipes for these fast food places or anything like that?
No, for a lot of them, I think he just took like some minced meat, put it on the grill, and then served it, not even caring if it was raw or not, or seasoned, or anything like that.
Ugh. Agent O shivers. That's just gross. But leave it to Malcolm. All right, deal. That's all I have for you.
There was one last thing.
Yeah.
Could I by chance have a stealth field generator?
Lanaya raises an eyebrow, Agent O. You know, the last time we lent you a stealth field generator, the person died who was wearing it. So this time I'm gonna ask why you need it. What have you or one of your idiots that live up in the apartment fucked up this time?
I'm trying to hide a present from Pequod.
Oh, so nobody's feeling outcasted or like a loser or any of the thousands of stupid things you people have done. No offense, but I'm the one that has to listen to Lorelei bitch about it. So,
To my knowledge, sir, no. We're all very copacetic. Snarf brought us all together.
Lanaya, shame somebody had to die.
I agree.
Agent O tapping his finger on the desk. What are you trying to hide? Exactly. Size, like what is a boat?
Close. I'm trying to build her an Escalade. And I'm getting some of the parts slowly. I have the frame, but if she comes down to the mobile suit bay, she's gonna find out, and then it won't be a surprise anymore.
Agent O, you have the body of the Escalade? The frame, whatever they call it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. It'd have to be like a higher yield one. We have things that can do that. Like artillery pieces can be camouflaged via stealth field generators. We can get you one. It'll take some time because there's none here on the station, but it'd pull a favor or two for sure. Yeah, you might have to. I'd say you got a week or so. It'll take time to get up here, so a week of dodging her out of there.
Of course, yeah, I think I can handle that.
Lanaya inhales sharply. You're really building her an Escalade?
Yes, I am. It's somehow cheaper than just buying one.
Puts her hand on the base of her neck, looking at Julie.
Somehow cheaper.
Starts rubbing the base of her neck.
Oh, God.
Looks at her that Julia. This happen often?
What does?
This, look at her. She's starting to sweat.
It seems to be an effect I have on women.
Elf women in particular seem to really like you.
Lucky me.
Yeah, lucky you. If you were a single guy, you'd have your pick of the litter. As Lanaya, excuse me, gets up and disappears down an elevator.
Julius has to stifle a laugh. It seems I would, including General Lorelei, it seems.
Number 1, top dog, pure elf. You have fun with that.
I'll try, sir.
I'll get the generator up. 5-6 days. Just keep her out of the fucking wherever you're hiding it. and yeah, it'll be here.
Thank you
I'll
very
have
much. Sir.
Towns come install it for you.
Thank you, sir. It means a lot to me.
Oh, you're welcome. Watch your six out there. You're liable to get jumped by a bunch of elf women at this rate.
I'll make sure to keep that in mind, sir.
Might want to consider wearing like a hoodie or something, masking your presence.
I used to wear a lot of hoodies. Maybe I should start again.
I would say it's probably a good idea, given who you're married to, and her volatile reaction to other women being interested in you.
Yep. Except for Lorelei, which is someone I would rather her be volatile towards.
You'd rather her be volatile towards Lorelai?
Well, when she's hitting on me and touching my abs and stuff, yeah, sort of.
Hey, Jano, I think your wife's smart enough to know that she's a fly compared to Lorelai.
She is smarter than me.
Use it or lose it. It's a gift. Use it.
Yes, sir.
Not many people have a bargaining trump card like that with General Lorelai.
Yeah, all I have to do is drop my pants.
Don't go that far. Jesus.
You never know. Maybe one day we'll mess up so much. It does seem to be our forte.
That it does, son. That it does.
Well, you have a good day, sir.
You too. I'll have some Coca-Cola sent up by Days.
Thank you.
What is Ash doing?
Coming up to Buck and JD.
They're working amongst themselves. Door opens. Buck.
Hello.
Ash?
Hello, boys.
Hey.
Coming to get a bit of ammo.
Okay, what are you talking about?
Well, I have Spanker missiles that I'd like to trade.
Alright. Now you're talking up our alley. Standard warheads?
Standard to my knowledge.
Okay. And what do you want?
Well, I need... One moment. I need 12 gauge shotgun rounds that would fit in the lever action, the void one that you can see on our manifest.
How many you like?
10. Simple for now.
Well, I mean, a rocket for
Eh.
some shotgun shells. You want a little more? Or...
That's true. That's true.
How about we call it square at 30?
Very well. And then I wanted to get for Shatter, my rifle, I was looking for incendiary rounds.
Okay. How many mags?
However many you think is fair for a rocket, I suppose.
No, we'll give you 8.
8 mags?
Mm-hmm.
Deal. Let's see what else we may need.
You know, if you want these worked on, you want different tipped warheads, you don't have to trade them to us. Just bring the warheads down here and, bring something small to bargain for our time, and we can customize these for you. As we talked about, I think it was weeks ago when we were talking about the different type of tipped warheads Frontier Rangers tend to use. But yeah.
Will do. Thank you for the offer. I think I'll have to give some thought to that ahead of time, but...
And definitely save some for yourself.
Will do. I'm hoping to keep at least 2 or 3 of them in reserve, because you know how things can be with the work we do.
Yeah. A rumor has it you guys had a spanker when you fought the naturally occurring beast Dagon.
Yeah, we did. Really?
Whatever happened to it? Is the one you have now the same one from the Majestic? Or did we give you that one? I can't even remember.
We got that from the Spartans that were training.
Oh, okay, the kid.
The kids, yes. From Crimson Squad. The one that was a gift from you guys on the fight with Dagon was deconstructed and used. I believe they were trying to use it to add a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher to the other side of Globnok's armor.
JD is gonna speak up. Is it true that this Globnok guy's dead, right?
Yes, he is.
So is it true that, the Tallgeese footage is out there? Did he really have some type of advanced automated turret built into that armor? Like,
Yes.
How do they function?
If I remember correctly, if you aren't aware, I'm not much of an engineer in that regard, but from my understanding, it used some kind of aura or radar or something like that to assist allies in hitting their shots.
Okay, so like target acquisition uplinks.
Exactly, that's the word. Apologies, not the best in terms of the correct terminology with engineering. It's not my forte.
What did it fire? Ballistics or laser or plasma?
It began as ballistics. I believe they eventually upgraded it to laser and were planning to upgrade it to plasma, but I believe they said that it could swap between them. And I think at the end it was capable of firing cluster rockets.
And well, your former engineer built all that?
Yes.
Yikes.
The downside of it, and this is a very fun one, because Snarf was basically shoving, what's the term, 6 pounds of shit into a 2-pound sack, with how much he had to get built into such a small thing, it had a limited amount of charge. It can only function for so long. Especially the target acquisition technology, it burned through the charge. Yeah, he'd burned through all of the charge in about 3 seconds of combat, so nobody else got any benefit from it.
Still a remarkable piece of tech. I mean, given what little you can see of it in the Tall Geese footage, which is some of the only public footage of Squad Sigma. But yeah, that's a crying shame, if I do say so myself.
It is. Snarf was a wizard. In his own way. I believe the thing was originally a, how do I put it? You know those deployable turrets, the ones you just throw out and they set themselves up?
Yeah, Marines love them, yeah.
It was one of those originally. He managed to miniaturize and upgrade that tech to that extent.
All while on the Majestic, being food deprived, water deprived, probably sleep deprived. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
Probably not working with the best equipment, given what little we know about Malcolm.
For the most part, no, although I think partway through he got him some pretty high-level equipment that I think was stolen from some shop on an independent colony. It was to work on Globnox armor, and because it was Globnox, it had to be the best, right?
Yeah.
He was something else. He really was. Oh my. The last thing I was gonna ask about is, shredder rounds for Ravage.
How many you want?
However many you think I can get for one more rocket.
I'll give you 10 for one more rocket. How many does that leave you with?
We're down to 7 more. Oh no, not 7,
Alright.
5.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, boys. And I will be coming down with other interesting stuff for you guys pretty soon.
No problem, that's why we're here.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
You're
And
welcome. Try to keep the queen happy. Pointing at Lorelai's office.
I try. I mean, can they see the Julius picture from here?
No.
Have you seen inside her office lately?
No, we try not to go in there.
That's fair. Well, all we can do is try, right?
Yep, do your best.
Alright, boys. I will see you later.
See ya. As Dowd here, what's Julius doing?
Julius is gonna take Ash's recommendation and go to the turtle shop.
She sees you coming. My most handsome customer.
Ah, thank you, ma'am. You're too kind.
What can I do for you? You're not being accompanied by your pretty little thing?
Not today. She had to go meet up with my in-laws. Her
Oh,
parents.
okay. What can I get for you? Buying for her?
Actually, a gift from my mom today.
Oh,
I remember you saying you didn't have this. It would only be Earthside, but I thought it'd be useful to at least try again. do you have some of that strawberry soda from Japan?
Yes, we do. You requested some, we didn't have it, so we went out of our way to make sure we'd have some here for you. Not a big supply, but we do have around 20 cans.
Oh my god. Uh, could I buy them all?
Yes.
Thank
80
you.
credits.
Only 80?
Yes. It's quite cheap in Japan.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. And he'll swipe his card for her.
She smiles at you, her son comes up, gives you the whole pack of them. Why did you acquire a taste for such an eclectic drink like that?
Oh, my wife, back in our headhunter days, she would, go on unplanned flights to Japan and get some, soda, other snacks, rice balls, that kind of thing.
Well, whatever types of snacks she used to get, tell us, and we'll acquire some and have them up here in stock for you. If your mother likes that soda, she probably liked those snacks.
That is true, she did. That's how my mom really started to enjoy her being around.
Well, let us know. Give us name brands, and we'll keep a small supply here.
Of course, I'll compile a list.
We are going to watch the MWF as the sun sits down and turns on Malcolm Wrestling Federation, sponsored by EarthGuard.
I hope you guys have fun with that.
Have a good day, young man.
You too.
You two are free to go wherever you.
I'm gonna call Julius. You know, if he's meeting up. All right, which would you like to do first? Checking in on Mum or that?
Yeah, let's... I don't want to risk these getting broken. I'll go give her the things.
Let's go.
You see poor Leslie looking dejected at her desk doing paperwork. Ugh.
Knock on the door.
Door opens for you. Boys.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, what are you doing down here?
Well, we heard you were feeling a bit dejected, and we decided to, and he'll set down the strawberry soda to get you that.
She looks down at it, looks right up at you, gets up from her desk and gives you a hug. Punk.
Mom, you'll pat her head.
She'll rub Ash's head with her free hand. You know, this was my office all those years ago when I was a rank and file officer. The exact same office. Couple floors down, but yeah.
At least you're on the nicer floor with everybody else in HQ.
Yeah. She stops rubbing Ash's head, lets go of Julia's. Yeah, I'd much rather be joining you guys today. Big mission.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
Well,
we're gonna get him back, Mom. Don't worry.
Oh, I know you will. You've never let me down, either of you. I know you.
and you'll get to brag even more about Julius, because he's about to be the only man to kill the Lightning Count twice.
You really think it's him?
There's arguments for both sides. Personally, it's probably him.
I think
What
so.
was Malcolm doing during this mission you guys went on?
Had disguised himself as a UIR official and was... I believe while that all was going on, he was just wandering in the background aimlessly as we tried to rescue the person we were there to get.
Christ.
Remember, this... You know that picture that was floating around of him with the newspaper?
Yeah.
This is the mission where that happened on.
Oh, God. Jesus. She starts rubbing her forehead.
Yeah, during the 1v1, I'm pretty sure I saw him up there cheering with the other UIR soldiers.
And this is why, when given the opportunity to split up, I chose to go up around the back of the building with Davine. Julius didn't get as lucky because... Come, sport, I'm going to show you how to infiltrate.
Oh, that was father-son Malcolm phase.
Mm-hmm.
And you probably thought it was awkward with Hunk, Julie.
Oh, thinking it was awkward with her. That it compares nothing to what Malcolm put me through.
I bet. She looks around the office, not too bad of a gig. It looks like Lorelei's office. It's a nice office. Not too bad of a gig, but people have a direct line to me here. It's tiresome. But somebody has to fill Pinhead's shoes.
It's fair, you gotta deal with people all day. Well, like you said, nice office. To be fair, better than any of the offices, including Mum's on Raven Rock.
Oh, anything beat Raven Rock.
If we do ever get the Headhunters back as an organization, can we, just for the kids' sake, maybe see if it can be somewhere other than Antarctica?
Oh, absolutely. Raven Rock should be decommissioned, in my opinion. Somewhere warm, I think, would be nice. Maybe with a beach. I'm growing fond of the beach the more we end up going.
It's nice, isn't it? Ooh, maybe we make it, what's the word? The kind of stationings that people almost fight to get.
Leslie sits back down at the desk, opens one of the sodas, pushes one to Julius and one to Ash. Yeah, tropical paradise. Many special forces train on beaches. They were called Navy SEALs a long time ago. Every country basically had an equivalent of a Navy SEAL, so Naval Special Warfare Group, and they would do all their prerequisite training on the beaches. So, yeah. We need somewhere with mountains, though. You see her eyebrow raised, looking at Julius, and then back down on planet Earth.
And probably somewhere with deserts, right?
Yeah, I mean, somewhere where, whoever the next gen is, whether it's our kids or not, can be put through the ringer.
What about Australia?
Are we trying to kill them? She looks confused.
I mean, you could say the same thing about Antarctica.
No, you can't. There isn't fucking poisonous wildlife behind every tree in Antarctica.
No, there's just the thing that if the generator happens to go out, you're liable to freeze to death.
Yeah, but you always have a vertibird to fly away.
It's true.
Or evacs a phone call away. I've been to Australia, New Zealand. Beautiful country. Both. There's a few EarthGov bases down there. Might be the place.
Maybe. I mean, we do want to make the best of the best, right?
Would hope so.
Yeah, I would too.
Who knows? Maybe even Julius will end up being in charge of the Headhunters. That would be ironic.
Yeah. I mean, I think I'm lucky just to be a sergeant right now.
Imagine that. What rank would it be to be in charge of them?
Well, it depends. It just depends. Commander is essentially between major and colonel, but commander is reserved for somebody who is in charge of smaller groups of people. Colonel, generally speaking, is given to somebody who's in charge of a brigade or a division. But that being said, commander, colonel, one of those two, just depends.
How ironic would that be? Colonel Julius Rainfall in charge of the Headhunters.
Beat Malcolm to colonel. She
Yeah.
starts laughing.
Oh, wouldn't that be hilarious?
Well, if he keeps this up, good attitude, getting good results on missions, the sky's the limit for Julius.
I think so. I'd say he most likely has a higher ceiling than I ever could.
Maybe. I don't know about that. It's not my place to give ranks, but you never know where you'll end up in a couple years. Doesn't matter right now. First, we got to get through Tewaz and friends.
As long as I've still got you guys, I'm happy with wherever I end up.
Colonel Lasley. Wouldn't that just make Malcolm roll over in that quicksand of a grave of his? She takes a drink of soda.
Yes, it would. Oh, it'd be so bad he might even try to come back to life.
Just to haunt you.
That would be terrifying, honestly.
Just imagine that you open your drawers one day and you just hear,
Leslie starts laughing. Yeah, that would be pretty terrifying. I'm glad he wasn't the biggest fan of mine. I'm the hag. What, washed up hag, I believe?
Yeah, that's what he would refer to you as.
For the most part, outside of a few instances.
Oh, that's okay. In the end, I'm still breathing. He's more than 6 feet under.
Never to return again.
God.
Thank God for that. Well, we have to go talk to Lorelei now.
Why you look so scared, Julian?
She's a scary woman.
Well, she likes you. You're on her good side. You should be glad. Just embrace it. She's married. She won't try to do anything to you. Anything to, you know. It's your fault. You shaped up. If you were still a little miscreant punk, she'd just be disgusted in you.
If I was still a miscreant punk, you wouldn't be able to have such wonderful conversations with me, Mom.
That's true. She probably would have did you in.
Probably worse than that.
If he was still a miscreant punk, I don't think he would have been able to beat old Pinhead.
Yeah. Old Pinhead. Has anybody told Davine about the, you know?
Take a guess.
Well, she has the right to know, so.
She does, although now your former miscreant punk and our little sister are planning an assassination of Pinhead.
You're really gonna try to whack him, Julius? You and Icy?
Cry?
You wanna whack him? Like, just, you wanna beat him up? Or you wanna kill him?
I mean, that's up to Icy, honestly. She's the boss. I'll follow her lead.
Let me know. I'll come help. He's not that important. Anybody can take his place. Look, I'm here doing his job. It's not a hard job, so.
Mm-hmm. And you're not watching karate movies and, what was it? Messaging people to go and have. You're messaging people to go cheat on your partner with. You're not doing that, and you're all caught up. Imagine that.
Yeah. I haven't seen Pequod today. How's she walking? All that action over the weekend I saw. I was getting worried about her hip. I thought she might have sprained it.
Oh, she's walking pretty good right now. She's visiting her mom right now. And, I think General Rico, if he's not busy.
It took you 7 years to finally limit break on her?
I mean, I didn't want to hurt her. I didn't know if she would be okay with it.
7 long years. How long did you want to do it for?
So, after the first year of us being together, that was always a thought on my mind.
She starts laughing.
There were a lot of thoughts on your mind about that you never asked her about.
I didn't want to make her feel uncomfortable or that I was a sleazebag or something like that.
Sitting on, she wanted to sit on your face. That was the other big craze the other day.
Yeah, it was.
Did you have fun?
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
Hey, it was fun. It was fun.
I'm
Very.
sitting on Hunk's face a few times. With the gas mask off.
Oh, okay.
Not with the gas mask on. Before you get any idea.
That would be weird.
Stupid.
Uncomfortable.
Yeah. Very uncomfortable. Or how did Malcolm say? Bristled to his perfection.
Bristled to perfection, Davine, just for you, and he'll stroke a non-existent beard.
I believe the other one was bristled for her pleasure.
Leslie gag.
Yeah.
How about you, Ash? Did you have fun? The sex fish?
I had a grand time.
The fucking Ricardo family secret?
Yes, yeah. It was a good time.
You know, that fish has been passed down in generations to his family for years. It's native to where his beach house is, but it's also native to where his parents live.
Wonder if that may have played a role in him picking that specific location for the beach house.
Oh, I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was.
Honestly, you should have just had brought some of that to have a lunch with you years earlier. It probably would have made things easier on him when asking you out.
Yeah, probably wouldn't have had to rely on you and my sister to clue me in. Like I told Davine in private, I wasn't that aware of Hunk's infatuation with me. Some of us are more oblivious than we look.
That's fair. I mean, all of us were a bit oblivious.
Yeah, oblivious, confused, hooligans. She looks at you.
And he'll put up a hand and start listing things off. Stupid, punk,
Promise
idiot,
ring.
promise ring. Oh god. If there's one piece of advice I'm gonna tell my kids, no promise rings.
None whatsoever.
Yeah.
We've already told the Spartans, haven't we?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's very important that we get that one across.
When you and Pequod were having your fight, and I was trying to help smooth things over, get your foot back in the door, she told me she called you Cyrus, and she felt terrible because it looked like you melted into the floor when she said that.
Yeah, she called me Cyrus. That one wasn't fun.
When we got back to the ship after that, he wasn't able to talk, he would only sign.
Yeah. That one really messed me up. I deserved it, though. I deserved it.
Well, let's hope Carter doesn't get called Juliet.
Oh, God. I surely hope he doesn't. Or that he's stupid enough to be called Julius.
She starts laughing. Though it might be a compliment. So.
Oh, at some point.
Alright, run along, go see Lorelei, and be careful on this mission. Not just for getting Blaze back, but watch your six. The UIR aren't to be underestimated, and whoever that is, man on fire, lightning count, watch your backs.
Yes, Mom.
Watch everybody's backs.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Mom.
I'll be waiting here for you when you get back.
Alright, you try and have a good day.
She winks at Julius and shoos you out of the office.
Alright, time to face the music.
Time to meet your maker.
The Rangers chuckle. Look who it is.
Yeah.
This guy speaks up. General Lorelei's favorite squeeze. Looking at you.
Oh. How are you two boys?
Good. Fine morning. The general is down in JSOC. You want us to call her up for you?
Yeah, we have some things we need to talk to her about.
No problem. This guy gives her a buzz. This guy looks over at Julius. Rumor has it you guys have access to a sex fish, at least Lorelei was talking about.
Mm-hmm, yeah. It's a family secret, though. Don't go around telling it.
Oh, won't say a word. Won't say a word. Imagine if some of that sex fish got into Lorelei's system around you.
Oh, God, I don't know what I would do.
Might be so blinded with lust she'd forget the fact she's married happily.
You might have to airlock yourself in that situation.
We should probably put a lock on the freezer door, Ash, just so people can't get to the mahi-mahi.
Yeah, that'd probably be for the best. We probably should. The kids are getting old enough. We probably should invest in that either way.
It might be a good idea. Who knows?
Could give some to that crazy Walren of yours.
I don't think that's a recipe for that to somehow end up getting to Lorelei.
Ah! This guy speaks up like the picture of her ass in your armory room.
Oh.
I've tried. I've torn that thing down so many times.
The only reason we know about it is because the Walren comes down here and shows us. He's looking for a supermodel.
Yeah.
Oh.
Says that ass and those breasts belong to a supermodel with those wind tattoos.
Mm-hmm.
She was actually in her office right here doing paperwork one of the mornings he came down. He seemed crazed. Past couple days he's come down. He seems fine. Just buying stuff to make somebody called Baby Girl breakfast.
Yeah. He's on his meds now.
Bet he's not the only one that needs meds in that apartment.
Well, if he continues to bring that picture down and wave it around, I'm probably gonna need to start taking heart medication.
This guy, yeah, looking for that Victoria's Secrets model.
And someday, at this rate, he's gonna find her.
As General Lorelei comes up the elevator, sitting on the side of her desk. They look back, alright, well, you have fun with the model.
Thank you, boys. Salutes. Ma'am?
She looks at Julia.
He salutes. Ma'am?
She claps her hands together. Have a fun trip at the beach.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Sit, relax.
Yes, ma'am. Sits down.
He'll sit.
What can I do for you this morning? There's no need to come down to JSOC before you leave. You're cleared for duty. You're cleared to go to Purchase Garden. The clock is ticking, though I would not orbital strike the city if you are there. So, but please try to have this all cleared up within the day.
We will. Well, two things. One, there was an incident with Ceres that has come to my attention a couple years ago, involving a hate crime.
Yes. You see her think back. It was strange. She got jumped by, well, we don't have an ID on them. We probably never will. But yes, she got jumped. Her and Sasha were shopping or something. They were on weekend leave.
Well, there is an explanation for that that may, in theory, assist you in finding those responsible.
I'm all ears.
Do you remember the footage referenced Miss Martin?
It's been a while since I've seen it, but vaguely.
Yes, it's in... We found out recently by connecting some dots together, along with a news broadcast we saw while at the beach, that Miss Martin is most likely Miss Denaria Martin.
She inhales sharply, looking at you.
It would appear that Denaria wrested control over one of Malcolm's idiotic console Kickstarters and used that power to try and punish Malcolm, Julius, and I for not pursuing her as a mate.
She's just.
Yeah. She was also planning, from what we've uncovered, to attempt to do the same thing to Pequod, although I don't think it would have gone the same for the assailants.
Looks dumbfounded, staring at both of them. Everything ties back to Malcolm.
Yes, it all does.
It's at this time Julius's wrist computer, good timing, starts beeping, and Scar has sent Julius some of the videos of Denaria and Malcolm arguing in the cargo bay.
Oh, well, these might prove prudent to our situation. Do you mind if I play these, ma'am?
Yes, but wait a minute. What was this console called exactly? This isn't the Malco or whatever?
No, it was originally called the ZX Malcolm Vega Plus. Some Sinclair, it was basically just a retread of some 19th or 20th century console, right?
Okay.
She wrested control and it became known as the ZX Danria Plus.
Okay. Play the clip, please, Julia.
Yes, ma'am. He plays it.
You dumb hick! What have you done? Why is your name listed as CEO?
Well, you know what, Malcolm? I might be a dumb hick, but at least I ain't you. 'Cause I'm the CEO of Denaria Vega. Eat it, boy.
You dumbass. What are you gonna do? You have no idea how to run a tech company like I, the Colonel, does.
I don't know. I don't know. Well, you know what? I've only been open for 5 days as the CEO, and I've still put out more product than you ever will for the Amalco.
You're piggybacking off of my accomplishments.
Your accomplishments? Huh, fat chance of that. You don't got any.
You'll pay for this. You'll pay.
I'll pay for it? Yeah, maybe I will, with all the money I'm gonna get from the Vega.
Oh, yes, I'm sure. Ah, you will. It's on, bitch.
The console wars have begun.
Lorelai watching the footage slack John. Who sent you this?
Scarfree Tooth, ma'am.
Would you mind forwarding me a copy?
Of course, ma'am.
Uh-huh.
The console wars have begun.
Apparently they had, ma'am.
So, I believe I've seen the news piece you're referencing. It was a short 45-minute spot. Don't tell me one of my rangers was involved in this scam and is currently wanted for wire fraud.
One of your rangers was not involved in the scam, but is wanted for wire fraud.
Malcolm made you the fall guy.
Malcolm made me the fall guy, ma'am. Apologies.
She smacks her lips and nods her head slightly, shaking it back and forth.
That was the other thing we were coming to ask about.
To have that expunged.
Yes, please.
Well, she comes over here, starts typing on her computer. It actually does not show up on your record currently. That's because whoever filed the injunction, I suppose, was from a frontier colony. But yes, we'll have it. We'll have it expunged.
Thank you. If I'm gonna have something on my record, I'd prefer it be something I actually did, you understand?
Yes. Malcolm always chose the right fall guy.
Yes, he did, because, well, it's hard to fight back when you're building Amalco controllers 24/7 or acting in his garbage films.
Yes, John Alvarado.
John Alvarado! Or Magneto.
She's looking around at the picture of, she's looking out the window at the recruitment poster of Lazy Eye Ash. Yes, not fond of Malcolm films, as you're well aware.
No, that's perfectly fair, ma'am. I mean, if my family didn't want to watch them so often, I'd avoid them like the plague. Not the best memories.
Lorelai looking at both of you. No children for you yet, points at Ash, but you realize your children are going to grow up in the Malcolm age.
Oh god, I didn't even think about that.
And given who their mother is, I'm sure they'll grow up watching those movies. Should we succeed, which we will succeed in stopping Tewas. But yes, you can see it now. She taps her temple every Christmas. Malcolm Christmas movies. Colonel all the way.
Colonel Hart.
Oh joy, what a joy to behold. Oh god, I didn't even think about that.
The gunslinger who stole Christmas.
Lorelai starts cackling. The gunslinger who stole Christmas, my lord.
One of the few animated movies he ever had commissioned.
Who did the animation?
I think it was a combination of Julius and some random frontier studio. Have you ever heard of... It's an old, like 21st century application called Fiverr.
Yes.
He basically used the frontier equivalent of that to find the lowest bidder.
Malcolm animation. Well, I'm sure I wouldn't be fond of that either.
No.
I guarantee not, ma'am.
Julia,
Yes, ma'am?
what would you say if I told you when somebody sees something through their eyes and they don't want to think about it, especially in the presence of some person or another? Oftentimes, it ends up being easier to spot when reading one's mind. Is there anything in that armory you'd like to tell me about?
Ah, shit. Well, some of the armory folk have managed to get hold of some pictures of you during the Archfiend incursion, man.
Ah, you see her lower jaw protrude, starting to reveal her lower teeth. Really?
Uh-huh. Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sure you were aware of this. Looking right over at that.
Yes, ma'am.
What pictures?
Well, there's one of you from I'm assuming it's a Christmas shoot.
Yes.
And then one of you just with your back turned to the camera, ma'am.
What is that? The colloquialism they refer to it as? Fat ass Lorelei?
I've never heard.
Is that fat with a P?
I've never heard that in reference to it. I've heard Zap refer to it as a supermodel, but yes.
How many pictures?
To our knowledge, 3?
2.5. One is a specific cutout of one of the pictures.
And where did they acquire the funds to buy these? Or whatever ones they purchased?
I believe at least one of them was purchased with Julius's credit card.
She starts laughing.
I believe the other one was purchased for them.
By who?
Hunk, ma'am.
Why?
As a reward
To-
for the A-team.
Oh, spying on the girls. Us!
Yes, ma'am.
Ah. Simple minds are easily satiated.
Yes, ma'am.
They may keep the pictures. I knew what I was doing when I agreed to those pictures all those years ago.
I'm sure they'll be thrilled when we tell them that, ma'am.
I'm sure.
What did you think of my ass, Julian?
It-
She turns in her chair looking right at Julian.
For a woman that is not my wife, it was nice.
She starts just nice as she stands up and steps closer to Julian.
Again, for a woman who is not my wife.
She pats Julius lightly on the head. I will always let you off the hook. Plays with Julius's lower lip with her thumb lightly. As long as you stay like this. Mature, handsome, and a good husband. And she sits back down and starts typing on her computer.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. And he's gonna, touch his lower lip in shock.
If that's all, I have to get back down to JSOC.
Yes, ma'am.
You're free to go, leave whenever you so choose. But, as I said, wrap this up within the day.
Will do.
There is a small contingent of EarthGov troopers, planet side, led by one of my rangers. You'll find them there. You'll be able to home in on their beacons there. They will assist you.
Yes, ma'am. Understood.
Very good. Run along. Be safe. And she disappears down the elevator.
Oh, boy.
Oh, that was, Well, at least we don't have to worry about that anymore.
Terrifying?
Extremely.
Oh, you got your lip fondled at least.
After being questioned about the general's ass.
And you answered in oh so political of a way.
Oh, I had to learn at least something from you over these years, buddy.
It was a good answer. Oh boy.
Gondar pops up on Julius's wrist computer. Ash, with you?
Yes, sir.
Make your way over to my office ASAP.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go see what's up there.
Door opens. Gondar, boys, I heard you're going on a mission from a little red-headed birdie.
Yes.
Yes, sir, we are.
All right. UIR, something or other, right? Same thing, that mission?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Ruger's looking at a computer. Gondar Burgess got it right. All right. So, in this city, whatever mountaintop UIR crap they got going on there, I don't know. But we had 2 hunters. Names are Taint. These are just their hunter names. I could pull up their real names. Doesn't really matter. Legal names. Taint and Visage. Now, they dropped out of EarthGov's guild a couple months back and signed up with the UIR. You can't work for the UIR as a bounty hunter and be in the guild. That's a no-go. They dropped out a couple months back. They're not associated with your buddy Tewaz in any way, shape, or form. But I would expect them, if you're going to Berchtesgaden, at least that's what Lorelei told me, and you just confirmed it, they're going to be there. So, be ready.
Any information on their combat abilities or styles or something that may assist us?
Well, they're a duo. They've always been a duo. They grew up together. So they have a hell of a rapport fighting together. My suggestion would be to keep them split. Don't let them fight together. Visage is your quintessential bounty hunter. He's got tricks up his sleeve, nice, decent pistol, and he knows how to win a knockdown, drag-out fight. A pretty accomplished hunter. And Taint as well. Taint is a bowwoman, whatever you preferred. Excellent marksman. She custom makes her arrows. I don't know much about her custom made arrows in terms of like different types of tips or anything like that, but I'd watch out, especially if the UIR is supplying them with tech. Sky's the limit on the type of arrows she could have at her disposal.
Understood.
I would expect them to be in the city, maybe not leading, but bolstering the UIR forces. It's not uncommon for the UIR to hire bounty hunters to, bolster their ranks, at least for short periods of time.
Of course, sir. Thank you for the information.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Watch your 6 out there, and like I said, just keep them split.
Works for me, shouldn't be. No offense to the guild, but if we can keep them split, it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Bring back their medallions here, and I'll owe you one. Both of you.
Will do.
I know somebody's in the market for Escalade parts.
Yes, sir, I am.
Bring back the medallions, and I'll help you get a part or two. How about that?
Deal.
All right. Then run along. The clock is ticking. At least that's what my wife said.
Yep.
Yes, it is.
Got to the end of the day.
Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Free to go.
Alright, is there anything else we need done?
Talked to SIS, got Mom a gift, got your record expunged, you criminal. I think that's everything unless you need to talk to, like, logistics or something.
I don't think I do at the moment. I got a nice chunk of ammunition for the upcoming fight. I think we're good.
Alright, yeah. I would like to go get some parts, but that can wait. Doesn't seem very important right now. So yeah, we're good.
Let's rock.
Make your way back to the apartment. Most everybody's still in the kitchen. Scar and Commander Integra's in the kitchen. Scar is playing Swift.
Alright. Let's go. He's gonna make his way into the kitchen. Hello, everyone.
Most of them are eating egg sandwiches as Banksy sits done cleaning up the kitchen, relaxing. Everybody turns to you. Saris, you not a criminal anymore?
Not anymore. And, oh boy. Not a criminal anymore. She's been informed of Denaria Martin, and the boys in the armory can keep the pictures.
You see Sasha spit take, but against the wall, not hitting poor Memory Ann. And Hunk, you told her?
It's not that we told her, she more just read my mind.
Oh, Icy starts laughing.
Yeah.
She took it well.
About as well as me telling her anything can go.
Something. She said she knew what she was getting into when she took them, so she can't really be mad.
Suletta nods her head. She's used to it at this point. Those pictures have been floating around for hundreds of years.
And they'll float around for, well, as long as the Enet exists.
Even Pequod's father had a picture of her up in his locker.
But of course he did.
Very fond of, as the armory folk call it, fat ass Lorelei.
Oh.
Strange too, Zap has met General Lorelei, I believe, and he doesn't recognize.
Which is worrying because even on his meds he doesn't know who Lorelei is. Or remember her, at least.
Has he met her since being on the meds?
Everybody shrugs. I don't know.
If not, then there's a chance he doesn't remember because he's never met her while on his meds.
I see, last time Lorelei was up here, doing things we're not going to talk about, Zap had a very weird moment of clarity and ended up saving Snarf's journal. Somehow.
Yes, he did. Either way, I still worry for the day that sober Zap meets the General.
Yeah, that might be the nuclear option.
Suletta, what's the nuclear option, hooligan? Juligan?
I do a striptease for General Lorelei.
She laughed. Hunk, you know, that lady does a lot for us. What we do here breaks a lot of the conventional rules. We should, as I was saying earlier, I don't think you were around, but do something for her.
We should.
I mean, like, yeah, it would be a good idea. What do you have in mind?
I see Julius Fireman's calendar. One of a kind, something only she can have.
I'll talk to Pequod about it. She has enough pictures.
Sasha starts cackling.
Might as well just make December the dick month. So just put the... Yeah.
Big Dick December, I see.
Oh, God, I see.
Hunk, Big Julius Dick December.
Oh, God.
How's Laz holding up down there?
She seems pretty bored. But, once we gave her some strawberry soda, she seemed to perk up a bit.
And she's, she's not used to dealing with random people to that extent.
Suletta, yes, hiding in a bunker all those years. Locked away from the world. Not good for one's mental health.
No. Yeah. Oh, she's doing better. And I think she's gonna get used to it rather quickly. Mom's too tough to let something like that get her down.
Icy and pokes Davine's shoulder. What if you and Suletta go down and go out to lunch with her someday?
I think
Or
that's...
just have lunch in her office?
I think that's a wonderful idea. We can make some nice sandwiches that we can all eat together. It would be up to Letty, though.
I'm game whenever.
Then we should do that. Have a little surprise for good old Laz.
Perhaps Julian could cook us a nice brunch to take down to her. Maybe Banksy could help him. The egg sandwich was good, but just Julian's is 100%. This egg sandwich was 95%. Still good.
Julius pats Binksy's shoulder. Yeah. I mean, like, just let me know when and I'll get right on it.
He shrugs. Oh god. Looks at his wrist computer. I gotta go run flashpoints.
Oh.
You know, I'd rather come on the mission and be shot at than do this. He looks at Icy and she laughs at him.
Look on the bright side. Does he, well, I should ask, does he make him, or does he make you do all the bonus objectives?
Icy, it depends. If it's getting late at night and Zap's meds are starting to wane, then yes.
So,
But it's early in the day and the meds are going strong, so he'll be fine.
so what you're saying is if you're doing dailies with him, you get certain places out of the way first, because I remember the day I did, what was it? Nashada with him,
Sarah starts laughing.
and he wanted to do every single bonus objective.
Icy, yeah, they're not fun to run. He enjoys running Belsavis dailies with baby girl.
I am glad I'm going on a mission, because today is usually when we run the dailies.
Commander Integra, your friend the Saint, have you checked up on him recently? Since you assisted him this weekend, Julius?
No, I haven't thought to. Did he try to get killed again?
Well, unfortunately, it never ends for the Saint.
Oh.
In retaliation for Miss Thunberg's demise, juvenile delinquents have begun launching cyber attacks against the Saint.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? You'd think Tommy would have better antivirus than that.
Well, these delinquents are quite talented.
Oh my god, this dude's flipping the double birds at the Saint.
Icy starts laughing.
Yes, he is.
Sasha, look at him. He's done with the Saint. He looks drunk. Commander closes the picture. Yes. Glazed look in his eyes.
Yes, he looks almost like one of those kids from that comic shop, too.
Zuletta, those are responsible young men. I doubt that's any of those two.
I doubt it, too, but it is a bit of a striking similarity.
You hear the front door open, and Towns calls everybody out.
Wonder what that's about.
Icy gets up. Ugh. Sarah, Sasha, Hunk, Suletta will stay and tend to the children with Commander Integra. You guys move out here, and Towns is standing with somebody.
Who's this, Towns?
He stares blankly at the group and doesn't say anything. And you see this person of much shorter, not much, but shorter stature than him elbow him in the kidney. And he, This is, as he walks up, Agent P, my new trainee.
Oh.
So I'm sorry, why does she have a letter rank if you're her trainee? Like, shouldn't you be Agent W if you're training a trainee?
I don't know. She comes from the frontier, with some tactical espionage experience, so I think that's why she's been given the rank. She has a lot more experience than me, as he's staring.
Oh,
And
okay.
so I'm just showing her the ways of EarthGov and rules and protocol and procedure. She's supposed to be amazing in combat.
Oh, okay. Well, pleasure to meet you, Agent P.
A hand-to-hand specialist that rivals even the best trained of Major Lasley.
Oh, really?
Sasha comes, shakes her hand as Saris is shaking her hand.
Walks up. Well, we'll probably have to have you have a sparring match with Julius at some point, if that's the case.
She nods slightly, and you notice she has a tricked-out M4 carbine, phased.
It's a beautiful M4. It's a lot like the one we made for Pequod, isn't it?
No, you made her an M14.
M14,
M4 and
sorry.
M14 are two
Yep.
completely different guns.
Brain fart, sorry. It's a nice piece.
She nods. She has the gun holstered around her chest. She kind of nods with the gun.
So, hand-to-hand specialist, you were trained by self-taught, or on the frontier there was a good school, something like that?
She nods her head at the self-taught comment. Towns, yeah, she doesn't talk much. An injury from the frontier. Her vocal cords were damaged during torture.
Oh. Oh, God, I'm sorry, I didn't realize. I'll try to be more considerate from now on.
She shrugs and shakes her head. Towns, yeah, she'll learn sign language, then you can talk to her, probably.
Oh, okay, I can teach you if you want.
She gives you a thumbs up quickly and puts it back down. So she'll be coming with us on the mission to... What are we doing exactly?
What?
We're going to fight into a UIR facility and obtain Dr. Morgan and possibly kill the Lightning Count, all before an orbital strike happens.
Towns nods. Great. UIR people. Shouldn't be too much trouble.
Ah, very nice beginner mission for her. I mean, UIR. A nice stepping stone group, I'd say.
Hunk looking her up and down. It's a hell of a get up there, Towns. It even rivals yours, Towns. Yeah. It's very expensive.
I'd assume so.
She just stares, looking around at everybody.
Well, welcome to the squad.
She shakes Ash's hand lightly and then takes her hand away immediately.
Well, for the time being at least, until this one gets you all trained up in EarthGov's ways.
Towns, yes, I can't wait till she's gone and on her own doing her own mission. Is that right, Agent? She stares at him, looking up at him, and he's looking down at her. And they don't say anything.
Well, yeah. Should be good. Should be a good mission for her to learn a bit on. Yeah. Pleasure to have you here.
She nods her head and pushes her way through you and Sasha. And she stands in the corner with her arms crossed, looking very cool.
Julius is gonna walk up to Towns. So is she like a punk, like I was or something?
Oh, you could say that, Julia. She's a fucking punk, alright.
Oh, jeez, is that bad?
Yeah, that bad.
Well, shouldn't be too hard. We'll set her straight the same way we helped set him straight.
Oh, I'm sure somebody will set her straight. Towns just glaring at.
You don't seem the biggest fan of her.
Icy looks up at him. Yeah, what's wrong? You're usually in a much better mood than this. Towns, nothing. Just a long morning with Agent P.
She doesn't seem to talk much. Is she annoying or something like that? Or is it just the punk thing?
Oh, annoying is an understatement. He's just glaring right.
Right. She'll look back over at Agent P, and
She's flipping a coin in the air, catching it.
just
Trying to look cool.
she raises an eyebrow. Right. And looks back over at Icy. Right.
She's tilting her head, looking at Agent P.
Well, it's no matter. Annoying if you want, as long as they get the job done, it works, right?
Oh yes, they'll get the job done. I'm sure of it. I have to go check my ballistic shields. Make sure I have a bunch of them. This morning I can do this, watch. He steps up here, types on his wrist computer, and a ballistic shield, like a tower shield, comes up in front of him, a hollow shield.
Well, that's very nice to be able to do.
Yeah, yes, it's very safe to hide behind! Agent P just keeps flipping the coin.
Right, well, he looks from side to side. Keep that in mind, buddy.
Yeah, it
Ah,
should be nice to be able to call upon. Your bag of tricks grows ever deeper.
Sasha comes up. You gotta loosen up, honey. We're going on a mission. You gotta be cool, calm, and collected. Towns, yeah, I'm going to the ship. Come on, trainee. As Agent P looks at him, 2 fingers salutes him and follows him to the ship.
Gods, he was more irritated then than when he was first assigned to us.
Sasha, I've never seen him like this. He looks stressed.
He definitely seems stressed. I mean, the trainee certainly seemed very flippant about going on a mission.
Saris, well, if the clock's ticking, we better get moving. Let's give Pequod a call. As she types on her wrist computer and there's no answer. Great.
Oh, God. Here, let me try. He'll try and give her a call.
Sasha, this happens more than you'd think when she's with her parents. They make her turn off her wrist computer when they eat together. It's some type of old school thing.
Oh, yeah, it makes sense.
No answer. I see. Wonderful. We're burning daylight.
God damn it. I don't know. He looks over at Icy. You think you can... And he flicks his head.
I most definitely can. As Julius's wrist computer starts to ring.
He'll look at it and answer it.
It's Pequod.
Oh, Pequod. Hey, we're trying to...
She's sweating visibly, and her hair looks ruffled.
Hey,
Hey,
everything okay?
what's wrong?
We're gonna go on the mission. We need you to fly us. You're sweating. Are you okay? Everything okay with your mom?
Yeah, everything's fine. My dad wanted to have a brief workout session. Dad can still work out with the best of them. We used to work out when I was young. Father-daughter bonding thing.
Right. Yeah, of course. Well, we do need to get to the mission, so, as soon as you're able to.
I'll take my dad's personal ship down here up to the Nova's docking bay at the apartment. I'll be up at the ship probably before you. I'm going right now. And she hangs.
Okay. So, what are the odds of General Rico actually working out with her?
Hunger. I don't know. Beats me. I don't really know the inner workings of their family. I see they do work out together. I've worked out with them. Old Rico can bench press with the best of them, but
Bench press enough to make her like that?
I see. Shrugs.
Right. Oh, I'm sure it's okay. It's probably nothing.
Unless she looked all frazzled because he was screaming at her. I've seen her look like that when he screamed at her many times.
Why would he be screaming at her?
Who knows? Sarah speaks up. Maybe it's because she almost had sex on a podcast.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah, no. I know what you're talking about, Saris. That couldn't be it.
She was biting your neck harder than I've ever bitten Ashes, and I'm the vampire of the team.
Mm. Seriously, I was worried she was gonna take a chunk off of you.
Or his entire head.
I don't know what you're talking about. I definitely still don't have the scar from it.
Ah! Hug, that's a good scar to have. Sasha, I'm gonna go suit up and go try to calm Towns down before we go.
Yeah, we probably all should suit up.
Agreed.
Eris disappears to go get armored up and head to the Nova with Hunk, Icy. And you guys are free to do what you wish.
Julius and Davian are gonna go get suited up and go to the Nova.
Okay.
Ash too. Ooh. Nah, I forgot to ask her about making more of the void shotgun shells.
You ask her on the ship.
Will
Just
do.
make sure you bring.
I'm gonna bring them.
And you find yourselves on the Nova.
Well, alright. Everybody, this is gonna be a tough one in some ways. Just be careful.
Towns and Sasha sitting here with Davine, Saris, and Hunk. And Hunk, yeah, UIR, they could be dangerous, frisky, you know, but we'll be okay. As a team, ain't nothing gonna stop us.
Agreed. It's always a bit of a worry to try and assault an enemy base.
Yeah, but I mean, this might be one of the few times Pequod can let loose on the Nova safely. I don't think they have any anti-air emplacements. I guess we'll know more when we get on the ground.
Ooh, that's very fun.
It'll probably be very useful too.
Icy sitting up here. Saris looking at Davine. You ready to go?
As I'll ever be.
I mean, you slay a king of men. This is probably like 30 steps down from that.
She shrugs. Every fight should be taken with the same amount of salt.
Saris nods. That is well said. Hunk, I heard through the grapevine they got some type of bounty hunters bolstering their ranks or some shit.
I believe that Gondar said they were formerly his. Work as a team. One's more of your standard pistol, rough and tumble bounty hunter, and the other's more of a bow user. His advice was separate them.
Hunk, alright. Good to know.
Shouldn't be too much of a problem.
I've faced a few hunters or two that have worked with the UIR in my time. We'll be alright.
Not me personally, I was too busy getting my back broken, but Julius and the rest of the squad killed too with the help of Nick and Carter.
Oh, by old Tawab.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know that one. The more I think about it. And Sasha, that's the clip of Malcolm trying to beg the Spartans to leave Ash behind when they clearly could read his life signs were still alive.
Thank God they didn't.
Appreciate that. I think their names were Adder and Boa.
Never heard of those two.
From what I've gathered, they weren't the biggest time bounty hunters.
What's Julius?
Julius is looking over at Pequod, squinting at her.
She waves you over.
He's gonna walk up. Hey, you okay?
Yeah, just exhausted.
Oh, okay. He's gonna start messing with her hair to try and push it down.
Exhausted. I thought I was being invited to an early brunch with my parents, and my dad just wanted to work out.
Ah, okay. Does your mom also work out?
No. Oh God, no. He doesn't make mom do that. No.
So what's old Dad's PR?
PR?
Personal record. Bench.
Oh, I don't even know. I didn't even know that's what PR stood for. I don't know. I know he's got a lot of the circular weight things on the bars.
Oh, dumbbells. Okay.
Is that what they're called? I don't know. I really don't enjoy working out. I just do it because it makes him happy. Most of the time, I just do the leg machine and pretend like I'm doing something while watching the TV.
How about this time he made you do something?
Yeah, he got me good. I think I did 99 reps or something like that.
Damn, of what?
Lifting a bar with circles on.
Oh, okay. 99 reps of a dumbbell lift. Got it.
Yeah, something like that, where you lie on your back and lift up and down.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you guys had some father-daughter bonding time.
I like cardio. I like running on a treadmill. Not so much lifting weight. That's not for me.
Yeah, you leave that stuff to me. He's gonna wink at her.
Yeah, agreed. It's just no fun. Nope.
Oh, yeah, it isn't for everyone.
Whew.
Do you need, like, some water or something? You seem very crazed right now.
Just tired and the adrenaline of the post-workout dopamines are hitting me.
Oh, okay. I'll get you some water. Maybe that'll calm you down, okay?
Yeah, Sonny has bottles of water in the med bay.
Yeah, he'll go up to Sunny and get a bottle of water.
She's chuckling to herself, trying to cover her mouth.
What's up with you?
Oh, nothing. Just perusing the e-deck.
He'll look at what she's looking at. Oh, God.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Just memes stupid kids make.
Oh, my God. That's fucking good.
Malcolm, I can hear Ash saying it now. Malcolm, you have the wrong fucking number.
Oh, my God. Hello, Davey, my love. Nope, not even gonna say it.
Yeah. What do you need? Somebody. We haven't even started the mission. Nobody should be hurt.
Nah, I was just told you have some bottles of water in here.
Oh, yeah. Sparkling water, just like Pequod like.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alright, he's gonna pat her head. Be good.
Saris looks at Ash and looks around. Looks back at Ash. Where's, your trainee, Town? Towns, oh, she's antisocial. She comes equipped with a stealth field generator. She's probably brooding around somewhere in the engine bay or something waiting. She's got a bad attitude, if you ask me.
That's not too bad. Shouldn't take too long to break that habit.
Yeah, not too long at all. As he stares this direction.
Right, yeah. You alright, man? It looks like you want to fucking choke slam somebody.
Just a tense day. I didn't really like working with you guys at first. I'm used to working with you guys. I enjoy being around. Having a random person pushed on me and bossing me around just...
I get you. I can't say I'd probably be too fond of that relationship either, so fair enough.
Especially with one with such a shitty attitude.
That's fair. Well, I'm sure she'll warm up to us. And you.
Yeah, hopefully she's gone after this mission.
Well, I mean, I know it can be rough with the whole, like, punk attitude and everything, but I was a pretty big punk if you ever need help with it.
Yeah, I think if anybody could get a handle on her, it's you, Julius.
Well, probably a punk knows a punk.
Oh, yeah. Very well, probably.
Oh, I mean, I do know how they work. And he'll pat his shoulder and go give Pequod her water.
Saris is laughing at town. It's not bad to have a trainee. The Spartan kids are fun, right? Ash loves them, yeah?
Yeah, I love having him around, and it's a joy. I'm sure you'll form something like that with her in due time.
What if I die of a heart attack first?
Now you'll be fine.
Punk like Nicole was when she was a kid, always giving me heart attacks. Jesus. Davine, did you know the first time Ash and Julius ever met Nicole was she snuck on a mission with us?
Oh my god.
She was 16.
And
Oh.
I'm pretty sure she legitimately gave you a heart attack that day.
Yes, I'll never forget it because, we have rules. You can't have child soldiers. I'm sure Malcolm probably somehow is wanted for something in that effect. And I saw my 16-year-old daughter just shredding Max Tech commandos, breaking all rules and I saw my career flash before my eyes. Then I had a heart attack and grabbed Julius's arm.
Oh my. That was the first time you two met, these two.
Yeah, it was interesting. She nearly gave me a heart attack on that mission as well, running in to fight that... was it the Proto-Shrike?
Punk, I don't know. I wasn't there. I was throwing down with what turned out to be one of these cult dudes. Didn't know it at the time, Davine, but yeah.
Yeah.
They went down to the lab and beat the fuck out of some robot or something like that.
Well, that's very good. I would expect nothing less out of these three.
That was back during Punk Julius phase, as the word punk is very popular today.
Yes, I'm sure it is. It is, yes.
Have you guys gotten around to rewriting that report for General Lorelei?
I don't think we've quite reached that one yet.
That'll be a good one.
It will. I mean, today we just finished up, right before we left, we were finishing up the Space Hunters report.
Nice, he's gonna come up, leaving the chair. What's Julius do?
He's just looking at Pequod, squinting at her.
She looks up at you. What's wrong?
I'm just worried about you. You seem more on edge than usual.
Ah, long day.
He'll walk over and sit down in the chair. Makes sense. Sometimes dealing with moms and dads can be exhausting.
Yeah, and my dad is, particularly exhausting because General Rico, so yeah.
That makes sense.
Hard to deal with at times, but you gotta go into the gym and lift those things and do that stuff, and there you go.
Did he, yell at you or anything?
No. He was in a good mood today.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
I really have to screw up to get yelled at.
Oh, what, almost having sex on a podcast?
I don't think he's actually seen that one yet. But driving your hover car into the house or making unauthorized stops with your vertibird around the planet Earth, that's the kind of stuff that can get you yelled at. Or as she stands up because the ship's on autopilot and guides you this way. Or that time Ash convinced us to storm Sword Base and demand the Arcane Council we stay as a team.
Yes, Ash convinced you.
Sasha starts laughing. Oh god.
Pequod, if you're gonna tell tall tales, remember, they've gotta be believable. There is not a force on heaven or earth that would let me convince you to do something you didn't want to do.
Pequod drags Julius by the arm over here. You should have seen it, Mom, looking right at Davine. One morning we woke up at Raven Rock and Ash said, "We're going to this place, fly." I said, "I don't want to go. What are you talking about? You can't make," and he put a gun to my head and made me fly him to Sword Base so he could storm in and demand he be kept in an Arcane Council squad with Ceres. Isn't that right, Julius?
Yeah, Ash is the one that did that. Put a gun to your head.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that sounds like something a Sherion would do.
Totally.
Then we got there and we saw those signs, "Do not cross," and I crossed anyway. I mean, Ash crossed anyway. We all tried to talk sense into him. He wouldn't listen. It was crazy. Just crazy.
Crazy, yes. What happened after that? I'm sure you all got detained or something.
She doesn't say.
Oh no, what happened, Pequod? My memory's so fuzzy about that event.
I think pretty much what happened is the guards were not happy to see us. They threatened us with court-martial, but thanks to my gift of gab, I talked them down, and Icy came out and got us off the hook. Then I said, "Come on, Ash, it's time to get back to the Vertibird. We're going home," and he just ran into the base. And then I got promoted to lieutenant back then for my responsible actions trying to keep Ash in line.
It wasn't.
Icy just...
It definitely wasn't to try and teach responsibility or anything, no.
And that's what happened, Davey.
Oh, of course. She looks over at Julius. Yes, my wife. The most responsible out of the four of us.
Punk, they came about, I'd say, a rat's ass hair fucking away from being court-martialed. Or just gunned down, in general. If Nicole wasn't on base that day and showed up, I am pretty sure none of us would be sitting here right now. And they'd be in jail.
Yeah.
Oh, well. She puts an arm around Icy. Thank God for you.
Icy leans her head in on Davine's shoulder and rests it. Hug. Yeah. Wonderful idea. Run up to the Arcane Council and say we're Team Gods of this moment, so Ash and Julia should not go to Malcolm's team. Because that worked so well.
Team Gods of this moment.
Ceres, I remember that day like it was yesterday. All those laser pointers aimed at us, and then I looked to my right and I saw engraved onto the side of the base, Sword Base, property of EarthGov at the Arcane Council, and almost shit my pants.
Yeah, it was one of the only times I ever called you Patricia.
Pequod, yep. Well, it was a tense moment, trying to talk Ash down.
Right, yeah. Trying to talk Ash down.
Somebody had to try. She turns her nose up at everybody.
Somebody did. I don't know why it wasn't me, but he rubs her back. Somebody did, and I'm glad it was you.
Ash can be hard to handle sometimes.
Yes. All that talking, all that silver-tongued devilry. He's a criminal, you know, or, well, he used to be.
That's how he got the coordinates to Sword Base. He charmed his way through my dad to get the coordinates, if I recall.
Wow, you had a direct line to General Rico, Ash?
I did, apparently.
Pequod doesn't say anything.
Yes. Apparently. And I'm sure that's what if there were an official report, I'm sure that's what it would say.
Pequod, I never got around to writing that one. So I believe the fabricated version of it being my idea is listed on the official report.
Oh yes, fabricated. Because I'm so known for doing that.
And Sasha, I got hung up on that day. I tried to call her, tell her it was a bad idea, and she hung the fuck up on me.
Oh, so it was a bad idea, Pequod.
Pequod, yeah, it was pretty scary there for a while. But thankfully, the Arcade Council, with the exception of, was that Malcolm's granddad or something?
Yeah, Master Chance.
He was a dick, but the other three are great.
Yeah, he was. And to think, it was all. He's all that time when we thought it was no, they're putting together the best squad. No, it was him trying to get the best bodyguards for his dumbass grandson.
Sasha, well, I mean, he picked two good ones. Given who else was on the squad, I guess it explains how Dennoria got there. We know that, but yeah.
Yeah.
And then a cleric who just randomly retired.
Yeah, Artis. Somewhat decent man, but yeah.
And then
Yeah.
random exoframes.
Didn't get to know Xerix or PT Valk. Xerix was kept to himself. He was a very good fighter, probably not to pump myself up, but outside of Julius and I, him and PT Valk were the only actual good fighters on that squad.
Saris, not to make light of Malcolm's stuff and make you feel bad, but I do think it would be nice if we watched the. Well, I want to see it personally, but I do think it would be nice if we all watched the documentary about the Curse of Cherokee. Was that his name?
Cornstalk.
Cornstalk.
Jennifer's bought the documentary and she's been waiting the past couple days. We were at the beach. She wants to watch it, so I think we should watch it with her. Right, Davine?
Yes, of course, we should. She rubs her face. We should watch it with her.
We make sure we thank her when she makes us breakfast every morning, right, Davy? Sarah's looking at
Yes, Saris, I thank her every morning.
Good. But just making sure, Davine, given your track record. Sorry.
Oh.
Yes. I think it'd be.
What does Davine do? Go ahead, keep going, Ed.
I think it'd be a good thing to watch with her.
Davine looks down at her lap. Yes, given my track record. She's gonna stand up and walk over here next to Icy so she can sit down.
I see we'll sit down in Davine's spot.
Yeah. I see. I managed. I got you a whole bunch of 12-gauge shells.
How many void ones do you want?
I don't think we really have much that would be using them otherwise. So, 20 of them.
Hold them out so I can see them.
He'll do that.
She snaps her fingers and they start faintly glowing purple. By the time we get there, they'll be good to go.
Perfect. Think it's time to break in good old Aether and actually get a good use out of it.
I see. You know, at some point, we gotta go back and talk to that dragon. And everybody here has to come. Because dragons respect strong people.
Yes, they do.
God, do I have to come? Looking worried. I see. Yes.
Ooh, that's scary.
Saris, nothing can stop a colonel.
Yes, while we're there, no mentioning Malcolm.
Yes, like when he... Quiet, overgrown worm, what are you going to give me?
I see, he didn't say that, did he?
He did.
And it let you leave alive.
It was probably too annoyed by our presence and thought that it wasn't useful enough to kill us.
I think it found what Malcolm did almost humorous in how insulting it was.
I see. Well, the Singles Mother Club has cooked up a pretty neat plan. They want to bring back Suletta's husband. So we need to be able to broker a deal. To bring back, she looks around the table, Snarf. And I actually don't even know his name.
His name is Duke.
Okay, Duke. Duke, I assume he took the Lasley last name.
She nods.
Okay.
Okay.
You better sharpen that silver tongue of yours, Ash. I see you looking right at it.
Oh boy. We'll try. At least we know we have something it wants, right?
Yes. We can do something for it, and in return, it can do something for us. Maybe
Should
we offer it, I don't know, something of Malcolm's as penance.
I suppose.
Not any of his stupid memorabilia. His fake Colonel insignia. Too bad we can't get that.
Too bad we can't get like half the stuff.
Someday some salvage or archaeology team is going to make a killing getting down to that ship.
Billions of credits on it, from my understanding. Sarah speaks.
Yeah. Far more than billions of credits, I think.
Yeah. And
Imagine how
that's-
much that Escalade's worth, Ash. Sarah's looking.
Oh my. Well, I know they said he put like 700,000 credits worth of aftermarket parts on, and the fact that it's in the Cool M videos, it's basically a blank check.
Sasha, it appears in some of the MWF like matches and tapings or whatever the colloquialism is. Like, you know, they would do street fights and it would be out there. He hit somebody with it. At one point, he ran over somebody that looked like they were dressed as like a mime or something like that.
Oh, right. It was a no-holds-barred match, and he was trying to finally kill the mime, who survived and then proceeded to win the match.
Sasha starts laughing.
Mm-hmm.
Pequod, Malcolm getting beat up by a mime does sound funny.
It does. I think the mime is one of the few, other than Monkey Boy, one of the few non-Malcolm characters that had a positive win-loss record against him.
Pequod laughing, looking at Juliet. So I heard you saw Commander Integra in a predicament earlier today.
Yeah, her and Scar are good to go.
Sarah's, oh.
Look on the bright side, darling. It wasn't you or I that walked in on them.
Hug, yeah, I'll pay back a bit.
That it is.
Sasha, they make a nice couple.
Yeah. As long as he's good to her, I don't see anything wrong with it.
Yeah. If he's not, then there's going to be hell to pay.
Saris, I don't think we have anything to worry about there. He's a good guy. Takes good care of baby girl, from my understanding.
Yes, he does. He's a very sweet man. A gentle giant, almost.
Saris pulls up on her wrist computer an order form from a hoodie site. Did you know they're ordering you baby girl hoodies, Davey? They say baby girl on the front and back. Hot pink, white letter.
I was not aware of that, no.
One of them says greatest DPS in the world.
Oh. I suppose I should take that as a compliment, even though there's only 6 people that play that game.
Hunk, whose money do they use for that? And Saris, apparently it's Zap's money. They didn't use the squads this time. Hunk, oh boy. Now you gotta wear them.
I suppose I do. Maybe you'll get this headhunter hoodie back.
No, you can keep it. You look good in it.
Oh, thank you.
You look good in it, suits you well, makes you feel safe. That's the point. Baby girl.
Okay, Mark.
He starts laughing.
Mark.
Yeah, Mark.
Yes, it's his middle name.
Is it now? I
Yeah.
was not aware of that.
Yes, it is. That's my middle name. Still don't know how she found out. Or if I do, I don't remember.
I have my ways.
Oh, I bet you do. You look the type.
She gives him a little smile and then pats his head.
Oh, yeah. Don't call me Mark. She can call me Mark. Nobody else can.
Gonna look over. Chances are, I think one of those two might have their kids call you Grandpa Mark.
That I'd be okay with. That I would be okay with.
Yeah, maybe our kids won't know you as Hunk. Maybe they'll know you as Mark.
Pequod and Grandpa Scar and Zap living with us.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we'd have to have Grandma Integra living with us, too.
All bare-chested and busting out, Julius. Pequod.
Oh, God. I really thought I had seen enough of, nude Integra for my entire life. Apparently the universe thought otherwise.
Towns, when did you see her nude before?
When we first got back from the frontier, some things that were told to Saris that weren't true, Ash cheating on her, and the fact that we left and that sort of hurt her, and it all sort of culminated into like a dementia mindset that Lorelei had to help us out with.
Yeah.
Did she just flash you guys on the reg?
No, we just had to go down to Tommy's and obtain her because she was walking around on Gateway with no top.
Town starts laughing. Right. Glad I missed that face.
Yeah, kinda wish I had as well. Also,
As the
she also tried to kill me with a sword.
I see grabbing, face palming. Yeah, those were hard days at the apartment. Poor Mercurius getting beat to hell by.
Have at the Ash.
Icy starts grabbing her stomach, cackling, and Sarah starts shaking her head, laughing. Sasha, lucky she didn't cut off your arm or some shit there.
Ah yes, cut off the good hand.
Oh, that's right. You really did come back from the frontier banged up, Ash. Sasha looking at you.
Yes, I did. You guys should have. Well, yeah, I guess you have now, but not really. You should have seen how bad I was before they fixed me.
I see, yeah. Julius came back, and I remember looking at him, and when we found them and got them back here on the ship that first day, I remember thinking, Julius looks bad. And I'd look at Ash and just thought, oh my god, he looks like he got ran over by a train 20 times. I did not know what to do.
Yeah. I couldn't walk, the robotic hand would lock up if I tried to eat, so that made things hard.
We had to spoon feed Ash. Icy speaks.
I couldn't move my good arm because there was a bullet lodged in it, and I could barely sleep because of the pain I was in.
Pequod, Ash legitimately cried when Icy fed him strawberry sherbet.
Yeah, I did.
That's how bad it was.
Yeah, I did. And that's why I don't like seeing those pictures up on Gateway.
Pequod, oh, trust me, I'm sure a new Malcolm movie's coming down the pipeline that's gonna replace them. As she says that, her nav computer starts to beep, and we're here. I'll set us down. And she walks up to the car.
Alright.
Icy stands up. We'll get boots on the ground, hook up with the EarthGov troops. Apparently there's a ranger leading them, and we'll get the intel and decide what we're going to do from there.
Understood.
Sasha, you better go find your trainee, Town. And Town's, yeah. I'll go. Almost forgot she was even here. I'll go find her. Wonder where she is, as he starts randomly walking around the Pequod lands the bird, and you're free to exit whenever you're prepared.
Alright.
And here you find yourselves. Not split up like that, though. Boom! You're right here. The vertebrates at the base of this tall, it's a mountain. The vertebrates landing at the base of the tall mountain. Pequod has dropped you guys off here at a clearing, and you are good to go. You see a bunch of EarthGov troops, an armored APC you've never seen before, and this up here.
Oh, Jesus.
Icy starts going around talking to some of the random troops.
Well, let's
Hunk.
see what's going on.
Hunk and Sasha are gonna come over here with town. Sarah's gonna follow Ash. You two can go where you.
Yeah, Julius will follow. Ash and Davine will follow Hunk.
Icy finishing her conversation with this trooper, and he gestures, and this ranger starts walking towards you guys. Frontier Ranger, beautiful arm.
Hello there.
Thought I'd been in the service a long time. He's looking right at Ash.
Not as long as you'd think.
He comes around. Well, he's gonna shake Julius's hand first. Back up from Lorelei.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Nice. Comes over here. You're Saris, right? And she looks at him. That's right. Nice to meet you. Shakes his hand. Goes to show you, even though the Rangers are the few and the proud, it's a big organization, given, how many people are part of it. Comes over here and shakes your hand, Ash.
Nice to meet you. Name's Asharion.
Call me Daz.
Nice to meet you, Daz.
That's Captain Daz.
Captain, understood. Apologies.
No problem. We're pretty informal here. Take a look around. The nickname's Daz. Real name's David.
Well, yeah, we're going more formal. Lieutenant Asharion Lazuli.
Nice. I've been out on the frontier a long time, so you'll forgive me. I'm not acquainted with a lot of the new ranger faces around Gateway. Oh, he's even a ranger? He points over at Jill.
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, so she sent some pretty heavy duties looking over his shoulder. Back up. Is that Sasha? He's pointing.
Yes, it is.
Are you guys a strike squad or a ranger squad?
We're an Arcane Council strike squad.
Oh.
Mix of both at this point, I'd say, Julius.
I'd say so.
Okay. Fair enough. I ain't gonna lick a gift horse in the mouth. Walk with me. Talk with me.
Yes, sir.
He's going to lead you over here to this armadillo, kind of crossing his arms, looking at it. So we got here about 2.5 weeks ago. Reports anyway, I should say, although the lightning count is purportedly dead, someone up there is still issuing orders, ordering his troops to make a last stand, mount a guerrilla resistance against any EarthGov advance onto his town. So he's either up there or somebody's pretending to be him up there. Either way, we haven't seen or heard anything. When we got here, when they spotted us at the base of the mountain, there was a huge ass, and I mean huge ass, crack of, I've never really seen it before, but red lightning. And it cracked this landslide, this side of the mountain here, causing this landslide. Now that armadillo over there has a very powerful short-range cannon. And if you can't tell, he turns around and points, and you notice big holes in the landslide. It can't punch through that landslide.
It should be just need to get through that. That should be no problem. Right, you two? Looks at Icy and Julius.
Icy nod.
Yeah, we can handle it.
He's gonna look at all four of you. Or, last orders we got, though transmissions are pretty spotty out here, is we're to pull out, because they're gonna orbital strike the town. So we're basically just counting down the hours till our dropship gets here and we get out of here. I don't know why you're here.
Well, there's a VIP up there, and we need to get him. The Lorelei, the general, she gave us permission to do it. Just, we gotta do it before the orbital strike happens.
Oh. Do you have any intel as to where up there he is?
Not on the upper areas of the encampment, no.
Shit. Alright.
We know he's there. And with a little help from good old Gondar, we know that there's 2 hunters up there as well.
There is one guy we've seen. He was doing recon on us, I think, checking us out, see what we're doing. Just hovering on a jetpack. Is that who you're talking about? Big dude, big armor. Does not look like a UIR trooper.
That'd probably be one of them then.
Well, he didn't do anything to us, but he was definitely scoping us out, checking out what we were doing.
Makes sense. Hunters, you're getting paid to guard up there, not going into a fight with a ranger and a bunch of troops.
Well, I mean, we do have this armadillo, so we could storm the town with it. We think, anyway, they have artillery emplacements up there.
Okay.
What kind of artillery? Anti-aircraft?
Anti-aircraft, anti-infantry. They're called Grizzlies. UIR notorious for using them 2-in-1. They are not the most devastating, but they are efficient. Utilitarian. To the T.
Can the armadillo take them out?
If it gets close enough, absolutely. In one shot, absolutely. But the range on the cannon is short, so we'd have to get the armadillo close enough. And I mean, line of sight doesn't really matter. It can blow through buildings, blow through, it's just a town, so you're talking light town structure. Homes, bricks, not a gigantic side of a mountain collapse that he points over at this thing.
Okay, well, I don't think it should be too big of an ordeal. We can assist in storming the town, getting the armadillo close enough that it can blow those artillery out of existence, while a small group goes in to find old Dr. Morgan.
Who's the VIP that we're looking for, as he's gonna lead over here?
Dr. Morgan, formerly an EarthGov scientist, now working with the UIR because EarthGov pushed him out, but he has research that may be able to solve an issue that exoframes are having where their mind stone just dies. Basically, unshackling them from that constant burden of not knowing when your time comes.
He's gonna take his mask off, put a piece of gum in, and put his mask back down. Okay. Fair enough. Sounds like a good enough cause for me. What do you say, boy? And they all lift their lancers and start cheering. So, how important is he to the UIR?
Well, given the type of research he does now, which is assumedly the same thing, probably very important.
So they probably got him underground. We know for a fact there's an underground substructure. The only reason we know that is because on the opposite side of this mountain, which can't get to, because of that landslide, you'll see it if we can clear the landslide and make our way up. There's a huge drainage pipe, and that drainage pipe, we've infiltrated the pipe. Architecture suggests and scans with recon pups, that's these, he holds out two little circular devices, suggest there's a decently small sized subterranean structure. He's probably there if he's that important. But there's something big in that drainage sewer. Like a big ass robot or something like that. Some type of defense system, guard system.
Then if we do try and invade or infiltrate through that, we should probably send some of the more bursty, powerful people.
I'd say...
Saris, where's your trainee, Towns? Towns, oh, I'm sure she's coming. Sorry, Ash, go ahead.
I was going to say, there is a big robot down there, but I agree with Julius. A smaller strike team of heavy hitters going down there is probably the best bet.
We act as a diversion up top. Draw out anybody from underneath and take the fight up top in the city street.
Exactly.
Works for me. We gotta protect this armadillo.
Should be something we can handle.
Towns looking around. Yeah, I wonder where she is. As Agent P comes out of cloak and gives Towns a thumbs up. Towns just shakes his head at her and walks back next to the range.
Okay. So, Who do you want to go in what group? Ma'am?
Agent P shoulder checks Ash on her way lightly. And stands right behind Julie.
Who do you think should go in which group? Ma'am? Looks at Icy.
Icy, big robot, for sure. David, yeah, big robot. Almost looks steampunky, something they put together from a long time ago. I'd say it's probably pre-Calamity. It's Calamity Wars stuff, most likely. So, I don't know. Big, for sure. But, Arcane Council Strike Squad, you got tricks up your sleeve. Icy nods. Hunk, Davine, Julius, and I will take the sword. The rest of you will accompany the troops, the ranger, and the armadillo through the city street.
Okay.
Got it.
Once we clear out whatever this robot is, we'll radio in, keep in touch, we'll let you know our progress, and if things are getting shitty, we can send Davine, and I can come up to bolster the frontal assault. Julius and Hunk will be responsible for getting Dr. Morgan.
Of course, sounds like a plan, and if the lightning count shows his face,
Icy looks at Julius.
Julius will nod. I'll come back. I'll come up as soon as possible. I'm sure Hunk can handle Dr. Morgan.
Icy, if it's really him, he's gonna go for Julius, and only Julius. If what Suletta and I think is true, when he was kept alive out of his rage, he'll know who Julius is, and he'll go for Julia. Which we could use to our advantage.
Aye. Should be alright.
Yes. Yeah, it'll be cool.
The ranger, you think he's the one who lightning cracked the hillside down? Red lightning? You ever seen something like that before?
Not personally.
No, we have seen different colored lightning, but not red lightning. If it was someone, it would be a lightning adept.
Saris looks concerned. Sasha does not say it.
Yeah. Well, if he shows his ugly face, then we'll just have to deal with it.
We'll be fine. And you want Agent P with me, ma'am? And Icy, yeah. Turns and looks at her. She can go with the frontal assault, I guess.
Okay. Well, should be good then.
Well, now we gotta get rid of this as Icy starts walking up.
Julius turns around. Excuse me.
She's staring right at you.
Hello? He snaps a couple times.
She kind of nods her head and steps out of the way.
Thank you.
She steps where he was and watches him walk up the whole way. Hunk, looking at.
Well, best hope Pequod doesn't see her doing that.
Hunk, yeah, chalk up another one that wants a piece of Julius's ass.
Maybe she's an F too.
She walks one step closer, watching Julius from behind.
Alright boys, get a load of the show. It's gonna be like something you ain't seen before.
I see. How exactly do we want to do this?
I mean, like, there's a couple options. Either you can pump me up and I could just punch my way through, or I don't know, that's a little big for Shatterpoint, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I do think it's a little big. I say we go with the old school, tried and true, pump up, and we just pretend that that rock slide is Commander Jiren's fate.
Oh, a wonderful idea, sister, a wonderful idea.
Good old pinhead fucker. As she grabs your wrist and pumps you up.
And he will walk forward, and still have it.
Yoke. It explodes, sending the majority of the rocks up into the air that fall safely off the side of the cliff. And Hunk, yeah, so back in those EarthGov games, Davine, she did that to Julius and he punched the fuck out of Jiren.
Ha! Good. Good.
Knocked him right on his fucking ass back to the respawn.
I hope he did it multiple times, too.
You know, I don't really remember. I was holding a ball.
She looks at him, blinks a couple times. And that prevented you from... Never mind.
Well, it was the objective of the game was to hold the ball, score points, and I was monologuing to myself.
Oh, right. That does sound like you.
Well, we won, and I had the most objective points, Davey.
Well, I suppose that's what matters, doesn't it?
Yes. Yes, it does. Now, quietly, the Armadillo is a quiet vehicle. The frontal assault squad will make their way up to the town, but not make any moves yet. On your way up, Icy, Julius, Hunk, and Davine have made their way into the sewer. Hunk draws his MP5 and takes point and starts walking this way.
Julius will follow behind him, and Davine will gesture for Icy to go forward.
She walks behind Julius, Hunk looking around. Yeah. Big robot. Where? He's looking around confused. Jumps into the sewage water. Ugh. I see there is a bridge right here. Points to Hunk. Ugh.
Julius will help him out of the water as Davine keeps on walking, keeping an eye on their six.
Thank you. He gets out of the water, pulls up his wrist computer. Alright. We can either try to squeeze through that hole and crawl this way, or go this way, but we gotta go through the water.
I mean, is it a tight enough squeeze that me and you can fit through it? These two probably can, but can we?
He's gonna walk over and inspect the pipe. Yeah, I don't think I can fit there.
Well, boss, it's up to you. Do you want us to split up, go both ways, just in case, or just choose one? Because I don't think me and him can fit through that.
She's gonna grab your wrist. We stay together.
All right.
I'll take point. And Hunk's gonna walk this way. Slowly. Waving you to follow.
Which Julius does, and
Back up here. Ash, you most definitely can see troops moving around and the grizzly artilleries here and here. You don't see any hunters, though.
All right. Ready to move on your orders, sir.
You can see Captain David. I think the Arcane Council members call the ball on this one.
All right.
Because I got a gestures back here. Drive the armadillo. He gets back in the armadillo.
Understood. Objective is to get here and then here, correct?
Sasha, yeah. I'm gonna ride the top of the armadillo and snipe from there. So you call the ball, and she jumps on top of the armadillo.
Understood. Well, for the most part, I'd think it's smart to make use of the city streets. Give the thing as easy of a time as possible, right?
Towns, they'll definitely try to bog us down in the streets, for sure. Slow us down, probably go for the armadillo.
They will, but if we try to just ram through houses, that'll slow us down just the same.
Look like there's that many of them. Towns looking through his binoculars built into his mask.
No, but we don't know how many are inside or in the town. Or underground, I should say.
True. Well, let's get this party started. Towns looks at you.
Alright. let's stop moving.
You will. Roll initiative. The armadillo itself will follow you along. It does not need an initiative score. You roll, Sarah.
Yeah, let me get her out. Sorry.
I will roll, Sasha. And you are free to start the engagement any way you see fit. If you want to try to stealth through, go for it. If you want to go guns blazing, go for it.
Well, I don't think there's much we could do other than just move in. We're gonna get seen no matter what, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
I would
alright.
say so.
Alright. No point in trying to go for stealth when you're, well, that. Alright. Move out. You gonna start
What-
going in?
Where do you move to?
Well, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. About right here, I guess.
The front gate is most definitely left open. Did not think anybody would be getting through their landslide fortification, and everybody will move with you.
Understood.
Mhm. Put yourself back down there, boy.
Yeah, let me grab it. I don't know where I went.
To the moon.
Ooh, I need to change that token back. I guess it's that one for this fight.
It's fine.
Alright. And then I guess take a look around for any UIR.
Fix this.
Take your time.
There we go. Now we should be able to see all that. Everything should be Copo setting. As you definitely hear the sound of footsteps, some light muffled talking, and you notice silhouettes running through the street.
Okay.
They know you're here.
Alright. I'm gonna hold, I guess that's as far as I can move. Ash will hold his action until he sees somebody come out.
All right. Back down here. Hunk's gonna creep through and look around the room slowly and walk in.
What do you see?
He walks over here, high ceiling room. He points up to the ceiling. Awkwardly high ceiling room for a sewer system.
Right. Why would a sewer need a high ceiling?
Icy's gonna come around because of that, and she's pointing right here.
He looks.
It's just cement.
It's a nice pillar and all, but
Boom! Busting through the ground because of that, and she points at it like a little kid. See? There he is. She's just pointing at.
I see what you're talking about now.
1 second. Roll initiative. Hunk dodging bricks flying at him. Jesus Christ! Hunk, you could have fucking told us it was here! As he's going to move over here, draw his MP5 at it, and Icy's gonna step over here. I didn't know it was there until I saw the ground there. She's just pointing at it, acting like she really doesn't care about its presence. And we will go back up top as we cut up here. Town's turning to you. You care if I try to flush them out? break
No.
off?
Not at all. Do your thing, Towns.
Copy. You notice he walks this way. This person steps here and he grabs her forcibly by the shoulder and starts dragging.
Oh boy.
And she is fighting him the whole way.
Did not need distractions like that right now. See anything, Sasha?
Sasha's scanning the area. They're waiting up ahead here. Ambush. Just give Towns a minute.
He's gonna hold his action, same with Saris, and just wait for him to flush them out.
Towns is going to shoot a flare here. And the flare leaves behind trace sparkle effects that seem to be adherent to what looks like somewhat of a, let's just say, not so high-tech cloaking system. And you start to see these troops like dust, coating something. You see their silhouettes start to appear.
Well, well.
You are free to do as you choose, because Hunk has taken his turn,
Yep.
as far as I'm concerned.
Alright. Let me look at the guns I brought. Going to pull out Shatter. Load it with incendiary rounds. Start taking shots. First shot at this Jude. Where did I lost where I was looking. There it is. Ah, barely hits. Okay, and then second round at the 18.
Did it hit?
33 to hit. Alright, and one more shot at this dude. That hits.
Boom!
Alright.
Awaiting orders, sir! This
Fire.
guy's-
Fire.
No. Just do we move up or what, sir?
Move up as we keep fighting, yes. Fight our way in.
Sasha, flank order in search of flank tactical columns by 2. And they start moving off.
Alright.
Sasha looks down. Ash, you might want to learn how to actually lead troops.
Understood.
And they start going off. This group following Tal. This direction. And this group's going to try to flank this away.
Okay.
As this thing is going to follow you no matter where you want it to go. Because you're in charge of it.
Understood. Take his movement, 5, 10, 15, 20 to here. Saris's turn. She can get right up in between these guys. Spend blood points for... I have to put blood in the, which one? Yeah, I have to spend this to put this down first, so this is going to go down between them. I believe it is a... Let me check on my spell thing so I can get you the right radius. It's a 15-foot circle around her.
Okay.
And so
Hit all
that-
4.
Yep. So that's on the ground now. She's going to turn to the 16 and try for 2 regular swipes. Oof.
Oh, she misses.
There
She
we go.
kills him with that one.
Okay. And then that, I believe, is it for this turn.
Alright, the troopers are going to fire their lancers, this column of them, killing this guy. Agent P is over here at this point with Towns. Towns is trying to stop her from getting close to the enemies. You're definitely catching a line of sight of this, Ash. And you see Agent P and her amazing high-tech phased M4A1 carbine shoot, and she rides the recoil up without bracing herself, as you taught Towns to a long time ago. And she is able to and kill this guy, but she falls backwards on. Oh, like this. Boom! The Towns comes over here and he's like struggling to pick her up.
Trainee indeed, eh, Towns?
You have no fucking idea, Ash. Trust me. No fucking idea.
You're good. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Down here, the UIR juggernaut is going to slam the ground. And all this goo and corrosive digestive chemicals from whatever they're experimenting on in here, raise up and hit everybody for 12 points of acid damage. Question before we continue. Does Davine have the sword, Camilla's sword?
She did say that she would at least bring it into a fight to see if it would work.
Okay, Davine's up.
Alright,
This thing's firing off steam. It looks almost steampunky.
she's gonna take a step back and yeah, ODM over to it. Wow, she actually missed. Then that means just... one hit with a crit.
Okay, got it. And Davine's turn concludes. Julius will be.
Yeah, Julius is just gonna run up and 4 attacks against him.
Damn.
And then that'll conclude Julius's turn.
Nice. Up top.
Okay. Let's see who's first.
Sasha and Icy.
Oh, right.
And-
right.
She is going to. Find her. There you go. Always forget the fucking name of the gun. Blow this guy's head off, who is peeking over this, wooden emplacement walkway. She'll blow his head off, moving up with you and the APU. Icy down here. Looks at Davine's back, sees the sword. 1 second. She is going to. Oh, I don't know which one I want to use. Oh, that's a hard decision. You just gotta make one. Put her hand up and time to test out the sword. And she is able to cast haste on Julius and Davine. Twice. So one to Davine, one to Julius, where in the past she could only cast once. That will take effect on your next turn. We'll go back to the top of the turn order. And it's not really going well for Towns over here. Ash, this is all in your line of sight. He's gotten Agent P up. She's brandishing what looks like some type of plasma baseball grenade. Towns is trying to take it out of her hands. She punches Towns in the mask, knocking him back this way, ending Towns' turn.
Okay.
Saris and Sasha, even though Saris is currently looking at one of these pathetic UIR guys right in the eye. What the fuck is going on over there?
I don't know.
Don't have time for this shit.
No, we don't.
Punk's gonna shoot the creature. The UIR Juggernaut. And we go back to the top as Towns is crawling his way out of the building, and Agent P has made her way this way. You are up at.
Well, I think I can move to the equivalent of. Let me check again.
You notice definitely more troops coming down the streets and lining up here. I'll reveal them all as you take your turn. Don't attack until everything's revealed, so you don't miss like an opportunity.
Okay.
This guy here comes busting out of the... He's an idiot. He's right in the street, right in the open. This guy's like kind of around the corner. They are trying to line up here on the wall up here. You don't see a lot of them, but there's definitely two of them.
Okay. Gonna look back, see that Saris has this guy well in hand, especially with that. Gonna turn to the guy in front of him. Swap to Ravage. And take one shot.
Which guy?
Directly
This one?
in front of me. Yep. Turn to him. Directed at that gentleman.
What's next for you?
That second shot was directed at him.
Okay, yeah, he's dead.
Alright, third shot directed at him. There we go. And with my bonus action, in the offhand, for the first time, I'm gonna make use of Aether, targeting this guy.
Okay.
And that is Ash's turn.
Saris.
Yep, gonna have her turn to the dude who's still right in front of her. Take one swing. Can she get to this guy?
Oh,
Oh wait,
how much movement speed does she have?
60.
She can jump up there if she wants.
Yeah, she'll get right up to him. And I'll try for the Bloody Blitz attack. Why not? How many blood points is that one? Just make it sure. Yeah, I'll spend a blood point to try for that. Just not enough. Alright. I think that's her turn.
Okie doke. These troops are going to move up this way. they are going to flank like this. They're spreading out in a firing line. And you don't see what they're shooting at, but they are engaged with some troops probably using the grizzly thing as cover.
Okay.
But you can't see them yet. These troops here are going to fight their way through the front gate. Like so. But they have not claimed any kills yet. They've used their movement to move. Oh man.
Oh.
It's Agent P's turn. So, Ash, earlier you noticed she was cocking a grenade and Towns was fighting it out of her hand. Well, you turn, Ash, and you see her arm the grenade. You've thrown them, whether in training or on missions before. And she goes to throw it as Towns comes out of the building. And it doesn't reach all the way up here. It literally hits the wall halfway up and comes back at her. And you're seeing this happen.
Oh, shit!
As Towns fires his grappling hook and pulls her this way, and then grabs her and this way over this like rocky cliff. As you hear Sasha, "What the hell?" looking down, and the plasma grenade goes off here.
A little more careful with the next one,
Towns, you dumb idiot! And then you hear, "Oh!" as HMP has struck Towns yet again. Poor Towns, concluding Towns' turn. Or Agent P's turn, I should say. Back down here in the jug. Big, steampunky-like gun. Fires rivets, thunder-infused rivets, and it's going to miss trying to fire at Julius. So imagine a gigantic rivet hits right here. Icy kind of like steps out of the way, hits here, and the wall kind of becomes electrified for a second, but then defuses because it's cement.
Oh, dear Jesus.
Davine and Julius are up with perfected haste rolling on them. On the 25 redemption strike, Davine's able to cut through its armor without using a lot of locomotion in her ODM gear. She is able to hit it hard enough to where it cuts through the armor, and she notices steam, not directed at her, hitting her, causing damage, but start popping out, and the eye flicker. And Icy starts laughing.
Oh, you having fun over there?
This thing doesn't stand a chance. She just kind of tilts its head and looks at it.
No, it doesn't. He's gonna rush forward and...
Let's take the 29, and how do you end it? As Hunk, Jesus Christ, watching you guys slaughter.
I like to imagine that he kicks at the back of its knee and it drops to one. He jumps up onto the bent knee and with one last punch just stabs straight through the eye.
Before Sasha takes her turn, Icy, even though you're barely hurt from this thing, will lift both of her hands, and that sword is great. I mean, really great. And she's going to restore your health to full. Twice! This is almost fun. She's watching as this thing falls over. Boom! Dead. Rain falls. Hey, I didn't even have to use bloodlust. Excuse me. And she starts walking this way. And Hunger, I wouldn't have minded gotten haste. That would have been pretty cool, don't you think, Julia?
Yeah, it would have been.
Maybe next time Dad can have haste, huh? As she starts walking this way, ignore.
Yeah. Maybe next time you'll be able to, he pats his shoulder, convince her.
back up here. We'll go back to the top of the order because Sasha, she will guaranteed hit this 18. So
Okay.
she'll kill him. We will go back to the top of the order. Towns and Agent P are currently in a fist fight. And Agent P is winning. She punches him back this way again. And you're seeing it all unfold. Towns wasn't throwing punches at her. He was trying to defend himself, essentially.
Can you two please stop? We got more important things to deal with.
Sasha, this is getting reported back to Lorelai. Your ass is fried, bitch! As Agent P looks up at her and gives her the middle.
Oh boy, wonderful. 5.
Before Ash takes his turn, he does hear the sound of a jetpack roaring from up here, landing right here next to Ceres. You also see an immense amount of smoke coming from this direction, and it looks toxic. It's light green. I will roll their initiatives. Ash, take your turn.
Alright, shit! Get out of the smoke! Alright. Well, looking at what I'm seeing here, his attention is going to immediately be drawn to that.
Okay.
And he's going to take his shots. First shot at Taint.
This guy, right?
Yep.
That's Visage.
Or Visage, sorry. Visage. First shot at him.
Okay.
Second shot at him as well. Okay. Third shot.
One thing you are noticing is even though your shots are connecting, they are not breaching his armor. They're hitting him, he's recoiling with the hits, but you're not doing any damage beyond the concussive force of the bullets hitting his arm.
Okay. I'm gonna move. Use my movement. Can I? He has 40. Can he scramble up there as well?
Nope.
Alright.
You gotta make your way around some. Or ask for somebody to help you.
It's fine. Let me look at the map. Well, I gotta move closer no matter what. Up to here, so he's as close as he can be. And he's gonna use his offhand for a shot with Aether. Just missing. Alright, that's Ash's turn.
Ceres.
Well, first shot is going to try and take that guy out. It's directed at the regular 20.
Got him.
Okay, and second shot, she's going to spend one more blood point and try for the Bloody Blitz on him.
Okay.
Not quite.
Agent P. Oh, anything else for
Just move to about there, opening up a free shot for anyone on this side.
Agent P? Her expensive gear comes equipped with everything. You hear Towns, "What the fuck are you doing?" As Agent P shoots a grappling hook and flies up here from her wrist. She's going to. Point blank, so she can't miss, shoot this guy, killing him. Turn, you see her turn and whip around and come here to engage the bounty hunter. And she is right here if you want to hand up on your next turn. Actually, I mean, she still can do something if you want, but you gotta tell her.
Yeah, he's gonna ask to be brought up there.
Ask.
Can you get me up there?
She looks down at you and shoots her grappling hook down at you, pulling you up, but she's struggling to pull you. You're hearing a female.
Shit. He's gonna try and help as much as he can. Should I roll anything, or am I not able to help?
Strength, help her. Help her up. That's good enough. You come up here. She pulls you up. Now you guys have Visage surrounded. That will conclude your turns. The EarthGov troopers here following orders, and they're going to retreat out of the smoke cloud this way. Down here. Icy's going to radio up. Walking this way. Radio up to Ash. What's the situation up there?
Currently have the armadillo near the first of the artillery emplacements. We're currently engaged with the 2 hunters as well as multiple UIR troops.
Copy. Davine, I think we should... And she looks up towards the sea.
Yes, of course. She's
Let's
gonna
go.
walk up.
Grabs Davine's wrist. Be careful, guys. She looks at you and snaps her fingers and teleports her and Davine upstairs to the battlefield. They will re-roll their initiative scores upon going upstairs. Hunk looking at you, Julius. Well, let's go get us Morgan. It's this way. Hope to God we can fit through those pipes.
Oh, God. Don't worry. I'll try and push you through if you can't.
Push my fat ass through. As you make your way to this pipe, it looks big enough to take you guys both in. Now, UIR troops might actually get to do something. So Ash, take a look up at the turret up here.
Yeah.
And start to reveal the guys that these troops are currently engaged with. These dudes are on this walkway here. Doesn't look like it, but they're on the walkway, not behind it.
Okay.
Who should she shoot? It's a tough. We're gonna have Sashik take out this guy. One thing you notice, though, is this dude slips into the Grizzly artillery machine, disappearing inside.
Shit.
And we are back to the top of the turn order, and you see Towns definitely jump onto the roof of this building, and then backflip up here, making a beeline for HMP, but he can't quite get there to her as it's taints. Davine and Icy appear pretty much right where they were below. They teleported right here. Reroll your initiative. Before Taint takes it. Nice. Not bad. So Icy will get to go. Icy's going. See these troops over here, nod at Davine, and go over here to lead them forward in their charge. As more UIR troops start to reveal themselves from the upper levels of this mountaintop city. And most definitely one, I'd say Davine can see. One, this guy here gets into the Grizzly artillery here. Icy will spend her turn moving here to the troops. Taint is up. And she is going to lob a corrosive arrow right here, in between all of you, for 15 points of damage. So Agent P, Saris, Towns, and Ash lose 15 points of movement speed. And it will be Ash's turn. We'll go to Hunk and Julius after this turn.
Okay.
Visage will take his first turn. This go through the initiative.
Okay. He's going to, before anything, look at Towns. Take out whoever's in the grizzly. I'll handle him.
Copy, as he's looking at Agent P.
She'll be fine. You go help him, alright?
Yeah.
He's gonna turn to this guy. Ravage out. Where'd I lose it? First shot. Okay. Second shot. On that one, I will burn a grit for... Where is it? Winging, rapid, no. Dazing shot to try and give him disadvantage on his next turn. I'm within 5 feet of him, so that should be an auto success, right?
Sure.
Okay, so he has disadvantage on attacks on his next turn. Third attack. And offhand with Aether. And that's Ash's turn. He's going to radio over to the armadillo and say, if you can get in, take that thing out. There's someone inside of it.
Okay.
And I believe that's Saris now.
Yes.
Alright. 5, 10, 15, 20 over here to that guy who's at an 18 and go for an attack. Oh boy. Second attack. Both miss. Alright, that's Saris' turn.
Okay. One moment. One, two, three, because the guy in the thing cannot attack. Lucky for Saris, only one of these dudes will be able to land a hit with their bolt thrower on Saris.
Okay.
For 24 points of damage.
Gotcha.
Well, Agent P is going to attempt to initiate her proclaimed close combat specialist. Ash, you are literally standing right next to her. You see her raise her fists, try to throw a punch at this guy. She punches Visage's chest head on, and he looks down at her, grabs her wrist, and throws her, boom, crashing through this building off the balcony, taking her place here off the, balcony, whatever that's called, walkway. And that will be Agent P's turn. Davine, take Davine's turn, because I'm going to have these troopers over here try and help Sarah.
Davine's gonna run up right there and tell Icy about the guy who got into the grizzly cannon.
Icy nods. I'll take care of that cannon. If I can get these guys up the hill.
She'll nod back. I shall assist you with that then. She's gonna take a step back and ODM gear over to the 20 on the wall.
In the meanwhile, the armadillo is successful in blowing up under Ash's orders this cannon here. But unfortunately, the armadillo is going to have to make its way all the way around because it can't get over this hill. But I think you got Icy and Davine on the case. This guy's dead.
Yeah, she's gonna take another step back and ODM gear over to this one.
Davine sees more coming out of the building. Dead.
She's just gonna run up right there. And then after she takes that one out, she'll go up to the 20 right there.
Okay. Oh, how does he die?
She's just gonna use purpose, flourish it behind her, and sort of cut just at his chest, and his like intestines start to fall out. It's
A gruesome way to go, for sure. We will return to Julius and Hunk at the conclusion on their next turn, so we're going to keep the turn order going up. And lucky for him, Visage doesn't have to roll to hit this ability, so disadvantage or not, he's going to step back here, look at Ash right in the eye, even though he wears a mask, and he's going to... Nice shooting. He's going to say, nice shooting.
Nah?
I'm here. Oh, sorry. I thought you were about to click something. I was sitting waiting. Sorry. Thanks. Let's see what you got.
He's going to ignite his jetpack and take you and him off onto the top of the armadillo. Right down here for 35 points of damage.
Okay.
You land, he lands on top of you but stands up. He's definitely brandishing his pistol.
Okay. And that was a good shot.
I will have... She had her fun during the siege. Sasha will kill that guy and order these troops to advance, but they're gonna have to scale. They won't be up here with Ceres till the next turn. Because they gotta scale the fucking wall, which is not easy for them. And we'll go to the top of the turn order with Towns looking around frantically for Agent P. He comes over here, looks down. Are you okay? As she fires her grappling hook and gets back up here, ending Towns' turn. Icy will cap this guy here with her blaster pistols. Use her special armor. And push forward with the troops this way. As Davy notices Tate. Turn to Davine. Davine can see she's a drow. She most definitely has loaded some type of special arrow. It is a very thick-ass looking arrow. And it hits Davine right in the gut for 39 points of damage as she repositions actually on the low ground, looking up at Davine with a smirk on her face. And she puts her hand up and waves Davine towards her.
Davine is going to give her a little bow and nod.
Down here. Julius and Hunk have made their way this way. Hunk's leading the way. Come on, Julius. Coming around. You can hear the sounds of battle above. Sounds like a heavy skirmish. And he's looking around. points at this room. You see a big mechanical door with multiple locks. If I was the lightning count returned from the dead to kill you, I would put Dr. Morgan in.
Yeah, I would have to agree.
How are we gonna get through the door?
He's gonna walk up to it. Well, we don't have Ash or Towns to try and pick it unless you can do that.
I was never great with mechanical locks.
Well, there is always the tried and true option.
What's that?
I kick it down.
Limit break?
Limit break.
You go for it.
He's gonna limit break and then try and kick it down.
The door falls over. You hear a startled "huh?" from inside the room. Hunk shoulders his MP5 and walks in, gesturing for you to come.
Julius is gonna walk in and check the corners, make sure no one is in there that they would be able to see.
Room's clear, and you see a very elderly looking man in a suit and tie, business almost attire, working to himself. You do notice incomplete exoframes all around the room. Heads of them. It looks kind of like a slaughterhouse, but that's not the intent.
Are you Dr. Morgan, sir?
He looks up at you. Hunk's gonna stand out of the way so he can see Julius. Hunk, Doctor, we're here to get you out of here. And he's staring right at you. Stands up, fixes his tie. Yes, I'm Dr. Morgan. EarthGov's finally come for my head. He walks right up to Julius.
Well, sir, actually, we were thinking that you could be of great use to us.
How's that?
It has come to our attention that the previous general of EarthGov, before General Rico, he wrote off your research on the exoframes. Is that correct?
Yes, you would be correct. That was a long time ago, young man.
Well, sir, I believe that General Rico, in his infinite wisdom, along with General Lorelei, has deemed that decision idiotic, and it would be our great honor if you would come back to us and we could learn from your research.
It took you this long?
Yes, sir, it did.
Which would imply our... Oh... He stares at you! It would imply arterial motives. Oh god, I can't say that word. Alternative motives, there you go. So what's your story on that?
We had a close exoframe to us, sir. And we would greatly want to have him back, and we believe that you would be able to help with that. And on top of that, it would help many exoframes, which are basically people. They have a soul. We would greatly appreciate your help.
You still have his body.
Yes, sir, we do.
And his mind stone.
I believe so. Right, Hunk?
Hunk nods. Then I can help you. I can assist you, assuming I'm given the proper working conditions and technology.
For the greater good of EarthGov and all exoframes, we will make sure that you are.
Fine. Let us leave. It sounds as if there's a battle going on upstairs as you come out here. The elevator is this ways. It's hidden behind this waterfall.
Yes, sir. There is, we had to have a pretty good distraction for you.
Fair. Go here, and we'll go back up. Here. And it's Ash's turn. Throwing down with Visit.
Standing back up. That was a good shot. Gonna pull the pistols back out. Take a shot at him.
You hit.
Alright. Second
Daggers back on top of the APC.
Second shot. And I'll try for a deep impact shot with that. So I'll spend the grit. And I am within the 5 feet, so I think it should just reduce. Oop.
This
Okay.
is gonna work to counter them.
Okay.
So he'll spend 1.
Alright. So he succeeds, I assume?
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Tell me something. Do you always fight like a pussy?
Now, what could you mean by that?
You see him spin his rather fancy revolver and put it in his pocket. Or in his holster, I should. Fight like a man.
Hand to hand.
Can you?
I can, but there's a problem with that here.
Oh yeah, what's that?
3rd shot. I have a job to do, and I'm not going to be goaded into some pissing contest.
We'll see about that. As he takes the concussive hit, but it's not piercing his armor.
Offhand. Alright.
Anything else?
No, that should be Ash's turn.
Sarah.
Saris, going to move up here and take a swing at him. That's the wrong logarithms. Nice. So that's at the 18. One second, my Roll20 is bugging out. I'm gonna reload it.
These guys will scale the little cliff face successfully, but they can't link up with Saris or shoot. It'll take them a whole turn to get
You're
up.
good. Yeah, she's gonna move here and take a swing at that guy.
Dead?
Nice. And then I guess move to right here, and that'll end her turn.
Alright. Davine, as the EarthGov troops will claim this guy here, moving up with Icy in her aura.
Alright, she's going to look at Icy. Nicole, I'm going to distract Taint and keep her away from Visage.
Copy.
She nods and then
More coming out of the tunnel down here.
oh, mine is also glitching out.
Oh, no.
Are the ones that show their ACs moving around instead of the map?
Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe that'll fix it.
There we go. She'll ODM over to Taint.
Oh, let's see what David's got in store for this drow bitch. Blech. She's not dead. But
And then let's throw out 1, 2, 3. She's gonna action surge and then
action said. So she starts slicing her up. Seeing blood flying everywhere. She's landing blows. Anything else?
yeah, she'll save her ferocity for now.
Okay. So Visage rolled strength because he is going to grapple Ash successfully.
Okay.
And start laying down a beating on Ash. Headbutts, forearm strikes,
All 3?
you name it. And he throws Ash off the APC down here, and he's going to conclude his turn by jumping down, igniting his Rocket Boots landing, chuckling, looking down at Ash, who's looking up at this asshole.
Okay.
Sasha? Will claim this one. And she'll scale the wall with the troops here, concluding her turn. And back to the top of the order. You see, poor Davine definitely sees this. Towns grabbing Agent P, putting up a ballistic shield as he described, like a tower shield. And Agent P is, I wouldn't say cowering, but definitely, like, making sure she's right behind Towns in that ballistic shield as these guys are lining up to fire down on them. Towns is walking back this way for some reason, which will conclude poor Towns' turn. Taint on the other. Is going to jump here. So she's on the platform here with Davine, gesturing towards these troops. They're coming up behind Davine, and Davine has seized them and knows they're coming. Taint's going to store her bow and slice at Davine's lower stomach for 26 points of damage, knocking Davine 15 feet back. You can just get knocked back into this guy if you want.
She'll parry 13 of that damage.
Okay. Work. You're pretty good. Taint looking at Davine, wiping some blood off of her stomach, her leather arm.
And you're adequate.
What's the price on your head, whore?
Oh, well, probably not as much as yours.
As she grins at Davine, and we're down here with Ash and Julesy.
Okay.
Best protection. He slams his chest where Ash has shot him multiple times. Money can buy, punk.
Yeah, it's nice. I guess I'll just have to hit it harder. Well, Ravage would have been auto-reloaded after that last volley. This attack is going to have a Shredder round in it, and I'm going to spend a grit for advantage. If I can find... So that auto deals full damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it hits.
Roll her up, baby. Roll her up. It hits.
Okay,
Piercing his armor, and blood starts squirting out. I'm going to say upper left breast.
Thomas, you can have as good of armor as you want. Big enough bullet. Second shot. Okay. Third shot. And I'm going to pop my... With that third shot, he's going to pop the vented barrel for 2 more. Miss. Okay, and then for my what's the word? Bonus action, I'll pop Second Wind.
Okay. Agent P attempting to aim over Towns' tower shield shoulder at these guys as Towns has repositioned this way to protect her. You see, let me see. Davine could definitely see it. Sasha definitely sees it. Saris most definitely sees it. Ash is in too much of a predicament and too low down in the city streets to see it. Towns turns around and you see him hesitate for a second, and he kicks Agent P in the stomach, knocking her off the balcony, walking this way, trying to get in front of Sasha as Agent P hits the ground. And you hear a scream of frustration, but muffled over the radio. And that will conclude Agent P's turn.
Okay. Ceres.
Yep.
Let me see. First shot at the guy in front of her. Alright.
Lacey will Buster Cannon the Grizzly away. She has a Buster Cannon built into this whack job arm, built from mobile suit parts. That will conclude the Grizzlies, which ended up doing nothing because artillery can't actually fire at close range. So
Yeah.
they couldn't fire. They could have definitely shot Ash, but nope, that's it.
Alright, well, her first attack's at him. It's, she's gonna move up to here and take her second attack. Alright.
Devi. I'll take one of these guys off the board from the Earth. I'll take two, because they're in her inspiration order. You're up.
She is going to look around, know that the ODM gear wouldn't reach her, look down off the balcony, and step off it. And as she's falling, she just has just enough room to ODM gear
Ooh!
over to her.
Ooh, she dodges. Dodge those, though. Nice.
On that second redemption attack, she's going to try for a trip.
Okay, what's she got to roll?
Strength saving throw, 18.
She does not.
So she falls prone.
Can't grab it. Oh well, I can't grab the thing. Oh well, it's okay. So, she is prone. You know what I'll do? I'll do this. Remember that way. Okay. She is prone on her ass. Actually, on her face, we'll say. That's better. Anything else?
No.
Alright. Visage is going to backhand Ash across the face for 11 points of damage, lowering Ash's initiative score by 3 points. We will put Ash under Ceres for the beginning of the next turn order. He's going to ignite his jetpack, come here. You see him raise his wrist. And he misses. The arrow hits this, we'll say it is a wood walkway. You see this tiny little dart stick in and all these fumes start to come out of it.
Huh.
I will just give Sasha this guy, because she's going to hit no matter what. Yeah, she'll hit no matter what. We'll go back to the top of the turn order. But before we get into the top of the turn order, we return down here. You guys are walking this way. Hunk looks over at you, Julius. So, we got to get him through a war zone up there. He suggests we get him to Davine or Nicole as quickly as possible.
Yeah, probably Nicole.
Or we just hail her over the radio, and Hunk looks down at this grate, and he sees light emitting from this grate right here. Huh? And he looks down at it.
What? He looks down at the grate?
You feel an immense amount of heat coming from that grate. If you look down, it looks like it goes down, way, way down, somewhere into the mountain. And you see heat rising from it, flame.
Julius is gonna grab Dr. Morgan's arm and Hunk and put them both behind him.
Dr. Morgan goes behind you. That would be the lightning count.
Actually, the lightning count are just in name.
As he busts through the grate, the lightning count. Presenting himself to Julius. He is on fire. He holds his hand up, closes his fist, lets out a roar, igniting his body on fire in front of Julius.
Julius lets out a whistle. So, you got some new tricks since last we fought?
Dr. Morgan, you know this man?
Lightning count? Yeah, remember that whole UIR base explosion from the lightning count? We were the guys who did it.
Right. As Hunk steps up here with his son, and Dr. Morgan, the elevator is that way. And the lightning count now stands between you. Reroll your initiative, Julius. You and getting out of. Good roll for you. Very good. All right. And to finish things off down here so we don't have to jump back, take your turn down here against the count.
Alright, so first off, I'm gonna try out a reckless uppercut.
It hit! Ugh! Falls back this way. Head whips right up looking at you. Puts his fists out to the side and the flames ignite even stronger. The heat, you can feel the heat.
He is gonna take another step forward and look at Hunk and do a little gesture of his hand to tell him to go up that way.
Hunk, I don't want to leave you.
It's fine.
Damn it. He grabs Dr. Morgan and heads this way. He'll spend his turn going this way with Morgan. Anything else for Julie?
Julius is gonna look at him. So, what made you want to do fire, huh? As he whips his hands and the right falls off.
He lets out a roar right into your face.
Well, I would have preferred basic, but you do what you can.
He puts his fists up, prepared to fight. If there's anything else from Julius.
No, we're good.
All right. We'll go back upstairs. As Agent P has collected herself, Pounds is marching this way with his shield with the troop, attempting to get to Saris and link up. Towns can't do anything when he has his shield up other than move with the shield. I will take Icy. No, I will take Icy. Oh god, I don't want to. Okay, Saint's gonna stand up. Trying to put some distance between herself and Davine, hitting Davine for 28 points of damage. Hopefully getting her 15 feet of breathing room from Davine. That's all she can do.
Davine will parry it again for 13, but she will go back 15 feet.
Okay. Ash, we took Julius, so Ash will go to your turn because Icy's gonna heal me.
Okay. So, he's going to... Let's see what I can do here. Heal me?
No, she can't reach you where she is. She's healing Dave.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood you were saying.
You're too far away, but she'll be coming. Don't worry.
All right, well...
I would tentatively get some HP on you as DM the player because she'll get to you, but she's spent her turn. Because I can have her teleport, but she can't do anything. So
You're good. I had a plan. I don't have much in the way of healing on Ash, but I had a bit of a plan.
Alright, you're up.
First off, spend 4 grit to pop the cloak. To vanish. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 to there. And then swap to shatter, loading in the phased rounds. And I'm going to start shooting. These all are crits.
Where'd you go? He comes here looking for you, his mask. As the first shot hits him. Ah!
Shot 2.
Little fucking prick. Ah! If it hits, I gotta wait. Yeah. Ah! Knocks him back once.
Ooh. Alright, action surge. I'll spend that first bonus action on a heal on myself. Second round of attacks. Alright.
No EarthGov produced such pansy.
That one was the wrong weapon. Let me re-roll it. Miss.
Okay, anything else?
Yeah, those were my last 2 attacks. Let me pop off the action surge, and I, well, regenerated more than I spent. That's nice. I believe that's all I can do, but he's gonna... Yeah, says the prick who was using poison.
Sarah. As Agent P will grapple hook her way up.
Well,
Just
gonna
take Saris's turn because I'll roll P.
take another attack at the guy who survived last round.
Yeah.
Run over to him, and take an attack on him.
Dead.
And I guess she'll use the rest of her movement to get up to here, and that'll end her turn.
Davine, seeing Agent P run up here, sees Agent P wildly riding the recoil. Davine doesn't know much about shooting guns, but she knows that whoever... She's struggling to control this weapon as the shots go wild, ringing all around, one of them landing here right in front of Davine. And Agent P does hit Taint in the back for 22 points of damage. But she is spraying and praying, essentially. Gonna move these guys here. Just all as one unit to keep things rolling. And I'll say these EarthGov troops with Icy take out 2 more guys. We will now go to David.
Davian is going to... Yeah, she's just gonna run up. Holy crap.
Damn! Taint laughs at Davine. Ha, ha, ha.
Davian is going to slide under Taint and look at Agent P. You do know how to shoot that, don't you?
Agent P puts her fist up and starts shaking it at Davine.
You know what, I don't know what that means, but focus up.
Agent P's head recoils in shock when Davine says that.
Oh god. An agent who can't talk, how lucky are we?
Anything else for Devon?
No, sir.
Down here, Visage, not knowing where Ash is yet, starts looking around. Come out, wherever you are, little bug. And he stands here in the alleyway. What's Ash do?
He's gonna let him get in close before taking any more shots.
He's gonna step back here. And ignite a flame burst down the alley, hitting, trying to flush you out if you're in there, for 6 points of damage, lowering your AC by 2 points. And you are in that.
Okay.
He hears the sound of the flame connecting, and I assume we'll say Ash runs out of the alley a little bit. And
Yep.
footsteps, and he comes into the alley, cornered like a rat. And that will conclude his turn. Back down here. The party is starting. It's the lightning count. Is going to flex his arms out to the side, sending out a shockwave of flame damage, eruption. This is fire damage for 12 points of damage. He's going to flame charge at Julius, taking you this way, down here. Don't worry about your token. It's okay there. And he lands for 19 points of damage, heat lightning infused fist strikes. So he's punching you boom, 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 right into the stomach, concluding the count's turn. We'll let you roll your turn down here, Julius, before we go back upstairs.
Okay.
Save your token.
I think his turn's gonna be real simple. He's grappled right now, and he can just barely reach into his pocket, and he takes out an Aqualung.
Ah! Shielding his face. You see him start to stagger back through the gigantic hole he's came from. He is shielding his face. You see the flames subsiding, but he's still emitting a lot of heat. Steam everywhere. Eddie kill.
Then, I forget, does that take my entire action?
Nope.
Or... Okay. Julius is gonna run up and unarmed strike him.
Fight is on downstairs. As we go up here, Icy's gonna move this way, looking down into the city. She's looking around. Ash, you hear over your radio, "Where in the fuck are you at?"
Down in an alleyway near the gate.
Is that bounty hunter on you?
Yep.
Plop. She teleports you right up next door. Hi, Ash.
Hey. Ooh. Guy's tough, that's for sure.
On sec. She's gonna touch your chest. Well, I'm sure you've got him. That's a delayed teleport anyway, by the way, so go get him, Tiger, as you teleport back where she teleported you from. And you're back here at full health against this guy who is stalking you. But you are around the corner, we're gonna say, out of his line. Give you a little bit of an edge in the coming throw.
Okay.
Taint, on the other hand, is going to turn. Davine sees her move this direction. She's drawing her bow. Have a nice trip. Have a nice trip. She hits Davine with a bow right at Davine's feet, and it's 4 points of damage. And Davine and Agent P are teleported outside the city. Agent P looks up at Davine and starts shaking her fist at Davine.
Oh, don't do that at me. It's your fault, probably.
Agent P starts pounding the ground with her foot like a little kid.
Oh my god, and you're supposed to be an agent.
She smacks Davine on the shoulder, points back into the city.
Yeah, no, really. I was just gonna sit here and have a cup of tea.
Asher,
Alright, going to take the time to swap back to Ravage, loaded up with loaded up again. Gonna pop out, and the first shot with Ravage is going to again pop a grid for advantage, but this is gonna be a shredder round.
pierces the armor. Motherfucker! Grabbing his stomach.
Hey, you used poison, don't get to be mad about it.
Hit.
And with Aether, I'll try again. Sorry, I'll try again for Deep Impact Shot. He needs to make a... what kind of save? Sorry, I gotta scroll through a lot of shit. Okay. Like, auto makes it.
Down to 1.
Okay. And that'll be Ash's turn.
Sarah.
Well, she's got a guy right in front of her. The, inspiration is... what dice size?
D8.
D8, alright. That hits anyways. Turn to this. Actually, yeah, turn to this guy. And I'll try one more with the Bloody Blitz. Just because I really wanted to hit.
I think it will.
There
How
we
does
go.
he die?
She's gonna... well, since it's supposed to be a variety of things, she's going to hit a lariat that sends him flying off in that direction.
Alright. Agent P is going to do something interesting. She's pointing down to Davine's ODM gear, puts her hands out to her side, and then puts her fist up right in Davine's face.
Do you want me to carry you?
She sighs heavily, grabs Davine, and fires her grappling hook, taking them both. Agent P then sticks her hand to where her nose would be on the mask and does that thing with her fingers.
Oh, you. Oh. Maybe we should send you to Lorelei.
Agent P points at Davine and mimics laughing like a mom.
Oh, ha ha ha.
Davine's up.
Davine is going to hop down off the building, start running through the town, go through the gate, and ODM up to good old Taint.
You again? She sees her coming. She's looking at Saris, about to draw her bow at Saris.
It was a wonderful trip, by the way.
I've got more where that came from.
Oh, I'm sure you do.
Damn, Davine's had enough.
And then bonus action, she's gonna refuel.
Alright.
Davine is what they call sick of it.
Yes, most definitely. Most definitely. Visage is going to come up to Ash. Fail a grapple strength check. Holding his stomach where blood is coming out. He'll slam his wrist computer and jet charge Ash out into the open. He's trying to get you into the open. And he'll take you here into this little segment through this wall for 20 points of damage, concluding his turn.
Okay.
The others really don't matter what's going on right now. So back down. Sasha, you just imagine she's killing dudes. Same with Saris at this. Dun, dun, dun. Down here, on the other hand. We're seeing the steam coming off of this guy from the candy. The smoke. You have to protect your eyes almost. It's so intense. And he's going to stamp his feet into the ground, breaking the cement earth beneath it. And reignite himself to full effect. His self-immolation back up. He's going to hold his hands out to his side and start point blank chucking fireballs right into Julius. Best of 6 dex roll, baby. Come on, Julie.
You can do it.
Alright, just help me out and tell me who wins.
Alright, so Julius wins the first one, Julius the second, Man on Fire the third, Julius the fourth, Julius the fifth, and then Man on Fire the sixth. So Julius wins 4-2.
Alright, read the description and carry on while I prep some. If you win, you get 3 free attacks.
Alright, and 3 free attacks he shall have.
Okay, they all missed. That's okay. Shit happened. As he is going to grab you, Julius, and take you up. Boom! First, you crash through some cement that's layered beneath the city. Then you crash through what feels like wood. You swear you hear a cat scream in terror, and then you feel like there's a table lying on your back. Then you feel like you go through a roof, and that's because you do. Appearing in the air here, being grappled by the Man on Fire, is Julius. You're about 60 feet up in the air. Here. All the fighting is now right here. And he's still got you in a grapple, but that will conclude his turn. As I said, the others are essentially set dressing at this point, so we'll just say, whatever. Towns and Sasha kill a few dudes. Yada yada yada. Doesn't really matter. Icy looks over her shoulder, and that must be the lightning cow, Julius, over the ring.
Well, how could he have guessed?
Pain. Bleeding from the side of her mouth at this point. Is going to attempt. Oh, fuck it. She's gonna try to kill Davine. She's going to swing her sword at Davine for 17 points of damage, knocking Davine. It's not over for her. Give her HP. Not yet. I think you're good. Davine gets, boom, some haste on her for her next turn from Icy, and we will go to Julie. On Fire, grappled. If you want to get out of the grapple, strength check.
Alright.
You're in the air, but you can fly and your limit broken. So oh, he still got you. Come on, fight him off. Fight him off, Julius, come on.
Oh.
Jesus Christ. All right, well, just take your turn. You can still punch, defend yourself. Best you can. He's got you by the shoulder.
Oops. Got to turn off advantage.
There you go. Every time you strike him, Julius, he roars in pain. His voice reverberates, and you don't suffer from PTSD, but you remember this. You remember being down in that little down and out lower elevated area over that prototype weapon they were building, and it sounds just like him. Every time you struck him all those months ago, years ago, I should say, back during your times of Squad Sigma, he recoils just like the Lightning Count did back then. His posture is the same as the Lightning Count's, that over arrogant. It's not a fighting stance, it's a brute stance. It's him, for sure.
Julius, noticing this, is going to lean in. Isn't it funny that last time we fought we were down in the ground, and now we're high up in the air?
He lifts his head, turns up, looks at you recoiling from the strikes, and you see those flames as you taunt him start to burn brighter around, letting out a large roar as most of the troopers are looking up in terror at the Lightning Count. As you're up down here with Jules.
Alright. Pulls out guns. And... oh, wrong weapon. First shot. And gonna spend a grit for... I can scroll all the way down. Oh. Let's just say it's, yeah, for winging shot. Try and knock him on his ass.
What's he gotta make?
Let me check. I'm trying to find it. Buried in all this shit, you know?
It's con.
I believe it's con, but I'm making sure. Fey ancestry, winging shot, strength of 16, or if he not 17, that needs to be changed. Alright, he makes it. Oh wait, I'm within 5 feet of him.
Alright, he falls over.
Alright. Now I'm gonna take those other shots. Second shot. Actually misses, damn. Third shot. Okay. Last shot with Aether. Spend a grid for deep impact shot. And can I move this way?
Sure.
I'm gonna take the time while he's on the ground to move there. And
Anything else?
no, that'll be my turn.
Alright, we don't need to go into Ceres at this point. Just imagine they're fighting amongst the troops that are feeding out of the bottom layers here. These mines, mining city at the top of this mountain. Agent P is going to fire her grappling hook and land here. Davine, collecting herself from that annoying fucking knockback from that enchanted sword Taint has, notices Agent P, even though there's battles going on up. These troopers shooting down. Sasha shooting down. Town still down, like, down in between. Agent P is just staring right up at Julius and the Lightning Count. Davy notices that.
Davine's gonna look up at the fight that's going down, and then she's gonna look down at Agent P and snap twice. Oi! Get your head in the game!
Agent P slowly holsters her rifle on her back as Davy's saying that.
Oh dear God.
And she moves up here, trying to get a better view of the fight. Right in between Tate and fucking Davy.
Agent?
It's David's turn as Agent P is just staring up this way into the sky. Davy notices Taint is definitely going for another displacement arrow because they are stacked up. Nice. Nice and stacked up right here.
Oh my God. Davine is... To get a good shot of Taint, she is going to drop down and sweep the legs out from under Agent P.
She falls down on her butt, still looking up at the fight in the sky.
and she's going to jump over Agent P and ODM gear over to Taint.
It. So
And-
that 30 is definitely gonna. Oh, finish actually then.
Yeah, just the ferocity.
So that 30 is most definitely going to. I don't know. I like to imagine Davine stabs her with both, like, right into the ribs. Not to get too graphic about Drow's breast, but right under the breast somewhere. And she's able to force the swords out of her, and she staggers back here. Right, like, to copy paste to get it perfect. But so her back is right below this drop off where the APC has been parked because it no longer can really help. It can't get any farther if you look at the terrain. So, unless you want it to somehow drive straight up on the wall. So, yeah. Either way, Taint's in a precarious position as we go to Julesson. He'll ignite his jetpack and fly up here. Been a long time since I had such a good fight, and just like his picture, he's cracking his knuckles looking at Ash.
I'd like to say you've made it fun too.
He lifts his head up holding his stomach. He is profusely bleeding from his stomach. Gut shot me.
Do what you gotta do, eh?
That's the life of a merc. Usually ends pretty dirty. As he's lowering his hands slowly from his stomach, where he's holding back the blood flow.
Yes, we do.
And as you say that, he quickly draws.
3 dex rolls? Alright. I'll let you put yours first. Yeah, I lost.
Damn!
That's some exceptionally bad luck. Alright.
Riddling Ash with bullets. I'm even gonna say Ash falls off this little, walkway down here face first, but you don't suffer any prone penalties. Up to the jewel on fire. He's going to hurl Julius through the air this way. Holding his hands above his head in like a jack, or what do they call it? Like a forehammer, sledgehammer. He flies up into the air, slamming down onto Julius, but you're able to catch yourself and collect yourself for 22 points of fire damage. You don't hit the ground, you stop yourself before hitting the ground. And then he's going to clap his hands together and thunder and fire. He's able to control both somehow at this point. Con check of 18 or higher, have your movement speed halved until the end of the take the 6 damage one way or another. Damn! Alright, there you go. That'll conclude the Jewel on Fire's turn. AC turns, looking up at Julius. Do you want help?
If it gets real bad.
Look like you got it under control as more UIR troops are coming out of here. And some more surrounding town. The cannon fodder. And Agent P still just looking up like this at Julius. Back to the top of the turn order, and as I said, we're going to Julius.
Yeah, that'll be only 3 attacks this time.
Oh, what does that one do?
So he ducks out of the way of the first kick. The next thing that hits him is a knee to the nose, and then that 29 is a punch straight to the throat.
Nice. As Hunk and Morgan have made their way out, Hunk coming up here trying to get to Davine, but also trying to protect Morgan. Definitely notices Agent P just sitting on her butt watching the fight. What the hell is wrong with her, Davine?
Sounds like I know. She seems entranced.
She wounded? He comes and kneels down. She's just staring up at the sky. Dr. Morgan, this is not a safe location, sir. As he points to these UIR troops engaged with poor towns surround. Ash, you are.
Alright, gonna look at the dude in front of me. Okay. How was the good shot?
Been around the block once or twice, punk.
Well, might be the last. Going to again, thing with Ravage again. Have a Shredder round loaded in. Ready for advantage. Misses. Okay. Next shot with Ravage. Oh, should I roll the D8 for that to see if that would change it with the Shredder round?
No, the aura's gone. Just keep going.
Okay, sorry. Second round. Third attack. And offhand with Aether. That'll end Ash's turn.
Alright. Agent P is going to stand up like a little kid, looking in awe of the fight, and try to push her way past Davy.
Davine is gonna notice that she's trying to get to the fight, and she's gonna try and step in her way while keeping an eye on Taint.
Dr. Morgan goes and hides near the APC here, as Hunk positions to help Town Sasha over here. And Agent P looks at Davine and starts shaking her fist at him.
It's not a good idea. You can barely shoot a gun, let alone help that.
Agent P's head recoils in anger at Davine saying that, and just glares up at Davine, ending her turn.
Davine is gonna look over at Taint, then back at Agent P, then back at Taint. Oh, damn it! She's gonna rush over to Taint. Man, only one hit.
That's all we needed to finish her, though. How does the 26 kill? 32 plus... Yeah, how does the 26 kill?
She runs up and quickly just stabs her, and it's more of a push stab than a I'm going to rupture something inside your body stab. So she pushes her off, and it lands onto the APC.
She lands on this poor ranger guy inside here. She lands on top of the APC dead. Her bounty hunter medallion, though Davine wasn't informed of this, but rolls out right next to the APC. Davine notices it. Probably doesn't know what it is, but notices it.
And then she's gonna try to quickly block Agent P again.
Smart. Visage, looking at Ash, holding his stomach, bleeding out. I think I'm gonna take you with me, punk.
You can try.
Only two.
The first two, or
The first.
All right.
He headbutts you on the 12, just BAM! You see his helmet start to crack. He's headbutting you. I like to imagine there's a glass visor in the middle. You see a crack go into the glass. He's fighting on pure rage and adrenaline at this point. We'll conclude his turn. We will go back to the top of the order. Icy, Saris, fighting the UIR reinforcements. Julius, you're...
Okay, so it was just that turn. Alright.
Sir! Let's hear what you're doing to him on the one side.
So the first one is to the floating rib on the right side. He sort of bends to the right side, which allows Julius to do a snap kick, making him lean the other way into a roundhouse kick right into the left side of his chest.
Nice. Ash,
Rolling
You are
guns
up.
out. Oh, what was it?
oh, I was saying you're up. But before you pull your guns out, Vis is just gonna put his hand up.
What?
Tell me something, punk.
I.
What are you? Council? Hunter? Marine?
Council, Ranger, and Hunter.
Quite a lot of accolades. He puts his hand back over his stuff. You know, I've beaten the fuck out of men like you, and they all crumbled and died. Some cried for their mummies. I had a reputation for never bringing back bounties alive. I enjoyed it. It's a sport. I'm done. As he looks down at his stomach, I probably got, judging by the color of the blood, 10 minutes, if I'm lucky. My nanomachines can't heal a wound like this in my system. What do you say? He pulls out his bounty hunter medallion and throws it over here. I'm sure Gondar wants that back, yeah?
Aye.
What do you say we settle this like men? One more draw. And he walks over here. Kill me. Got his hand on the shredder. Take the medallion. I'm dead either way. Let's see who's the better shot.
You know what? Like you said, you're dead anyway. Move's over.
Rangers have a reputation for being good shots, am I right?
You are.
Alright. You take your shooting position and you'll roll your dexes on his turn. As you prepare for your... Probably been a long time since Ash had... Did Ash ever have like a shoot-off or stand-off shoot, a gunfight in Gallia? Like this?
Not one-on-one like that, no.
Oh, then this is the first time. Okay. Cool. Well... HMP looks at Davine and points at her and then points for her to move out of the way.
No!
HMP starts shaking her fist at Davine, shaking her head, pounds the ground once with her foot. Hunk, what the fuck is wrong with you? As he breaks this guy's neck.
No matter how much you throw a tantrum right now, I'm not letting you through. And she points up to Julius and the man on fire.
HMP shoos Davine out of the way with her.
You know what? You want to go so bad? Make me.
Okay. Davine will have to stay here to keep her from getting up to the fight. Just so Davine knows that. HMP looks up at Davine and tilts her head slightly. That will end Agent P's turn. As down here... the next roll.
Okay. Okay.
I guess it only rolled one.
Well, I lost that roll. I lost the roll off again.
Damn! Visage riddling Ash with bullets. Falling to one knee. You see he takes his mask off. Coughs up a huge amount of blood. You could tell from the amount of blood he's been lung shot as well. You could tell from his voice, cracking voice, struggling to breathe. And he's on one knee, looking at Ash. Still got the revolver in his hands, Not good enough of a shot, huh, punk? And he's struggling to stay standing up.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
The rifle, excuse me. The Sonic Shredder falls out of his hands, and he's got to brace himself by putting his hands onto the ground, to keep himself up almost in a push-up position. He's fighting to keep his head up looking at you. We will go to the man on Julius. He will connect with a heat lightning infused fist strike to Julius before grabbing Julius, throwing him above him in the air. So I like to imagine Julius is like almost 80 feet up in the air, higher than where the count is. So more like probably 170. It's pretty high up. And he just starts consecutive fireball volleying at Julius up in the air, letting out these. And Ash, you're hearing them. Everybody's hearing this guy. They echo across this mountaintop. Let me know who wins that one while I do something down here.
Oh, he won.
Okay, I'm coming. Give me one moment. He's going to fly up to Julius, flame charging Julius higher into the air. He's got you. Grapple. He erupts, holding you in the charge for 14 points of fire damage. And then he does something very strange. He grabs the back of Julius's head, starts lifting his hair back, pulling you back by the hair, and he's looking over right into your eyes, and he, by your hair, whips you this direction over into the city. And now he's 110% sure who he's fighting. What's left of the armor he wore, it almost looked like a grafted suit, is burned off, and you see a visage of a very ripped man on fire. And that will conclude his turn. You're up, Julie.
Julius is gonna stare at him and breathe deep a couple times. And then let out a roar, and he's gonna use Undying Rage.
Let's see. All right.
And then he's he's gonna rush him.
-2 on the class feature dot. Damn. I like to imagine the strikes are connecting. It's just he's taking the hit as if it's not even hurting. Anything else?
No, sir?
And the flame is actually hurting you. The heat is hurting you. The one so akin to using flame to fight with, like Julius, this would probably be one of the first times, save for being in close proximity to xenomorphs and flamethrowers going off. Down here, a very interesting end to the fight. As Visage is still just looking up at Ash. His breathing has increased, You see blood coming out of the bottom of his mask, indicating an immense amount of blood loss through the mouth, which usually means you did.
It's a good fight, mate. I got nothing to be ashamed of.
He's looking up at you. Finish it.
Alright. He's gonna pull out Ravage and 3 shots.
How does the 28 kill? Where does it?
He's gonna try and make it as painless as he can, so right through the center of the helmet.
Dead. The bounty hunter medallion resting here right behind.
Ash is gonna take his time, walk over, bend down next to him, pick up the medallion, look at the guy, pat the back of his helmet, and then start limping up towards the actual fight.
You see Dr. Morgan up here hiding behind the front of the APC. This is intolerable! Who are you?
Dr. Morgan, I presume?
Yes, sir!
Lieutenant Asharion Valorius.
You're looking worse for wears.
Been worse.
I always hoped EarthGov would come for me. I just didn't think it would be such an explosive finish as he gestures with his head up.
Well, that's what you get when we're the ones who come to save you. He's gonna just, fall and lean against the wall to watch the show.
Something interesting happens here. Agent P puts her finger up in Davine's face and points for her to move, and her hand is shaking.
She's gonna grit her teeth and look up. Look at her. What can you do?
God, you are such a bitch! And Davine realizes it's Pequod.
You are one to talk.
Gee, haymakers, Davine, for 38 points of damage. Knocking Davine down on the ground so she can out of the way over Dave. And it hurts. It was a good punch. Nobody else heard it. Hunk's busy engaged. Pounce clearly is busy. Icy helping Saris dispatch these goons easily. What's Davine doing?
She's on the ground holding her jaw. Oh shit! That makes a lot of sense.
As Agent P makes her way this way. And we will go down to the jewel on. He'll hit with the dive bomb again, knocking you down onto the ground. Agent P's like right here. Say, you're here. You go through whatever food cart they had going on here. That's good. He's going to pick you up from the ground by your armor collar, shirt collar, whichever you prefer. And plant 2 stiff punches right into your jaw for 23 and 24 points of damage, electrifying you to the core. That will conclude his turn. We'll go back to the top of the turn order, and you, Yulie.
He gets drained by 2, and then 3 attempted attacks, all of them missing.
Gotcha. Okay, anything else?
No.
Nice. As Davine still, I guess, collecting herself, or what is Davine doing currently, before we go on?
I think she collected herself as soon as she heard Julius scream for that attack that did 24 damage, and she stands up, and she pulls out her swords, and knows she probably can't do much. So she looks over at her other child, and she's gonna go over and help her.
Up here, something interesting happened. Julius, you see Towns, as far as you know. Towns is a fucking apprentice agent. Come up behind the lightning. And just start punching him in the side of the head, her arms setting on fire with each punch, and her armor is starting to set on fire from the immense amount of heat he's giving off. And she just keeps punching him in the side of the head. One sec. The man on fire getting hit in the side of the head is going to let you go, Julius. You roll down onto the tracks right behind Davine, Icy, and Sarah. And he will turn. This is where things might get a little ugly. He punches whoever this is right in the face as you are collecting yourself, looking up. And you can see through her burnt mask, Pequod is actually Agent P. You see her pretty little face, all the mask burning, the hood burning, the armor on her burning. He's going to effortlessly grab her, throw her up in the air, like skeet shooting. And I assure you, she will not beat him in a dex roll-off. So you see Pequod in midair get riddled by flame balls and fall, boom, almost right where he threw her up, right here. And these guys don't even notice her because they're busy engaged now. You are up, Julie.
As he sees that happen, all he can think is, no, no, no. And he lets out the loudest yell he ever has, which is just him yelling, Pequod.
You hear Towns over the radio. Oh, God. You're up. She is down and out on the ground. Face down. Burn to hell. Not this way.
He's gonna stand up shakily on his knees and rush over to her. And he's gonna make sure she's still alive.
The man on fire, watching you go slowly, turning. She's alive and breathing. The armor has protected her flesh for the most part. She has some third-degree burns on her chest, stomach area, but she's a weak pulse for sure.
Oh, shit. God damn it. Damn it, Pequod. He's gonna put out any remaining fire and shoot a couple nanotech guns into her.
She does not move. She's very lightly breathing.
He looks up at one of the soldiers and grabs his arm. You make sure she doesn't get hurt.
Copy! He looks down at you, looking at her. Is that Rico's kid?
Yes.
Jesus Christ! He comes over.
He stands up and turns around and faces the man on fire. And
He's staring you down, walking right toward.
And he's gonna meet him in the middle.
What's the 26 and 29 do?
The first two miss. He dodges out of the way easily. But the second one, Julius does a cartwheel and kicks him across the jaw with the side of his foot. He lands and then jumps up and kicks the back of his head.
He recoils with every hit. You see him step here. He's looking over your shoulder at her. You can tell he's found your weak point. He's gonna step once towards you. Grab you by the shoulder. And that is actually a very serendipitous low roll for him. Because as he grabs you by the shoulder, he likes to grab his targets by the shoulder, hurl them up into the air with his upper body strength. This time around, something strange is going on. Julius, on the other hand, he can't lift you. He's grabbing you and he's trying to lift you, and you can tell, you can see your shoulders of your coat moving, your armor, your leather jacket, whatever it is, but he can't physically lift you. And he's almost looking at you, even though you can't see facial features. You see his head slightly. And then you see his head to the right side and his neck. And you see him let go of you and stagger back this way. Down the hill, his arms out to his side, almost going limp. He's trying to keep them up, but he barely can as he staggers farther down the hill with his head contorted to the right. And that concludes his turn.
He takes one step forward. You really fucked up. And he's gonna rush him.
Follow-up attacks made by failed or successful attacks on Julius's part, just like back with Jiren, and lifting your legs off the ground, knocking him right into the upper stomach, knocking the wind out of old Count, knocking him back here, skipping his next turn. He's on the edge. Just like Visage was earlier. You knee him twice in the...
He's gonna close the distance and he's gonna put both his hands up to his chest and let out a charged ki blast.
Well, you do it. Flying over. Ash, you see this guy like a fucking firecracker go flying back this way, slamming into this stone wall, leaving a trail of flame behind him that's getting weaker and weaker and weaker as he flies into the wall. But he's still moving, barely. He's fighting with his neck to readjust his head, letting out screams of agony.
Ash is gonna nudge the doctor. Never a lack of fireworks with this squad.
I see EarthGov's changed a lot in my absence watching this go.
Bit of the old, bit of the new.
Oh, Lord. You're up, Julius.
Julius is gonna let out a scream and rush him again.
Go for it. Stuck at the side of the damn mountain like fucking Jiren was. 2, 3, 4. You're beating him into the wall. Every hit sends him deeper and deeper into the wall. And once again. Double knee to his gut, keeping him off on the offensive. You're up.
Yeah. I think another ki blast is in order, followed by...
We don't even need the Mushin strikes because this is gonna finish. You blast him through the entirety of this concrete, cliff face that this track runs along. and you see his body slam into the wood, but it's no longer on fire, this wooden wall. His body's no longer on fire. Interestingly enough, the body you see, just to confirm what you already knew, if questions are asked, is lying there dead with his neck broken. Looks like most of his limbs are broken, and there's a giant gaping hole in his stomach. There's just enough flesh on each side, keeping him together, but he's hunched over because a giant gaping hole. The lightning comes. Dead.
Julius stares at him. Just for good measure. And he's gonna let out another volley of ki blasts onto him.
Do it! There is nothing left of this man's body. He is dead.
And Julius, as fast as he can, which is pretty freaking fast in this form, is gonna go back up to Pequod.
Dr. Morgan's gonna find the bounty hunter medallion. Huh. Must have been that drow woman's up there on the APC. He's holding it, looking down at Ash. We need to get you medical attention, young man.
I'll be fine. Can I have that?
Sure.
Thank you. I need to get that back to Gondar.
Here you go. He gives it. The final UIR troops are dead and routed. Icy walks up to Davine, punches her lightly in the shoulder, does the same to Sarah. Nice. What's all the commotion about? Gestures up this way.
Davine is staring over at them with a sort of shocked and oh shit look on her face. Pequod.
What? Ceres comes this way!
Agent P. Pequod.
How fucking stupid are we? As Icy, I knew I should have read her fucking mind. Starts running up this way. Hug's gonna come around here. What's all the hubbub?
Agent P. Pequod.
Ceres is gonna jump down here. Did you know Agent P was Pequod?
He's gonna try to jerk up off the ground and kind of slip back slightly because of all the holes in him.
No. I'll carry you and take care of you. What? Did you know?
Fuck no, I didn't.
Jesus Christ, it explains so much. She's going to inject you with a medi-injector that heals you to full. But you're still in a lot of pain.
Thank you.
Oh, who's this? Points at this old guy.
This is Dr. Morgan.
Pleasure, my beauty. I'll be fine here. I'll stay here with this ranger and this APC. As Ceres jumps up here and takes you this way. Hunt, come on, Davine. Is she hurt bad?
Very.
This town scales the cliff. God damn it. Looking at Pequod.
Julius is holding her head in his hands, wiping some dirt off her cheek and just staring at her. Shit.
Talon's looking down at her. I shouldn't have left her.
You shouldn't have allowed her to come.
He looks down at you. Yeah, you tell General Rico's daughter no. She can order me around. I have to.
Sometimes when orders are... Never mind.
Sometimes, maybe you should get a handle on your wife. No offense. She's stubborn, yes, and she uses her name to get what she wants. Maybe that's your problem, not mine. As he glares down at you, I tried to protect her throughout this entire stupidity.
He takes a couple deep breaths. You're right. I
This is why
apologize.
I prefer working alone, because I don't have to deal with drama like that. And he points down to... And Icy, just everybody move as this guy awkwardly moves out of the way. Relax. She kneels down at Pequod, looks at Julius. This can't happen again, Julius. Puts her hand on her chest and heals her. And wakes up. And Icy's staring at Julius.
It won't happen again.
Hunk, this shit's been happening since the Headhunter days, as Ash is being cradled by Ceres.
Yes, it has. We were just talking about how foolish it was earlier today.
She wakes up looking up at Julius, puts her hand on Julius's cheek. Hi, Julius.
You cannot do this. Do you realize now why we don't let you come on missions like this?
She looks shocked. Yeah. That
Then-
hurt.
Yeah, it does. And you are not cleared for that kind of pain. You are not cleared for this kind of combat. You need to... You can't. You cannot do this. I don't care who your father is. I'm saying you cannot.
She looks up at you shocked. Just wanted to help.
I know. You just wanted to help. And I appreciate that. I really do. But you help so much as is. If things got real bad and we needed to evacuate on the double because the orbital strike was coming, would we have been able to if you were boots on the ground with us?
No.
Downs, were you able to really help out during the entire fight?
Negative. My job was compromised, as I told her it would be. Give me
Exactly.
time. Pequod looks up at Town. It was fun. Towns, no, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't, because Patricia, you almost died, and if I didn't go crazy, things would have gone real bad, and you would have died, and none of this, everything would be gone. You, please, don't do it again.
Eyes wide looking at Julius with shock. Sasha leans into Ash. Just like the Headhunter did.
Yeah, just hoping she listens to him this time.
Ceres is gonna take Ash closer so Ash can talk.
Pequod, come on, man. I want you to be able to come down for stuff like this, but you're just not ready for it. I watched you trying to fire that rifle. It nearly took you off the ledge. You'll be
She
able to.
looks up at you.
You'll be able to, but I don't want to see you get hurt, and you're gonna get hurt like this until you're ready. You're just not yet.
Sasha's gonna kneel down with her rifle butt on the ground. Stuff like this compromises the team, and I don't know what I would have done if you asked me to do it. We're the same rank, but it's an abuse of power. She's like slightly nodding her head, looking down at Pequod. It's not just because he's my boyfriend. If you did that to anybody, you could get somebody really hurt. If not yourself, right, Julia?
Yes, an abuse of power and name.
And to be honest, you want to live up to your name? Would your dad have run in without the proper training? Without...
No.
Then is that living up to your name, or making it look bad?
Towns nods his head at that. I see, yeah, it's a compromises the team, but, I mean, not to dissuade and take away from what Ash and Julius accomplished in the Headhunter. They wouldn't be here if it wasn't for those days, but This is the real big leagues now, Peacock. The Arcane Council. This isn't one. What was that thing called, Julius? The Space Hunter?
A space hunter, whatever the correct term for it is, we call it a space hunter.
This isn't Space Hunters or, I don't know, a Drake or whatever. I don't know. What's another thing you fought? Raptors, right?
Raptors, aye.
This isn't the little leagues. This is the big leagues now. We're fighting incredibly dangerous creatures, enemies. We don't have time to watch your back. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. This Pequod looks at Julius still shocked.
Yeah, and sadly, that includes me. I mean, it's a sort of special thing when it comes to Sasha and Towns. She's a sniper. She's very good at Overwatch, but I'm sure there are times where she just can't. I'm sure there are times where Icy and Bingsky can't. I'm sure there are times where Ash and Saris can't. I won't be able to keep an eye on your back all the time.
She's looking at Julius shocked as Saris turns to Davine and puts her hand lightly on Davine's cheek. What happened? Right where Pequod punched her.
She punched me.
Alright?
Yes, so it'll be fine. Might bruise, but it'll be fine.
Hell of a punch. Saris takes her hand away, letting Ash down. Can you walk?
I can walk.
She lets you down, Ash.
Thank you, love.
Pequod looking right at Julius. Towns, you have 3 kids that, from my understanding, are very important to the future of EarthGo. Kids need a mom growing up more than a dad. No offense, Julius. He points down at you. Dads are important too, but moms, I think, end up being more important in the long run.
Julius nods, and not only are our children important to the future of EarthGov, you're important to the future of EarthGov. If you die, where the fuck is that future?
Punk, it'll end up probably in the hands of somebody like the guy who got us into this mess in the first place. The last guy before Rico. If there was a Rico in charge back then, I don't think we'd even be here right now trying to save Dr. Morgan. At least that's my opinion. He crosses his arms and shakes his head.
Exactly. He kneels down next to her. I understand that you want to be boots on the ground with us, and you want to help us out, and you want to be there with us, fighting on the front lines, and I respect that, I really do. And maybe someday you can, but until then, until you are combat cleared, until you are combat trained, until you are ready for it, ready for the things that you will see, the things that you will hear, the things that you will do. He shrugs. Stay on the ship.
Hunk's going to come up, put Ash's arm around his shoulder, trying to help Ash, just so making sure he can stand. You have to look at it this way. Julius and Ash broke their backs for 5 years with Leslie, while you sat on your ass and watched them. And then when you weren't sitting on your ass out in the snow, you sat in the bunker and played video games and ate popcorn. I might not have been there all the time, but I know what went down. So, if you want to fight, if you want to be a fighter, you have to train. Just like Ash, Julius, Nicole, Town, Sasha, Davey, and Sarah. And it takes a long time. It's not something that'll come in 6 months. But if you want to learn, I am sure Julius and Leslie would be happy to teach you.
100%. If it means for 1 second that a situation like this, and he gestures out to everything, won't happen again.
You're telling me I have to stay on the ship? He's looking right at you.
Yes, Patricia, you have to stay on the ship.
She looks over at Ash.
I agree. Until you're trained, yes, you have to stay on the ship. I mean, you've been... Not counting the Ray, I'm not going to count that, but on missions where you managed to come with us, that is twice out of, like, 3 that you have been horribly hurt. Is that a good batting record?
She looks away from Ash. Towns, next time I'm going to Lorelei. The only reason I didn't go to her this time is because I was afraid what she would do to you and the squad, given how angry she gets at us sometimes, even though I don't feel like it's my fault. I've never caused any of the drama, but yeah. Pequod's staring up at him. I don't want to be a snitch, but at the same time. She stares back at Julia. Tell me one more time to stay on the ship, then.
Stay on the ship.
That's an order. From husband, not rank.
Yes, from husband. From father of your kids. Stay on the ship.
She puts her hand out for you to help her up.
He stands up and helps her.
You know, I kind of like assertive Julius. She's looking up at you with her hand on your chest.
Oh,
Don't try to...
No, I actually really like it. I am submissive by nature, but you've never been this assertive with me before, as I say, Jesus Christ.
Okay. Just...
I mean, you told me to stay on the ship in the past as Sasha. Ugh! But you never screamed at me.
He's trying to hide a smile, and he rubs his face, and he smacks it a couple times. Don't try to change the subject. I'm
agreeing with you. I like it. I'm fine. I'll stay on the ship.
Yes, thank you.
Under the condition that, yeah, I want to learn from you and Laza.
Deal. Completely deal.
If anything, just to get my Makarov back, and yeah.
Yeah, we'll teach you.
You should be assertive like this more. Icy God comes over.
Julius pinches the bridge of his nose. I'll take that into consideration.
Yeah, you really should. Like right now, take it into consideration.
Okay.
Dr. Morgan's going to come up, looks at Davine. Hello?
Hello, sir.
What's going on here?
She scratches her chin. An argument turned different.
Captain Daz, his nickname, comes up behind Dr. Morgan. Is that General Rico's daughter? Look.
Yes.
God, I've been on the frontier a long time. She was like early 20s when I saw her last time, I think. He's looking right up at her.
Yep.
Pequod, I will stay on the ship as long as you tell.
Okay.
If that's what you want, I'll do it for you. And only you. And you have my word. She kisses you on the chin, removing your mat.
He breathes in deep and sighs, and he pets her at the top of her head. Good. And I'm not gonna tell you every single time. Once is enough.
No, once is enough. You asserted dominance. It was really attractive.
Yeah. He has to put his mask back on.
No. She takes it. Hunk, propping Ash's shoulder over his arm a little more. This Tewaz guy has had it out for you in the past. And he's probably, if you're on the field, he's going to use you against us. Because it's a double win for him. Takes you out, no EarthGov leadership. Takes you out, fucks up the squad. So, Even if you want to come on missions, I think it's selective missions, Julius.
Yes, I agree. If it's missions where I don't want you to come, if Icy doesn't want you to come, or anyone, you're not coming.
Fine, lay down the law. She's rubbing your chest lightly. Okay, and she's just staring up into your eyes, and she has the same look she had all those years ago in that town with those weird fish people when she got off the vertibird that Leslie wasn't letting her get off. It's the look of like the first time she saw you and the last time she thinks she's ever gonna see you again.
He smirks at her, tries to hide it, and then, oh, who fucking cares? He just smiles down at her.
Towns clap slightly. Can we leave?
Oh, right. Yeah.
I have a migraine, and we're not telling Lorelai about this, right? As he looks down at everybody else.
Yeah, just... if you walk up to her, just... don't try to hide it from... It's easier for her to read your mind if you're trying to hide something from her.
Towns, I'll just take the blame for it if she's able to read my mind. Captain Daz comes up to Ash. You alright, son?
I'm doing fine for now. The guy put up a good fight.
Yeah, well, you got him. Yeah.
I did.
Nice. He looks around. You see him counting the troops. No casualties on our end. Nice.
I'd say that's about as successful as a mission as you could possibly ask for.
I'd say so. Nice to meet you, Miss Rika. She shakes his hand for like 2 seconds and lets go. Would you carry me back to the ship?
Yes, I think I can do that.
Saris, good God. Let go of him, hunk. I'll carry him back. And she picks up at... Have fun playing with your bounty hunter friend, honey.
Oh, the most fun. I only have, you see him counting, 9 bullet holes in me?
She shakes her head. Well, we'll go home and watch the Curse of Cornstalk.
Oh boy. Joy.
Get some good food. Chef Julius, Sarah speaks.
Chef Julius.
And we will never talk about Pequod being on this mission again, or think about it. As Sarah starts taking Ash down this way.
Wait.
Come on, David.
Wait, you're saying Pequod was on a mission?
Ah, that's why you're my husband. She kisses Ash's head. Come on, David, we'll ride down in this armadillo thing.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Dr. Morgan looks around. So I'm to bring an exoframe back to life? That's why we went through all this drama?
At least one.
Fair. Well, I will do my damnedest. Get me back to Gateway. It's been a long time since I've seen the ring.
Let's go then.
You make your way back to the Nova. Pequod's piloting. Icy just has her helmet off, staring in her captain's seat. Has her helmet off, staring at the back of Pequod's head, shaking her head. Sarah's holding Ash. You want me to take you to Sunny?
Yeah, let's see if she can get me some painkillers.
Hunk is going to sit down next to David as Sarah takes you into Sunny.
Hello, Sonny.
You... Oh, what? What happened to you?
One-on-one fight with a really good hunter.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I'd say you've looked worse before. What? Sit down. Put him on the bed. Sarah's put you on the bed.
I'm fine. It just hurts pretty bad.
I assume the a per usual Ash attitude of avoid the fuck out of, and she points back to the med tank, and just a strong but non-addictive regimen of painkillers.
Yeah, it's pretty much healed from what Sarah stuck me with already. It just hurts.
You have nightmares about being in those tanks for how much time you spent on them on the Majestic, Ash?
A bit. I've never liked being confined like that in general, but I'm not kidding when I say I probably spent a cumulative, between the headhunters and the Majestic, month and a half of my life inside one of those.
Well, I had to spend a couple months time inside them myself, so I understand. Not for injuries, but to learn. Ugh.
Aye. That's one thing that we have in common. We're two brats, I suppose.
She presents you a cup of water and some pills. Take these, and then take these 6 pills throughout the next 2 days. Every 12 hours. You'll be fine by the time you reach the... You probably won't even need the last 2.
Thank you. He's gonna take him right now. Lifesaver as always, Sonny.
She winks at you and no other injuries? Comes out here. Oh, hello, sir, as Dr. Morgan. Hello. Sits down right behind Julius. Anybody else injured? Oh, you're looking terrible, Julius, as Saris picks Ash up and carries him out here.
Did you get
Yeah,
Oops, sorry, you go.
I'll be fine. Don't worry.
You okay, Julius? You seem like you're in a bad mood.
Oh, maybe you should go ask my wife.
Why?
She thought it was a good idea to come on the mission with us.
She is holding a stethoscope and she drops it. I really should have came out of the med bay, I think.
Oh, it's okay. It's not your fault. You're not the one who never listened to us.
I was researching something called the Emo War. Apparently Malcolm took part in.
Oh, God.
Oh,
I see. What didn't you idiots do? She turns around in her chair. I mean, really?
our job.
Cornstalk, Emo War. Pequod turns around. What's wrong with you? Looking at
If you want to know what we didn't do, I mean, for the most part, what EarthGov was paying us for, I suppose.
I see. God, I have a migraine. And she glares over at Pequod. Ooh, sorry. Looks. Oh, hiding this from Lorelei won't be easy.
No, it won't.
Nope.
Pequod stands up. Well, I'll take my punishment from her. What's the big deal?
Because when Lorelei gets angry, she gets really angry. Plus, if something like this comes out, that means, hey, more drama that Arcane Council Strike Squad is causing, and boop, hey, we're all split up.
Mhm.
She walks over here. I don't see any drama.
The only Rico child almost died.
Almost, yeah. But you guys saved me.
Julius pinches the bridge of his nose and then puts both of his hands on Towns' shoulder. I didn't thank you for protecting her.
He looks up at you and nods his head. It was something else. She almost killed us all with a plasma grenade.
God damn it.
Yeah. She came to me this morning, isn't that right, Agent P? This Pequod kind of, nods her head. Said she was coming on the mission, no matter what. And if I didn't follow her orders, she'd get me in trouble.
Mhm.
Huh, get him in trouble, huh? What is this, second fucking grade? Just shakes his head.
Did she tell you not to tell like me or Ash?
Pequod, Towns, yeah, nobody was supposed to know. And we had to be convincing enough to get past the mind reader of the team. And he gestures over to Icy, who I can't read minds in this state. I have a terrible migraine. This is worse than when Zap set Davian's teething on fire.
Well, it's fixed now. Do you want something to take for it?
No, just get home and relax. That's all we need. Maybe a smoothie. See my boyfriend.
That sounds like fun. rewinding a moment, how the hell did you find out about the Emu War?
Sonny, there was a video on the Enet in town. Ugh. It's from my footage. I found the memorial. The people on the colony thought you guys died. And so they erected a memorial with fucking Malcolm Dale's face on it. Town's head sinks into his shoulders as Sasha puts her arm around his back.
Damn.
Pequod, what happened during the Emu War?
We landed on a planet we landed on a planet, and I guess hindsight being 2020, I think it was for an MWF show, but Malcolm found out that this planet was having a serious problem with an emu infestation. Something about them having brought them there for eggs or something. They got out and became rabidly invasive. There was a bounty out on emus. I think it was something like a couple hundred credits ahead. There were thousands of them out there, so Malcolm's first thought was, one, he can make money, and two, I think he said something about there will be a statue of him and Davine erected in honor of saving the town from the emus.
Towns, yeah, well, there's a little fucking block on a hillside, and I didn't have the heart to blow it up because people came when we're paying respects to it, so I left it. Sonny, can we go visit? And I see whatever. Just waves her off. Sure.
Yeah. He, got a hold of... It was like a warthog, but nowhere near as good, I suppose. Like a cheap civilian knockoff. He stuck a random machine gun he had, like, taped it to the top of it, and that was what we went out to fight the emus with.
Sasha, so there's people that still come pay respects to towns. Oh yeah, every day they leave flowers. I mean, some of the people are actually dead now, so I guess it makes sense. Malcolm, that cross-eyed lady, and Globnock, and everybody else that isn't currently sitting here, I guess.
Should we tell them?
Towns, no.
Yes, let them believe what they want to believe.
Alright.
For right now.
Towns, like I said, I didn't have the heart to blow it up. There was this tiny little old lady crying in front of the goddamn memorial, thanking Malcolm for saving their planet, or attempting to save their colony.
Oh.
Dying a hero's death. Apparently he got trampled by emus. Sonny starts cackling.
Davy.
You go.
Davine starts to laugh. That was all she was gonna say.
The funny thing is, he actually did.
Sasha, please tell me somebody has footage.
I think Julius and I both have our footage of it.
Sonny, wait. We gotta wait for Jennifer. She'll want to see this. I see grabbing her temple, staggering up here. Ugh, leaning over the couch.
You alright? You sure you don't want anything?
I'm good. Just glares over at Pequod. So stressed out right now.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, I'm pretty stressed. And he grabs his throat. And he starts like smacking his lips together. Hey Sonny, can I get some of that water?
Of course she runs in to get some water. Pequod's gonna come over here. Are you still mad at me?
A little bit.
Why?
It was a stupid move.
Sonny presents some water to you, Julius.
He takes it from her and chugs it.
Do you want more?
While he's chugging, he's nodding.
I'll get a couple pictures. Hunk, yeah, it's when they do that crazy form Lasley Julius shit, it takes a toll on their body's water count thing or something. I don't know. Isn't that right, Ash? Something like that?
Something like it severely dehydrates them and burns a shit ton of calories. He's gonna be... Oh boy. We should probably make about double the amount of food we normally make for the family.
Pequod, I'll How about In-N-Out Burger, Julius?
He lowers the water bottle. You trying to buy my affection with food?
Sunny comes out with more water. No, I know how to buy your affection. She reaches down towards your lower area. I'm just trying to take care of it. I didn't think I'd cause you guys this much stress.
It's a stressful thing as he quickly chugs another of the water bottles. It's a stressful thing to see any member of your squad, especially someone as close as you are to us, go through that.
She nods her head and gives you the Pequod puppy eye look one more time, and I'll never do it again.
God damn it, I have to believe it now.
She is being truthful. Icy looks at her. Yeah, she's being truthful. Thank God. She slides down the side of the couch, crawls over next to Davy. How long do you think it's going to take you to get Blaze back up and running? Dr. Morgan looks at her. I don't know. I need to see my facilities, the equipment I'm given, working conditions. I need to see his body, the Mind Stone. I can't give you an estimate right now. Is there a pressing matter to get this man back?
Well, aside from us really wanting to have him back, for that he's part of the family, he's also a talented gunsmith and engineer, and something we sorely need in that regard as well.
How long has he been dead?
It's near 2 years now, isn't it?
Hunk nods. Is he a Calamity Wars exoframe or something they did after I was gone, or... Hunk, yeah. He's a Gen 1 exoframe. Yeah, Gen 1 exoframe. And he fought in the Archfiend incursion alongside my wife and my sister-in-law, who is also mother number 25 something or other to most of these people here. Sarah starts laughing. As nobody really has noticed, the ship has docked at Gateway. Pequod puppy dog eyeing Julius.
Julius lowers the last water bottle he had, looks at her, rolls his eyes, smiles at her, and brings her in.
I'll never do it again, I promise. I do like assertive Julius, though.
Oh, he leans down and whispers, I'll keep that in mind.
Please do. As you hear the elevator lifting up and Ash Saris turns around with you in her arms. Oh no! Jesus!
Hello, ma'am.
Successful mission! She claps her hands together. Rangers. They
Yes.
step forward. These two. Dr. Morgan, General Lorelei is still in service?
Yes, she is.
He stands up, fixes his tie. Pleasure to meet you. We never formally met. And they begin small talking as Towns is staring right at Lorelei and Sasha's staring at her, sweating. Pequod is just ignoring her presence. What is everybody else doing? As Hunk just groans and Icy just doesn't care.
Might be for the best to put me on my own feet, dear.
Yeah. Here you go. She sets you down and stands behind you. I'll stay behind you, where it's safe.
For the best.
Pequod, come on, Julius. Guides Julius over here.
Yeah. Davian sits next to Hunk and just grabs his wrist lightly, not like she's squeezing it.
Icy starts crawling towards the wall to pick herself up with her migraine grabbing her temple. You hear General Lorelei and Dr. Morgan. General Lorelei, I assure you, you'll have the best facilities we have to offer here on Ring 8. Dr. Morgan, there's 8 rings now. General Lorelei. That's right, we should have a ninth ring within the next, I believe, 2 or 3 years. Either way, my personal guard will escort you. We'll get you some food, living quarters, and then we'll take you to your laboratory tomorrow. For today, relax and reacclimate to EarthGov culture. Thank you, ma'am. And they disappear as Lorelei turns around, looking at everybody. Why does everybody look so haggard? What happened to you? She comes up to Ash.
Me, I got an 8. While he's gonna point down to the 2 medallions. Gondar let us know ahead of time. Remind me to send him a nice bottle of something good for that. But
I'll take those. I'll give them to him. I'll see him later tonight.
thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
There was a hunter down there, Taint and Visage. Visage and I got into a one-on-one fight, and he was good. Not good enough, but he was good.
And the other merc?
Davine stands up. Her name was Taint, and I took her out, ma'am.
Lorelei closes her eyes and nods at Julius, looking around the room. Looks over at Icy. She's grabbing both sides of her head. What is going on here?
She has a bad migraine, ma'am.
From what? Sasha, oh, it was a stressful day. You know.
Yeah, the
Stressful mission, ma'am.
The man on fire was a rough one. He actually put a nice beating on Julius. Or the lightning count, or whatever we're gonna call the bastard.
Was it truly him? She looks at Julius.
Yes, ma'am. Couldn't have been anyone else.
He's dead this time?
My volley of key blasts handled that.
Excellent work, Ranger. She looks
Thank you,
over
ma'am.
at Icy, grabbing the side of her head. Is her migraine getting worse? What's wrong with her?
I think it might be, getting her down to the apartment, letting her rest, sit with her boyfriend might be in line. Get rid of it a bit.
Icy shakes her head and almost falls on top of Davy.
Davine
Huh.
stands up like she's about to catch her and then stands at her side and starts rubbing her shoulders.
Lorelei pushing her tongue through her bottom lip. Huh. Looking at the group. Don't make me read your mind.
He looks around. Oh, who cares? He takes a step around. She came on the mission with us. We didn't know it was her. He takes another step forward in front of her to protect her. But it was... She came.
How did you
And-
not know it was her?
She was masked, and she wasn't talking some story about vocal cords.
Agent P, to be precise. You know, Lorelei, is that where that missing advanced SIS armor went to? Agent O's been tearing out his head looking for it. Tearing out his hair, I should say. Excuse me.
I suppose so.
I believe we're missing some type of M4, a phased M4 from our Ranger armor. She looks over at Pequot. Does not say anything. How did she finagle her way? Towns, oh, I'd let her come. Uh-huh. You wanted to come? I said, come on, it'll be great. Towns just shakes his head. Uh-huh. Looking at Pequot.
We had a rather serious discussion about that on the way here, and there has been an agreement that she's not going to do that again.
She pushes Julius out of the way. Stands right in front of Lorelei. Lorelei's gonna come look down at her. Just stand there, just staring up and down at each other. Nobody's saying anything. Oh, God. Now I see why High Command wants us gone. We do cause a lot of problem. Lorelei, that's an understatement. How close did you come to dying? She's stroking Pequod's head. Pequod, I think they over-exaggerate just a little bit. Right, Julius?
He looks at Lorelei. The pulse was weak.
He blasted me with fireballs. I punched this guy, what was his name? Lightning Count, in the back of the head 3 times because he had Julius on the ropes, to my estimation, man. And then I woke up and the Lightning Count was dead somehow. Lorelai, and looks over at Julius.
Mission for, ma'am.
Ah, once again, only this time not turned on Pinhead Larry.
It was not, ma'am. It was pointed towards someone who was actually worth the effort.
Lorelai nods in agreement. She promises to stay on the ship. She's looking down at Pequod, then looks at Julius.
Yes, ma'am, and I believe her. You can read her mind to see if she's telling the truth or not.
She pulls her Makarov out for you. Pequod looks shocked. Steps back. Take it. She steps forward. Pequod takes it. Stay on the ship. A promise to your husband. You don't break promises to your husband, right? Pequod, no, I won't. Good. What is this? She puts her finger on Pequod's temple. What is assertive, Julius? It's all she's thinking about.
Oh. I yelled at her.
Good! Lorelai looks over at you, takes her finger off her temple. Good. Sometimes you have to put your wife in line, Julius.
Yes, ma'am.
She really seems to like it. Look at her. She's starstruck. She's looking at you.
He looks over at Pequod, smirks, and then has to shake his head and look back at Lorelai. Yes, ma'am.
Problem solved, and this news will not get back to your father. Are we all in agreement? Or mother?
Yes.
Sasha, absolutely. I see. I wasn't planning on telling anybody. General Lorelai, good. Then go get some R&R. I'll tend to Dr. Morgan, and when the time comes to bring Blaze's body and Mind Stone up to Fleet, I assume, Hunk, you'll help me with that. And Hunk, absolutely. I can get us down there in 20 minutes. Less. Lorelai nods. Excellent. Excellent. Assertive Julius. She crosses her arms. I would like to see that. Disappearing down.
Well, congratulations.
She looks at the Makarov. Thanks. Racks the slide and puts it in her holster. It's nice to have back.
I'm sure it is.
I can actually learn to shoot on it now. Not that I'll be using it, but it is a family heirloom.
It is, and never say never. You're gonna stay on the ship for a while, but you never know. Maybe.
Maybe. As I say, absolutely maybe. Next time I'll just teleport her ass back to the ship.
Nice.
Pequod, well... Sorry, Julius. Comes right up and gives him a hug.
He hugs her back. It's okay, it just scared me a little.
I wasn't scared at all. Saris, I wouldn't have probably... You don't have time to be scared in situations like that. If I saw something, the man on fire doing that to Ash, you just act. It's instinct. Not that I'm condoning what you did, Pequod. Saris looking at her and Ash.
True, it is a lot of instinct on the battlefield, and he moves her chin up so she looks up at him. And that's something we're going to be training you on. Instinct. And he messes with their bottom lip on the battlefield.
She nods her head. I see. I don't know if I can walk back to the apartment. Grabbing her eye.
Davian will pick up Icy.
Yeah, you got some upper body strength, Mom.
Oh, I have to, if any want to swing these swords.
Thanks, as they leave the ship and you'll all go back to the apartment. Preparing to go visit the Emu Memorial. Davine in her normal attire in the kitchen. You guys are free to go wherever you like, as the rest of the girls are getting undressed. Casual clothing to go to the Emu Memorial and watch the Curse of Cornstalk.
Well, that went better than I thought.
What part?
Well, us not getting in that much trouble.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I definitely thought Lorelei was gonna rip someone's head off.
Oh, so did I. So did I. But we're alright.
Yeah. Now the only thing I have to be worried about is her being interested in assertive Julius.
Rolly and Sasha coming out here. Sasha holding some miniatures. Rolly, what's assertive, Julius?
Assertive Julius is something that comes out when either I'm very angry or I need to get my point across about something, but
Sasha, Pequod likes it. Makes her wet. Come this way. It takes Rolly away.
Okay.
You hear
Well?
Rolly, what doesn't make her wet when it comes to Julius? And they both start laughing.
Okay.
Julius starts laughing and he leans on Ash a bit. Oh my god.
I think everyone knows at this point.
Icy comes down the stairs and lets out a sharp whistle. Banksy comes out. And she just runs to him and he picks her up and takes her back this way. Don't forget to touch the bloodline side, as Icy has to touch it to get into the room.
Oh, I hope she feels better.
Han
Yeah.
comes down, her migraine's gone. Just stressed out Lorelei was gonna kill Pico.
That's fair. Ooh.
Come on, let's get into the kitchen. Somebody go get Jennifer. Let's get this show on the road, kids.
Let's
Yeah.
get it on the road. You wanna go I'll go grab her.
Alright, go ahead.
Walk up, touch the sign as he heard, and then go in.
Yes, you must. All the time.
Hey, Jennifer.
Jennifer turns around, Sunny showing her the Emu Memorial. Hey, hi!
Hey, I was requested to get you.
What are we doing? Sunny, Curse of Cornstalk, right up?
Curse of Cornstalk.
Jennifer, sounds good to me. Gets up out of the chair, Zap. All right, Calic. Well, wait, what's his? God damn it! It's that time. Scar gets up to go get the men.
Do you need help?
Ash will take care of you. Scar, no, I'm good. As long as Julius doesn't walk in on me when I'm trying to have some fun.
I think that was karma, old friend.
Scar chuckles as he goes into the room. Zap, well, I think that's all the SWTOR we're going to be doing today. Banksy, you want to, as Icy makes him get up and walk away. Okay, well, I'll hold down the floor here, y'all. Touch the sign on your way out.
Don't want to come watch with us?
Zap, I guess I can. That'd be fine. Scar, we'll be up shortly. As you see him putting on a rubber glove.
Understood. Let's go, girls.
Yes, let's go, Icy. Touch the sign on your way. You turn around, Ash, and you see Scar sticking his hand down Sap's throat. Everybody here, tight fit in the kitchen, but everybody will come in. Suletta, Blaze's return imminent, Hooligan?
Return imminent, ma'am. Dr. Morgan just needs to get some things in order.
And your wife? She's looking over at Pequod.
She understands that she's gonna stay on the ship from now on, yes?
She comes up behind you as long as you're not mad at me anymore.
I'm not mad at you.
You should have seen him, Suletta. He got all assertive, screaming at me. It was cool. It was hot, Suletta. Oh.
Thank you, Dylan.
Commander Integra, yes, we've been perusing the TV channels while you were gone, and we came across something that might lift your spirits, Julius. And she turns to a recorded video on like the DVR of Malcolm Rowe.
So, it shows Snarf with a microphone. And now to talk about his rivalry with the Colonel Boy Malk Flair, the American Dream Malcolm Rhodes. You see Malcolm walk up with the curly blonde hair on his head. Thank you, Snarf. First of all, I want to thank all my millions and millions of fans for their well wishes and their love when I was injured. Second, I want to thank Malcolm Chance for giving me this opportunity to perform in front of all you. I'd like to thank the lovely Davine for waiting for me to get back from my injury. And I'd like to thank her for giving me the guts to go after another important thing as well. Malk Flair and the Majestic Heavyweight Championship. I don't need to know much about him. He has no respect for everyone but himself. He has no honor attacking me from behind and trying to take my sweet Davine. You wanted to put hard times on me, but he just doesn't know what hard times are. Hard times when Ash tries to tell you his backstory. Hard times are when you're forced to feed a deadbeat. Hard times are when foolish kobolds try to steal your woman. I might be just a humble son of a plumber, but I promise you that I am every bit as bad as I say. The two people who are bad in this universe are Malcolm Chance, and the other one is right in front of you. So Malk Flair, you better be ready, cause the American Dream is gonna roll right through you and take that heavyweight championship and the love of Davine's heart. And that's where it ends.
Hunk, why in the fuck is he talking with he spit on the goddamn camera! Look! You can see the watermarks on the camera!
Because from my research, the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes, one of the most popular hero or babyface or whatever you want to say characters ever, had a pronounced lisp.
Julius, you feel Pequod poke you in the shoulder and then point at Suletta, who's actually having to force herself from not laughing, breaking down laughing at the.
Julius looks at Suletta, and that makes him want to laugh even more as he turns around and puts his head on Pequod's shoulder and starts laughing.
I see. All over poor Banksy's visor, and he just.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Nicole, stop!
She starts laughing. Malcolm Rhodes, you say. You know, the more I see from the MWF, the more I might actually let you watch Banksy. Banksy starts laughing. Saris. But Dusty Rhodes was cool, right?
Yes, he was.
Malcolm Rhodes is not cool.
No, he's not.
David. Sonny looks at Davey. Did you understand a word he said when you saw that live, Davey?
Not a goddamn thing. From where I was sitting, all it sounded like was... Well, Nicole just did a pretty damn good impersonation of it. Yes, exactly that.
Sasha, wait a minute. Was he going to wrestle himself?
Oh.
Who is he addressing in this promo?
He's addressing Malk Flair, which...
It's him!
Yes, it's him. What he was going to do was polymorph someone, I think it was either Globnock or Snarf, and he was going to wrestle them.
Lacey shakes her head.
I don't know which one he was going to play in the match, but I honestly think that if one of the people who weren't able to beat him up properly were in that match with that body, that Malcolm would have gotten his ass kicked.
I see. I'd like to see more Malcolm Rhodes, to be honest. The more I watch this.
I'll
Could you just play back the hard times portion of it? As Suletta's struggling with the remote control to rewind.
give me 1 sec to pull it back up. You wanted to put hard times on me, but he just doesn't know what hard times are. Hard times are when Ash tries to tell you his backstory. Hard times are when you're forced to feed a deadbeat. Hard times are when foolish kobolds try to steal your woman. I might just be the son of a plumber, but I promise you that I am every bit as bad as I say I am. The two people who are bad in this universe are Malcolm Trance, and the other is right here.
Everybody laughs louder this time as Suletta gives up trying to hold back the laughter. And for the first time ever, you see arms wrapped around her side, red in the face, laughing. And why did he think this was a good idea? I mean, really. I understand Malcolm Rhodes, but at the same time, or Dusty Rhodes, but at the same time, you can't understand.
I truly don't know. I personally thought he had bit his tongue really hard like the day before. So he was lisping.
Saris, well, Ash kind of is into wrestling now, and by proxy, I am. Wasn't there some like big feud between the actual Ric Flair and the actual Dusty Rhodes? Is he just copying that?
Yes, he's wholesale copying that, including that's a copy of probably one of Dusty Rhodes' most famous promos, his Hard Times promo.
Sasha, son of a plumber.
The son of a plumber.
I see. Son of a plumber. Malcolm, that. I can't do a Malcolm voice, Banks. He just laughs at. Suletta, that is one MWF character I am, in fact, interested in seeing more of as well. Nicole.
Well, from what I've seen of online message boards and shit about this, it's a very much applauded storyline. Because, again, much like Monkey Boy, it's one of the few times where a Malcolm character loses.
Oh, God, Leslie coming back from her duty for the day. I'll get him 1 second. Leslie coming back from her duty of the day. What the hell is Malcolm wearing a curly-haired wig as she has Towns' arm around her shoulder? I don't know what happened to Towns here, but found him struggling to get down the hallway.
You okay?
The Towns mini heart attack when Lorelai came on the ship. I'm all good. Just got SIS doctors checked me.
Fair.
Thought we were all gonna get vaporized.
For a sec, me too, or at least some of us.
Leslie, what exactly happened? And she looks over at Ash and Julia. Blaze is gonna be back? You hear a voice crack for the first time.
Yes, he's gonna be back. We got Dr. Morgan here. No casualties, but looks over at Pequod. One Patricia Rico snuck her way onto the mission and got badly hurt.
Pequod trying to imitate Malcolm Rhodes. Would you and Julius trade me, baby girl? Leslie looks shocked for a second, looks at Julia.
She's asking if we would be able to train her to actually fight and not almost kill other people with a plasma grenade.
Leslie, that bad in Towns? Oh, it was terrible, man.
I
It was fucking horrible.
I watched her try to throw the plasma grenade, I watched it hit the wall, and I watched it come back at her.
The Towns, she punched me twice, and then clocked Davine from what I could see. Leslie, what? And she looks at Davine.
Davine nods and she moves some of her hair out of the way to show the bruise.
Leslie, yeah, we'll train you. Most definitely.
She also went and tried to bare fist fight basically a fire elemental, so there's that.
We will train you. And, Davine will help. Isn't that right, Davine? I think Davine owes you a little payback for that bruise on Davine's beautiful face, wouldn't you say, Davine?
Oh, I believe I would say so. She moves her hair back. A little receipt is in order.
All those years sitting on your behind watching Julius and Ash break their backs. And Saris, some days. Yeah. Yeah. You'll get what you ask for, don't worry. Pequod, fine, I'm ready. I'm ready. As long as Julius is there. She gives Julius a hug.
And Julius hugs her back. I'm sure you'll be saying that when you have to pull a vertibird a couple miles.
Well, Julius, I'm sure I could do it. 'Cause hard five.
He's looks at Laz. The American dream. Malcolm Rhodes.
Malcolm Rhodes. She throws. Looks good. I don't even want to know. Get that shit off the TV. Are you actually enjoying this? She looks over at Suletta, who's still red in the face, looking at the picture.
She's gonna Presley. Hard times.
Suletta turns the TV off, good.
Julius puts an arm out to Lazuli. Mom. Hard
Yeah.
times is feeding a deadbeat.
Hard times feeding a dead beat. She tries to imitate it. Did he always talk like that?
As that character, I suppose, yes.
Oh.
Hard times are when Ash tries to tell you his backstory.
You can
No.
never understand a word he was saying.
It's almost endearing.
I'm
Almost.
I swear there's another promo I saw online of that where where poor Snarf had an umbrella out.
I see. We need to collect all the Malcolm Rhodes promos we can.
I think so.
And some Malcolm Rhodes memorabilia wouldn't be too bad. Pequod, see? You're even starting to like it. I see. Turns her nose up to Pequod. Just Malcolm Rhodes.
Well, I mean, Malcolm tried to create how many things? He was bound to get one thing that was halfway decent.
Banksy propping Icy up in his arms as Town said we're gonna watch some documentary about Cornstalk.
Yes, we are.
Jennifer, I got it on my wrist computer right here. I'll go get it set up. I've been waiting all day. She runs upstairs with Sunny.
They are so happy.
Yeah, who knew? Town's a documentary about fucking Indian Chief Malcolm would do the trick.
It's gonna be interesting seeing it from the colonists' point of view because, yeah. Didn't know they were colonists until everything was said and done.
Commander Integra, well, let's go see their opinion on the subject. Come, help me carry the children. Somebody. I've only got one set of arms, and those sets of arms are reserved for Scar early in the morning. As I see. Banksy, what? Commander Integra, forgive me, it must be the Maui. He slipped me. Still circulating in the old system.
Ha. Julius just continues to awkwardly laugh as he picks up Carter and Lazuli.
Icy looking at Julius, reading his mind. Julius saw you guys banging, and Commander Integra starts laughing.
Like I keep saying, karma's a bitch.
Pequod going to pick up Soul, laugh. Come on, Julius, we got a movie to watch.
Yes, my love.
I think almost as funny as the lisp is the attempt at a Louisiana accent.
As everybody makes their way upstairs. Jennifer, prepping the machine on her wrist computer to play. The kids coming up, the rest of them. 1 sec. How are you feeling, Ash? Sarah's looking over at you. The
Much better.
painkillers taking effect.
Yes, they are. I feel there's just a little tightness in the muscles, but other than that, I feel good.
He got you good.
He did. It was a good fight. Dare I say, almost honorable.
Yeah. Hunter's honor.
Felt good after, well, how many weeks in a row was it just fighting absolute irredeemable scumbags? I'll take someone who's got a code of honor, but just works for the highest bidder over that any day.
Commander Attack. Whoopsie. Has placed some of the children in your arms. Saris, Julius, Ash, Leslie. She has Soul. Sasha has Carter. And Jennifer, can I start the documentary now? As before she's about to start, Zap, here you go, baby girl. I made you some pancakes. Something different.
Oh. Thank you so much, Zap.
Pancake, sausage, and of course your favorite tea, as Snarf liked it. But I think you can't eat oatmeal all the time. It's not good for you.
She looks down at the plate and up at him and nods and pats his hand. Thank you.
It was a recipe in Snarf's journal who detailed light maple syrup, light butter for you, since he knows you didn't like all that fattening crap like I like, and he pats his big ass belly.
Oh. She puts a hand up to her chest. How considerate of him.
I even made the pancakes to the letter the way he liked them. For you, I should say.
She nods. I'm sure they're perfect.
Now I'm gonna go sit behind Banksy and watch this movie. He sits back down and Suletta looks down at the pancakes, smacks her lips, and then just looks up at the screen.
Davy just sighs, and she offers some to Suletta.
She shakes her head. No, they were made for you. And only for you. It's how Snarf probably would have wanted.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Jennifer, not hearing what they're saying, starts the documentary.
We open from a black screen to a shot of a ship landing on a small colony town, shots of the forest and surrounding wildlife, the city skyline itself, and then a shot of the sign, which states Point Pleasant.
Point Pleasant, much like other colonies, built off the hard work of good and honest people. A window through time to a simpler age. A time of cooperation and face-to-face conversations, as it shows people sitting in a diner eating food together, rather than simply over a wrist computer. Such an unassuming place, yet the ground zero for one of the most mysterious and unexplainable events ever recorded. The event in question has perplexed and terrified those who lived through it, and though it was over almost as soon as it began, it has left an indelible mark on this quiet and peaceful community. The events that took place over just 3 short days in the summer of 2576 are best told from the tales of those who lived it and saw the man and his small tribe firsthand.
We cut to various newspapers from the colonies, local paper flashing across the screen with headlines that include Crazed Man Chants Atop Mayor's House, a warning of some kind, Curse of Cornstalk Real, and Assault on Colony leaves 4 dead, 5 injured. Over the newspaper, it then cuts to a memorial, as over the newspapers you can hear fragmented voices from different people.
An omen flying in the night.
It sounded like thunder.
I don't know why, but I truly, truly miss him. I watched them vanish into thin air.
I think the Curse of Cornstalk is real after that day.
It fades to black, showing the title card with a musket behind it. The Curse of Cornstalk. It cuts to more footage of the town, the forest around it. Point Pleasant, a young colony only 2 light years away from the ANOVA system, had a quiet, somewhat easy growth as a colony. Founded in 2558 by the founder and prior mayor, Ian James Jr., the town rose from a simple startup to a flourishing and self-sustaining colony in just 15 years. Over that time, a community flourished, lives began and ended, and peace was had. All of that began to change one fateful summer night. People who felt safe enough to not even lock their doors at night saw what they now consider to be an omen of war.
We cut to a heavy-set, looking at his mid-40s gentleman sitting in a chair and clipping the mic onto his shirt. Hello, my name is Brian Shaw. I've lived here in Point Pleasant, well, since the beginning, or close to it. Shows a picture of a somewhat leaner version of him helping with the construction of a building. I came here because my brother told me there was some easy construction work. A lot of these buildings you see on Main Street, I had a hand in building. Well, about that night, I came home from work, settling in for the night with the wife when we heard this loud whoosh go over the house. She got spooked, and so I went to look what it was. Now, I'm thinking it was like a late night landing on the docks. That's what it sounded like, at least. But when I got outside, there was no ship. I look around and I hear something on the side of the house. As he's saying this, it cuts to a reenactment of the events that are taking place. So I round the corner and there's just this shape in front of me. I couldn't see its eyes, but it felt like they were boring into my soul, Didn't get much of a look at it, but what I do remember is that it was about the size of a man, with two large wings on either side, and these big curling horns or antennae or something, and it just stared at me. I didn't stay long enough to see much more than that, neither did it, because by the time I rounded the corner, it just started to rise up like a hover car, and then took off with that sound, that whoosh happening again, and then it was gone. It was probably the strangest thing I'd ever seen or heard of, but it started to make more sense later that night as it cuts to a black and white picture of the mayor's house.
Almost like clockwork, exactly 30 minutes after Brian's strange encounter, the good people of this neighborhood were awoken by a strange occurrence.
We then see a late teens, early 20s girl sit down as the nameplate reads, Amanda Rivera, local nurse. I went to bed at the time I normally would, around 8 to 9 o'clock when I have work in the morning, and it had to be like late 2 or 3 a.m. when I was woken up by some dude screaming. So I looked out my window and just saw some dudes yelling on the mayor's house holding a torch, and I just managed to get my phone out for a bit of recording.
It cuts to shaky and blurry footage of a hand opening some curtains, revealing a man holding a torch, standing atop the mayor's house, yelling.
I didn't know what to think, honestly. I thought it was like some stupid senior prank or something, But then he chucked the torch through the window of the mayor's hover car. I called the cops, of course, but by the time they got there, he was just gone. There was no sign of him. As it cuts to a man in a police uniform sit down.
Hi, I'm Police Sergeant Aaron Stanton. I was the one who answered the call on the night of August 3rd, 2576. We had heard reports of a mysterious man appearing in a few people's backyards with a loud noise accompanying the figure. Then, later that night, a suspect described as a male in his late 60s wearing what appeared to be Native American attire, creating a disturbance and committing certain acts of arson. When we arrived on the scene, the suspect had already fled. We, of course, began to investigate and found that one of the neighbors had an outdoor camera that had captured some of the aftermath of this event.
We then are shown black and white night vision footage of Malcolm climbing down the ivy on the side of the mayor's house before slipping, falling into Globnock's arms, and Globnock ran away holding Malcolm, both of them dressed in Native American attire.
Our first thought was like, this is a prank, right? Who would do something that stupid? We'd had local teenagers do that kind of thing before. One year they managed to lock 3 live chickens inside the police chief's hover car. How they did it, I got no clue. So, it wasn't out of the realm of possibility, it just... With hindsight being 2020, all of these events, they were sort of like a omen flying in the night. A mysterious night with unexplained occurrences. Quite possibly young hoodlums, pranksters, or something more. The following day, August 4th, 2576, however, would prove that there was something more going on. Early that morning, people were awoken not to their normal alarms, or to the rising sun, but to a loud and deafening crack.
We got to a young girl in her early teens sitting down in the interview chair. A title card reads, Marisha Samuels. I was on my paper route trying to get a couple credits so I could go out with my friends. I was on one of the outer streets of town, close to the border near the forest at the edge. The houses at the end of the street are literally against it. Sort of freaky if you ask me, but I was riding my bike and it sounded like thunder. The sound knocked me off my bike. I fell, got a good cut on my forearm. You can still see the scar. She holds her arm up to the camera and then lowers it. Anyway, it freaked me out because it sounded like it came from the woods. No hunter would be that close, at least that's what Dad says. That's when I saw him. Chief Cornstalk and the white-haired devil. The white-haired devil, he came out of the brush first, looking around, and then after him was Cornstalk. I hid in a bush, and I did what came natural. I just started to record it. It was the only thing I could think of. And it cuts to extremely shaky footage inside a bush as it zooms in to see Ash, holding a musket, wearing hide leather over his armor, looking around confused. You see him start speaking, but you can't make out what's being said before Malcolm comes next to Ash, puts a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and points towards the inside of town before they both disappear into the woods. I didn't hear what they were saying, but it couldn't have been good.
This was not the last they saw of these two on that fateful day. About an hour later, things would escalate heavily. It cuts to Stanton thinking for a second. Yeah, I got into the station that day at about 8:30 a.m. Was getting settled in for the day when I heard someone yelling out the front of the station. I went outside to see what was going on, and I saw a man who matched the description of the dude who was on top of the mayor's house. I attempted to engage with the suspect from a safe distance when he began to yell again. The following footage was recovered from Sergeant Stanton's body cam. The following footage may be disturbing to some viewers.
It cuts to body camera footage from Stanton's point of view, standing a ways away from Malcolm.
Sir, I'm gonna need you to put your hands up. We're gonna need to bring you in for some questions.
How? I am Chief Cornstalk. You white men have stolen sacred land. Leave, or face the curse of Cornstalk upon ye and your children.
Sir, as Malcolm starts to walk up to him. Sir! He pulls out his gun and aims it at Malcolm, still keeping his finger off the trigger for now. Sir, stay back and put your hands up.
You shall leave. Leave or die. Brothers, attack! You then hear multiple musket shots ring out as Stanton ducks behind cover.
Stanton picks up his radio. This is Sergeant Stanton. Shots fired outside the station. Unknown number of assailants, armed, need backup. It cuts back to Stanton's interview. It was all quiet after that first volley of shots for a couple of minutes. In that time, backup was able to come from inside the station, and that's when things got worse.
We cut back to the body camera footage as, "You invaders! Leave or suffer! You have disrupted the balance of the natural world!" An officer comes from behind cover as you hear a bang and he falls down clutching his shoulder.
Jesus! He pulls the officer behind cover. The footage blurred out at this point, but you can still hear the audio. "I need help here! Johnson's been hit!" Another cop comes over and starts putting pressure on the wound as Stanton leans behind his cover and fires off a few shots. You hear from the bushes that he shot at, "I've been hit, man!"
Get Brother Globnock back to the camp. You, this is your last warning. If you and your kind are not gone by sunrise, then it is war.
It cuts back to Stanton in the interview chair. It seemed like an empty threat, you know? Sure, he, or one of his people, I don't know who, shot Johnson, but they were using muskets. We, or at least I, thought, if that really is a threat, then we can handle it. We can raid the armory. Even if they had the drop on us, complete ambush, we would still have the advantage. Just even a simple 9mm handgun would be enough. Would be better. Higher rate of fire and far more accurate. At least, that's what we thought. The first true assault of this engagement had transpired. Private Johnson had suffered a broken shoulder due to the wound inflicted by the musket. With him being rushed to the hospital, a new face entered the fray, in the form of the then mayor, Ian James Jr.
A middle-aged woman sits down in the seat as a nameplate reads Susan James. Hello, I was the wife of Ian James Jr., the mayor, Ian was a very good man, a devoted husband and a great father, a great leader. That's why they kept electing him mayor. If we're talking about that day, I remember Ian was sitting on his desk on the phone with a security company. He was trying to get them to come down and install some cameras and a better alarm system after that guy was on our roof. Then he got a call from the police chief. I couldn't hear what they said at the time, but it was apparently about some kind of shootout at the police station. He told me to stay here and lock the doors, keep the kids safe, and then he ran out before I could say anything.
It cuts over to Stanton's interview. Mayor James arrived not long after the ambulance picked Johnson up. We gave him a quick rundown of what happened, and he decided that a manhunt was in order. So we called the whole police force and we set out. Cuts to shots of the forest, like they're tracking through it. The police force would spend hours sweeping the woods near Point Pleasant, not finding any conclusive evidence. That is, not until 1 p.m. Cuts over to Stanton. It was a little after noon. We were conducting our search. We surveyed most of the area using a hover car, and it didn't really reveal anything. I had thought it was a lost cause, but Mayor James, while we were heading back, something caught his eye. I looked to try and catch a peek of what he was looking at, and I saw some movement in the brush too. I got in front of Ian, prepared for the worst, when this lady came out, who the mayor and sergeant had discovered has given us a unique glimpse into the legend that is Cornstalk. A former follower of Cornstalk, one who may have been romantically involved with him, had revealed herself to the men. Recently, though, she had shown herself once more in the small colony, and had asked for an interview.
We cut to a lingering shot of Denaria's eyes with pronounced wrinkles and marks around them.
Honestly, I don't got a clue as to why Cornstalk ended up appearing. One day he was just different. He was Cornstalk. Her eyes slowly start to go cross-eyed before she shakes her head, and it cuts to a more panned-out shot of her. I also don't know why he ended up inviting y'all. He said you guys was the white man invader stealing his land, but wasn't we the ones who invaded y'all? It cuts to her staring out a window with her mouth slightly open before it cuts again. Oh, right, yeah. That day, we was going through the woods, me and Davine. We was in charge of gathering food for the tribe and all. I fell down, though, and I ended up falling through the bushes at a man's feet. I thought I was done for. It cuts back over to Stanton. It was weird. This, late 50s lady wearing hide clothing just fell at my feet. I was honestly too shocked to do anything. All I could think to do was just stare at her for a couple seconds. I came to eventually. I told her the whole thing. Put your hands where I can see them. Lay on the ground with your hands behind your head. Standard procedure. That's when, I think kids around the town have this nickname for her, the Wild Woman. She came out of the brush. She stared at us both, rolled her eyes, picked this older lady up, maybe her elder or something like that, and they were gone. After that, me and the mayor, we booked it back to the police station. That was enough of a confirmation to the mayor that we should prepare for whatever they might or might not do to us the next day. Smart man. Smart man. It cuts to a shot of the police station. Mayor James and Sergeant Stanton spent the rest of the night arming and preparing both the force and volunteer citizens who wanted to help after hearing what happened to Private Johnson for the possible oncoming onslaught of the next day.
Cuts back to Susan sitting there. So I called Ian that night while he was at the police station. I was worried about him. He answered the phone and he told me everything was alright and they were figuring out what was going on and that they were going to fix it. He said for the kids and I to stay safe and that he would be back home the next night. Ian had a certain charisma that you just believed whatever he said. So I told him I loved him and that I would see him the next day.
Cuts over to Stanton. It was about 9 in the morning that day when Cornstalk was first sighted again. He was on the outskirts of town next to the one liquor store out there. It cuts to CCTV footage of Malcolm hopping back and forth in a line chanting.
This is too much. Sorry, go ahead.
It cuts back to Stanton. We decided.
Pequod's gonna pause the documentary. Jesus Christ, Pequod's face. Jennifer, this is great. Only $2.99, Julian.
Yeah, I think you've gotten your money's worth.
Oh, Pequod, my God! It unpauses the document.
It cuts back to Stanton. We decided to mobilize on that area, get it done and over with as quick as possible. On Mayor James's insistence, we had brought about half the people who took up arms, so about 15 men. 10 police officers, counting myself, and 5 civilians, counting the mayor. The rest stayed back at the police station just in case another part of town was attacked. It cuts to body cam footage from Stanton's point of view, with him continuing to talk, the footage cutting at various times to what he's currently saying. We rolled out and arrived at the location where Cornstalk was still chanting, and this time we weren't taking any chances. We pulled out our guns, but before any of us could get a shot off, he ducked behind the shop. When we went around the corner, just like 5 seconds had passed, but oh God, if I had to put a number to it, he was like 150 feet out in the field, still chanting, going back and forth. So we decided to start chasing after him, and he ran further and further into the field, and it cuts from footage from the body cam to him in the chair as he rubs his face, pinches the bridge of his nose, and shakes his head before we continue to run after him. It was a bad choice. It cuts back to the body cam footage. Once we got to where he was chanting from, we noticed him near the tree line. He just yelled something.
On the body cam footage, you can vaguely hear, "Brother Ash! Brother Tristan! Now my kin! Fire!"
Brother Tristan.
Followed by numerous musket shots. It cuts over to Stanton as he is staring down at his lap with his jaw locked and pushed out. That first volley. It took out Vargas, our local carpenter, and injured Hicks and Hoffman. We walked straight into an ambush. Luckily, again, they were using muskets, so we managed to get what little cover we could. I mean, it honestly seemed like they only had one person with Cornstalk who knew how to shoot. That guy, the kids call him like the white-haired devil or something. He's the one that took out Vargas. Cuts to slowed down and grainy body cam footage of Ash, barely visible in the tree line. Cuts to Denaria playing with her hands in her lap. Me and Davine, we wasn't allowed to fight y'all. Cornstalk, he done told me, that it was too dangerous for a beautiful woman like myself. All we could do was watch. It was honestly incredible to watch Cornstalk lead the men in battle for once. He truly believed that his tribe was his family. Fed us like it too. But he gave the order to fire, and they done tried and took out some of those good men. I was done told to leave, go back to camp, but I hid away and watched. I wanted to see Cornstalk lead. Cuts over to shots of the field where all of this took place. And lead he did. Over the next hour, the two sides would begin to trade shots, sadly ending the life of another brave man, Detective Daniel Jenkins. Another man, Ned Armstrong, was struck in the inner thigh, just barely missing his femoral artery, taking him out of the fight. It cuts over to body cam and Stanton talking. Apparently, what we didn't know when we first went after him was Cornstalk had a secret weapon.
It cuts to the body cam footage as you hear, "Shaman Tristan, let the spirits flow through you. Show them your power."
It shows body cam footage of what Stanton is describing. That's when one of them walked out, and by God, this dude was a demon. This shaman guy, whatever kind of spirits he was dealing with, they weren't good, I'll tell you that much. He turned into this like smoke monster, runes that I'm not a spellcaster or can read them, but they were runes all over this guy that I'd never seen before. They seemed archaic, evil. It became unnatural, the way he moved. It was more like an animal than anything, really. He was fast, I couldn't keep my eye on him. And that's when his chest started to expand, and he spat out or like vomited out. I don't know. It was this breath. It caught Duncan, and before it shows the grisly sight, it cuts to Stanton in the chair. Took him out quickly. Lucky. Everybody started to run away, and after that, I can't blame him. I was gonna run too, honestly. That was when that shaman dude dropped out of that form, and Mayor James rushed Cornstalk, who was right in the open.
We cut to body cam footage showing Mayor James rush up to Cornstalk and point his rifle at him. "Begone, white devil! You shall not have these lands!" Fire begins to form in his hand as Malcolm hurls his hand forwards. At the same moment, Mayor James shoots. Cornstalk falls back, and there is a bright flash as Mayor James is engulfed in flame and Stanton is thrown back about 10 feet. From his point of view, you see him look up and look to his leg that appears to be pretty badly broken, before turning to Cornstalk, who was laying there. And you just watch Cornstalk vanish.
He just vanished. I watched all of them. They vanished into thin air. I've even watched the footage back. I don't know how to explain it. Anything of what I saw that day. All I can say is he bites his bottom lip and moves his chin around. Mayor James saved us that day. He gave his life, stopping whatever those people were. He was a good man. Cuts over to Denaria, wiping a tear from her eye. Cornstalk was gone forever that day. I don't know why he left us. He may have done some not nice things, but he was a good man. Just doing what he thought was right. I don't know why, but I truly, truly miss him. He fought bravely, not running from his enemy, but standing face to face. Cost us all Cornstalk, though. It cuts to footage of the Point Pleasant sign and the road that goes out into the wild of the planet. All in all, over the course of 2 days, 4 good men died and 5 were injured. It is unknown how many were injured on the side of Cornstalk, because they had all vanished along with the chief. Those injuries, those losses, left a gaping wound in this community. Some worse than others. But what else could be said but...
It then cuts to Brian from the beginning. I believe. Cuts to Amanda. I believe. To Marisha. I believe.
To Denaria, I believe. To Stanton, I believe.
It then cuts to Susan, with tears in her eyes as she holds up a picture of Mayor Ian James Jr. and stares at the camera. I think the curse of Cornstalk is real. After that day, as it cuts to the title, Curse of Cornstalk, and end credits begin to roll.
Now. So during the last 15 minutes of the docu-piece, Davine eating her pancakes notices she sees Snarf sitting by himself on the floor, Indian style, not Indian style, whatever they call it, the cross leg thing, crisscross applesauce. Kind of looking sad, looking up at the documentary. I see his mom, as Banksy's laughing, everybody else is laughing, but Davine's tranced up here. Pequod, holy crap, you guys attacked a fucking free colony for no reason.
Yeah, we did.
Saris, what did he tell you? They were insurgents?
UIR. That it was a cover for UIR insurgents.
Jennifer, only $3.99, Julie, $2.99.
Davine, is looking up at Snarf, and she picks up her plate and tries to walk up to him.
As she's cresting the stairs, he is gone.
She looks around. Oh.
Icy with her head tilted looking at Davine, and Suletta doing the same thing. Suletta snaps her fingers twice at Davine.
She keeps on staring down where Snarf was.
Suletta clears her throat. Get up. Goes up. Makes Banksy bring Icy. Meanwhile, down here, yeah, that was the best, $3 I ever spent, I think.
I'd say we more than got our money's worth.
Those poor colonists, Rolly speaks.
Yeah, those poor colonists.
Commander Integra, leave it to Malcolm. To this day, I don't understand why he became Cornstalk. Was that Denaria? Was that the Denaria?
Yes.
Dear
Yeah.
God, she looked older than me.
Believe it or not, she looked even older at the end.
My God, and I thought I was petrified.
I don't even know.
Sasha. Well, that, we gotta explain this one to Lorelai at some point.
Oh, God.
Do you want to just send her the documentary?
Jennifer, I don't have her personal contact info, but if you guys do, yeah.
What do you think, Sasha? Good idea or bad?
Sasha, I believe we should at least inform her first, then send her the document.
Fair.
As evidence to back up our claims, because the Curse of Cornstalk is an ongoing Ranger investigation.
What isn't an ongoing Ranger investigation when it comes to Malcolm?
The town starts laughing for the first time at a Malcolm movie. It's really not a Malcolm movie. Sasha, yeah, like I said, she sent out one of the new Frontier Ranger squads, and they all came back believing in the curse. They said the people's story was too genuine, too believable. Pequod, you could see why.
Yeah. You know, he got shot there pretty badly, and Arcane gated us all back to the ship.
Wait a minute, so he was a good leader? Sarah speaks. What the fuck?
He
was Cornstalk.
Cornstalk was a phenomenal leader. If Malcolm led like that the entire time, the cult would be done and dusted by now. I'll just say that much.
Yeah, because he would have been running at Tewas.
Yeah, he would have been a nice bullet sponge so the rest of us could dogpile him.
Oh god, I probably would have goddamn fucking made Tewas laugh himself to death. Or at least long enough for one of you to finish the job.
Yeah, I think we may have mentioned this before, but we ate like kings for the about week that he was Cornstalk. He only attacked the colony on the last 3 days, but it lasted like a week.
Terrace putting her hand on her chest. I can't believe I'm married to the white-haired devil.
Ah yes, the white-haired devil, sharpshooter of the Cornstalk tribe.
Sasha, the only one who knew how to use his gun.
He insisted we use muskets. I mean, Pequod doesn't have to be jealous. She's married to Shaman Tristan.
Tristan. Pequod Omega Tristan was called upon. Oh, great shaman. She puts her hand on Julius's chest.
That he was. Ah, God. I had to really channel the spirits through my body that time.
Duh, you can channel through my body anytime.
Ha 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 ha. Yes, ma'am.
Commander Integra, I told Ska something similar this morning. Pequod. Up here, what's happening as Suletta comes up with one free hand and snaps her finger in front of Davine's face.
She finally blinks and looks over at Suletta. Sorry?
Your daughter was calling for you for the past 4 minutes. What are you looking at? She looks down at the ground. Icy looking at the ground.
Oh. She looks over at Icy. I'm sorry. Istrum. I thought I just, She closes her eyes really tightly and shakes her head. And she puts one of her hands up to her temple and rubs it, and covers her ear. I thought I had saw something.
Suletta looking at the ground and then up at Davine out of the corner of her eyes. Huh. Shuffles memory at around. Icy, this was too long of a day for me to want to go anywhere off station. Suletta, Memorian, Banksy, me, you want to go out and get something to eat? Somewhere quiet, where nobody pretends to be an SIS agent?
Sure, that sounds wonderful, Istrum.
Suletta, I know an excellent restaurant. Not Tommy's. I hate to break your heart, Davy.
How can I ever recover?
Ha! Suletta laughs just like that, and they leave. Now, wrapping things up, we'll get to the emu thing next week, because I think that's too good of a note to end on. You can't trump that this week. That was just too well produced.
Okay.
Wrapping things up, Pequod's going to look up at Julia. I am sorry.
He smiles at her and rubs her cheek. It's okay. Just don't do it again.
I won't do it again, and so long as you channel through me, Shaman Chief.
Yes, my queen, yes.
She grabs Julius's hand and they walk up this way as Sarah. Oh, gonna be walking like she's got the stick up her ass, white-haired devil.
Yes, she is. But, well, come, my beautiful queen, let the white-haired devil take you to bed.
Sure, it was a stressful day. Let's go.
Let's go.
And we will end on that note.